Yeah! Yes! Welcome, everybody, to another episode of the Keeping Karlsson Fantasy Hockey Podcast, the longest-running fantasy hockey podcast in the world, who also has a long-running tradition of doing a Tier 1 auction draft, and I'm so excited. Here we are. I'm your host, Elon Dubrovsky, and with me, the person I've been doing these podcasts with for over 10 years, it is my co-host, the fantasy hockey robot, the poop-out prognostication, the IPP MVP, a guy giving me eyes. I think in his mind, he's thinking I've butchered this intro, but it's too bad. No edits today. Brian Comm. Brian, how's it going?
Hey, I'm good, Elon. I'm happy for you to be back in the fire. You might think drafting in Tier 1, as you've been doing for the last several years, has been hard and challenging and intense, but you haven't been behind the mic on those days with Mike and I. So, and Mike's here. I'll let you introduce him in a second. So I'm excited for you to be back in the mix. Elon has been telling me all the ways we can make this show better, and he's off to a great start with that
First
intro.
of all, Brian, I was also not in Tier 1 last year, if you recall. I was in Tier 3 last year.
Were you here?
I was here. So my ideas of how to make the show better weren't about just you've been doing it this way and now I'm going to make it better. It was I had an experience doing it a year one way and had thoughts ever since.
Let me reframe this. Regardless of Elon and I, whatever tension may exist, this is going to be the best Tier 1 auction draft broadcast we've ever done. We're going to do it up proper for our 10th anniversary in the KKUPFL.
I believe it. Yeah, this is the 10th year of the Keeping Karlsson Ultimate Patron Fantasy League, and this is the 5th year that we've had the great Michael Clifford, Slim Cliffy, to join us for this show. You know him from Stokastic.com. You know him from Dabber Hockey, EP Ringside. This guy knows hockey. This guy knows that JJ Paterka is going to have a big year. Got me all hyped up just to get sniped in my couple draft. But whatever. He's here. Michael Clifford. Thanks for coming back, Michael.
Thanks a lot for having me, guys. Good to be here. Always excited to do these drafts. Just it's always fun to see how other people are approaching drafts. And I think whenever you can gather extra perspectives like that, it just helps you out. So this not, it's not only fun for me to do, it's also informative. So thanks a lot for having me back. Excited to get this going.
Yeah, me too. It's always awesome to get your takes. I love talking hockey, and this is our episode every season where we're just going to cover 100 players, probably. Over 200 are going to get drafted, but we're going to at least talk about, 50 to 100 guys. So it's really great to do a bunch of deep dives, obviously with the backdrop of the KKUPFL Tier 1 auction draft. And yeah, so just for anyone who is new, this is not a standard episode of Keeping Karlsson. We have a league every year. Like I said, this is the 10th year, and there's promotion and relegation. So you start at the bottom tier when you join, and if you do well, you can climb your way up. And the top of the top is Tier 1, and if you win Tier 1, you're the KKUPFL Ultimate Champion, the best fantasy hockey player in the whole world. Last year, the winner was the same winner as the year before, Ryan Wood. So we have a two-time champion coming now, first time ever, and he's here to try to three-peat. So it'll definitely be fun to track as we go how Ryan does.
And I also, before we even get that deep into it, this is also one of the shows, every show of ours ends up on YouTube. Whether or not it's built for YouTube is another question, but it's there, and some people's preferred listening method. But this show today, if you want to keep up with the action, that might be a good way to do it if you want to follow along and with the visual. And we have a fourth man in the room here today, producer. This is one of the first ever produced episodes of Keeping Karlsson. We've got J Brew, or John, in the house, one of our KKUPFL coordination team members who has been doing all kinds of amazing things, including getting us set up. So I just wanted to shout out J Brew for what are sure to be beautiful visuals and production value throughout the show.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. Thanks so much for John coming on here. John will also be in charge of bringing on our participants all throughout the show to give their thoughts on how the draft is going. But yeah, so we've got a lot of, I'd imagine, nervous drafters. I woke up this morning thinking, I'm so happy to not be in Tier 1. All last year, I was all I want to do is get into Tier 1. And then this morning, I was I'm so much more relaxed than probably the 16 people who are about to draft because I'd be a nervous wreck. So we'll get that draft started soon. But yeah, let's just quickly explain the rules of the league, what's going on here. So this is an auction draft, right? So not our typical snake draft. This is a draft where one by one, people will nominate a player. Everyone has a $260 budget. And then once a player gets nominated, all 16 participants will be able to bid from their budget. And whoever bids the most gets the player. Simple enough. Note, I did say 16 people. So in past years, it's always been 14 people per division. But this year, we've decided to up the ante a little bit. We let 2 extra people join Tier 1. So it's going to be an insane season. Our first ever couple division with 16 participants. And now we have a 16-person auction draft. We're going to be drafting 14 of their 18 roster spots. And then offline afterwards, they'll be doing a snake draft to finish off the draft, just so this doesn't go for like 6 hours. But there's still going to be a lot of picks today. And what else can I tell you? The scoring settings: 4.5 for a goal, 3 for an assist, 0.5 for a shot, a little bit for a hit and block. You can check KKUPFL.com, KKUPFL.com/rules for the scoring settings. We're drafting, I guess, typical roster. You need to have 2 center, 2 left wing, 2 right wing, 4D, a couple goalies. Just want to make sure that everyone has an understanding of, because obviously different leagues are different. Brian, we got a 1-star review on iTunes recently because someone was mad at our defense rankings show, Charcuter D. They said these guys don't know anything because they put Quinn Hughes in Tier 3. But it's like, depends on the league settings. If it's a points-only league, yeah, I'd have Quinn Hughes probably in Tier 2, but because of our settings, Quinn Hughes, when you look at fantasy points per game, the guy won the Norris last year. He still was behind like 5 people. So it's important when you're listening to a show about a draft like this that you understand the values of players. So if you really want to dive into it, you can go to couple.com/rules and get the athletic spreadsheet and, whatever before you're like, why is this guy going for this and not that?
Can you imagine? You know what? I can't get too deep into that. I can't. You shouldn't have fed me that information right here without warning.
I triggered you.
I'm going to bite my tongue. Thank you for listening, 1-star reviewer. I think
person's not listening anymore. They said they stopped listening because we don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, I bet they're listening. Come on, they're not listening. Come on, they're going to give up on us because they're probably a Canucks fan and we ranked Quinn Hughes below Dahlin and Bouchard. Oh my gosh, that's criminal. So,
okay. And Roman Josi.
I think if you're listening, and Kale McCarr. Okay, sure. Listen, I'm fine with whatever people feel, but what would make us feel really good is 14 5-star reviews on top of that.
I wouldn't mind.
I'm just gonna put that out there. Also, KKUPFL.com. Elon just ran through all the rules, but if you want to see them in hard copy visual, you're a visual person and you listen to podcasts, that's great. Good for you. You can go to KKUPFL.com to find the whole rule set and the structure of the KKUPFL that all these managers have run the gauntlet through to get to Tier 1. Because every year, based on your finish, you start in a different place on the KKUPFL pyramid. We had 9 tiers last year, and every time you win, depending on where you are in the pyramid and where you finish in the standings, you move up 1, 2, or 3 tiers. And all of these managers in Tier 1 are KKUPFL champs. All right, they've all won. They're just not yet ultimate champions, except for one of them. So we'll see if this year is the year we have a new one. But yeah, everyone here is one of the brightest and most brilliant minds in fantasy hockey, and I can't wait to see how they run their drafts today.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. And I think with that, the table is set. We've got a lot to get to. So unless, Brian, you could think of anything you want to say or we'll talk auction strategy, of course, as we go throughout. But I think let's open the faucet here and get some bidding going.
Open the faucet. That's the most exciting visual to get this draft started.
Yeah, so it's paused right now. So I think let's unpause. Luda is going to have the first nomination. It's always fun to see. Is it going to be you just throw up McDavid first, or do people want to be all tricky and funny and throw some middling player there to try to set some value? So I've just unpaused here. The draft is on. Good luck, Tier 1 participants. We'll do a pause every hour or so. So now it's 1:07. So around 2:07, we'll take a little break. But yeah, it'll be fun to see. And and then it'll be fun to discuss the first player. Brian and I, by the way, finished our couple drafts already, so we'll be able to chime in as players go. Be I had that guy. I hope he's good. Michael, please confirm that this is a good player because we picked him.
We have our first player on the board, by the way, Elon. And, since I hope you don't mind me giving the play-by-play here. We're just getting started. So David Pasternak is the first nomination. We're up to a 50. It started around in the 40s, and we are rapidly entering the 50s in bids. And this is going to be honestly interesting because, right, the first kind of player helps sort of set the market for what we're going to see. And we've seen David Pastrnak going usually fifth in KKUPFL drafts so far in Snakes, which is pretty high, right? So that's the fifth most valuable player. But we also know there's been a bit of a drop from the top three between McDavid, Matthews, and McKinnon, and not exactly in that order. Last year, Pastrnak went for $56. The last 3 years, he's gone for between $56 and $58. We can't do like apples to apples dollar comparisons for this auction draft because we have a different number of managers in the room, 16 people this year versus 14, and we're snake drafting 14 people. But Pastrnak has been awarded to Luda, who nominated him. Okay, I wonder if that was the plan. And for a cool $62, which is the highest ever value that David Pastrnak has gone for.
Yeah, and now McDavid is up. Then we'll throw to Michael. But like obviously this is the big boy. This is probably going to be the most expensive guy that gets taken. The bid is already up to 79. Again, Pastrnak went for 62. So this is going to set a market of like what's the max I mean, I guess I don't want to tell people what to do, but I'd imagine this will be the highest. We're already at $83. Again, it's a $260 budget. And yeah, it's going to be it's such an interesting strategy when you kind of have to go into the draft like, am I going for McDavid or am I just going to like try to get not the best player, but use my budget to fill a more even roster. It's already up $85. We're still going. I would love to know how to mute this like going once, going twice thing. I'm going to look into that at some point. But maybe let's go to Michael now, as McDavid is about to get sold for $86. Do you think McDavid is this season the obvious number one? I feel like we ask you this every year. Or is it like, him and McKinnon, you can go either way?
Yeah, I think for me personally, it's McKinnon. It's basically just a shot volume thing. Like shots are so important in this league. Like every 9 shots is an additional goal's worth of value. And one thing I keep talking about with my DFS co-host Josh Harris is McKinnon's like almost always an inefficient shooter, right? Like 9, 10, 11% shooting. Like one of these seasons, he's going to have a 14 or 15% shooting percentage. And it's going to be a season where he puts up like 65 goals and like 150 points with 4 shots per game. And it's going to be he's going to be far and away the best player. And like, obviously McDavid has that in him too. But when I look at settings like this where shots and goals are so valuable, I want the guys that will score the goals and take the shots. And for me, that's McKinnon. And what separates, we'll get to Austin Matthews in a little bit. I think there is an argument for Austin Matthews even going first overall. We'll talk about him when he comes up. But for me, it is McKinnon, I think, should be ahead of McDavid right now.
That's interesting. Like I feel like with McDavid, I always think of it just like he's got the upside to have 200 points. Like I just feel like there's going to be a season where McDavid just completely goes off. But yeah, depending on it, last year I think McKinnon had higher fantasy points per game, so it could definitely go either way. We'll see when McKinnon gets a bid on. Brian, now we've got our first goalie off the board. Connor Hellebuck went for $26. Do you expect that to be the most expensive goalie, or do you think that there'll be some competition there?
Yeah, I mean, Connor Hellebuck is a tier 1 goalie, and so I think it's reasonable for us to see him going for the high end of dollars. I mean, and we talk about this sort of auction draft dynamic every year where sometimes the tier gets more expensive as the resources from that tier become scarcer, right? So in a snake draft, you're like, no problem, I'll just get the last guy in the group. That makes sense, given my draft position. But in an auction, there might be several people angling for those last guys in a tier. So sometimes getting in early can help you save a couple bucks. Although at $26, that's the highest Hellebuck has gone for since 2021, since our 2021-22 auction draft. So did you go to Jeremy? He went to Short Shifts Jeremy for $26. McDavid, by the way, went for $86, also a high. And we've seen Zach Benson go for $4 too, which is an interesting play. Whoever put him out there so we're auctioning like 14 players are being drafted to every roster via auction, and then there's going to be a snake draft to fill out the rosters after the first 14. And I would have thought Benson would land at the end, like during the snake. I guess Buffalo has those early games. I don't know, $4 a budget.
A
yeah, that's I didn't catch who nominated him, like if it started at $4 or not.
Well, we do know that he did go to PJ, who is a pro and has been around for a long time in Tier 1 for a lot of it. So I think PJ knows what he's doing. And Zach Benson on that line with my guy, Jack Quinn. Brian, you and I both drafted Jack Quinn. So it'll be fun to see how he compares to a Benson when Quinn goes. But yeah, $4. It's that's the thing with these auction drafts, right? It always seems like at the end, you're like, wait, Benson, like I spent $4 on Benson. I could have gotten this guy for $2. So it'll be fun to like circle back in like 3-4 hours from now and see what guys are going for the same price as Zach Benson, who has a high upside, exciting prospect. Okay, there's been a lot of exciting picks here to talk about. Quinn Hughes, the first D off the board, went for $28. I brought that up before as a guy who I still think is like very high in fantasy, maybe not the highest, but I guess I can throw to Michael. Quinn Hughes just had a career year, right? 92 points in 82 games. Before that, he had 76 points. Before that, he had 68 points. Do you see Quinn Hughes as like still on an upwards trajectory, maybe approaching Makar levels of offense? Or do you think what we saw last year was like, probably don't expect that to repeat and maybe he's going to fall back to what he was doing the previous year?
I mean, the thing is like, even if he repeats last year, is he like a top 3 or 4 defenseman in this kind of format, right? He just doesn't bring peripherals. Like, he was under 200 shots. He was under 100 combined blocks and hits. Like, there's a reasonable chance Moritz Seider is a better per game fantasy point producer in this kind of format. And Seider might not hit 40 points. Like, those blocks and those hits matter so much, and the shots. Like, if Quinn Hughes, if we had any inkling he'd be like a 220, 230 shot guy, that kind of changes the equation. I'm kind of with you guys. Like, right now he's like he's a fringe top 10 for me defenseman.
We're gonna
in this
one-star review incoming for Mike.
Yeah, it's like, that's just the thing is like, Riosi, Dahlin, Bouchard. And I do a lot of my things on a per game basis. And I think one thing Hughes has going for him is he generally stays healthy. He's missed 10 games in the last 4 seasons. So like, if he plays 80 games overall, he might be better than somebody who might only play 60 or 65 games. But on a per game basis, like, I'd be pretty surprised if he finishes as a top 5 defenseman.
Yeah. Okay. So since we've been talking about Quinn Hughes, a lot of big names have gone. Okay. This draft is going fast. So like we said, McDavid went for 86. I'll tell you. And then we said Pastrnak went for 62. Then we have Jack Hughes for 63 and Kaprizov for 59. And Draisaitl's actually up for bid now. We're at 63. Mike, do you see any particular, like, especially value guys there from that group? Like, are any like amazing discounts, like comparing again? So McDavid 86, Jack Hughes 63. I'll go in order for the prices. McDavid 86, Hughes 63, Pastrnak 62, Kaprizov 59, Draisaitl is still at 66 and going and climbing. As someone who drafted Draisaitl, I'm very happy to see him going higher than Kaprizov and Jack Hughes and Pastrnak. I hope that this comes true for the season.
Yeah, I'm a big Jack Hughes guy this year. Now that, hopefully his shoulder's finally healthy. I know he missed the game, missed some practice. They said it was just a Charlie horse. Hopefully that's all it is. But, I have Connor McDavid somewhere between 15 and 20% more valuable on a per game basis than Jack Hughes. But, if you can get Jack Hughes for 25% off or something like that, it feels like a good trade-off to make. And if you're looking for a player that can crack that top 3, that can crack the McKinnon, Matthews, McDavid top 3, and, be what Leon Draisaitl had typically been in fantasy drafts basically up until this year, which was like a top 5 pick. I think Jack Hughes is the name, and I really like that buy for $63. So I think that's one that has a lot of upside.
That's interesting. If I can just jump in, because Jack Hughes has generally been going like 3 or 4 spots after Pastrnak, right? And Pastrnak went for 56. So just in terms of like relative cost and like ADP in the Cupful, like there's a dissonance there between their values. But I suppose it also has something. It could also have something to do with the order, like the nomination order. Like there's other variables and factors here. But I'm also with Mike that I think Hughes could be like, we know, like it feels like the upside for Jack Hughes is still unknown. Like we don't know how crazy he can get. And for Pastrnak, like he can get really good, but it feels like we know where his upper limit is. And so Jack Hughes feels like there's a little more excitement around him because we don't know what his upper limit is, even if it's still like the consensus in our couple drafts was to take Pasternak first.
I'll just throw it out there. John, if you're listening, our producer, if people in the chat are wanting to see the bids again. So if you can switch that up a little bit. But yeah, very excited. Another big name just went, by the way, Nathan MacKinnon, 87 compared to McDavid, 86. So I guess our drafters were listening to Michael. Jeremy, Short Shifts host, has now Jack Hughes and MacKinnon. So definitely a big studs and duds plan for Jeremy. It'll be fun. Oh, and Hellebuck. So Jeremy might be done soon. He might be able to just go back to whatever he's doing for today, because he's going to be out of money pretty soon, down to only $74. $84 left of the $260 budget. Not too bad day at the office, though, going and spending Hughes, MacKinnon, and Hellebuck right off the bat. So it'll be fun to talk to Jeremy at some point. But yeah, MacKinnon as the highest bid. I'll just throw it out there that Jack Hughes makes me a little nervous with the injuries. I guess that's the reason why he's going for a discount. If he ever plays a full 82-game season, the value's huge. It's just like we haven't seen him do that yet. Kaprizov at 59. If you look at the end of last season, like just looking at the splits, Kaprizov went off. And so obviously you probably need to look at the full season. Who knows which is the version of him that will come back for, the full season this time around. But we were talking like 19 points in 13 games in March and 14 points in 9 games in April. Like he was winning people leagues. Brian, he helped you win the consolation playoffs, I know, in your division. So that might end up being a really good value too for Nate. Oh, Nate from Apples and Genos, who also is the person who took Quinn Hughes. But let's take a look now at what's going on. We've got Shesterkin off the board for $30, and now Demko is currently up for bid, and Demko's up to $9. Demko's a very tricky guy. Like, Michael, how are you even strategizing around a Thatcher Demko, who we've seen when he plays and he's healthy, he could be really high end, like a top tier fantasy goalie or near that. But all these injury concerns, now the Canucks just signed Lankinen. Would you be bidding? And we're now up to $11 and it's keeping on going. How would you feel about bidding on oh, he just went. So yeah, so Thatcher Demko for $11 to me, it's a little rich, but I don't know. I'm a nervous, cautious person, I guess.
Yeah, I think $11 sounds about right, because if you want to put him in a tier just below like the Hellebuck and Shesterkins of the world, and he was healthy for a full season, maybe Demko goes for $22, $23, $24. So like if you get him for half that season, then paying $11, I think that's fair. It's not a bid I would make and then just sit back and then go grab a bunch of late round starters, right? Like I think that's probably a goalie that you have to pair with another high-end goalie just to kind of carry you through, because it is a huge risk. I'm still hopeful for Demko. I mean, he did the same thing a couple of years ago where he was injured, came back in January, I think it was. Like, he had a tough start to the year, missed like 6 weeks, came back. I think it was after Bruce Boudreau got fired even. And then he was great for 2 months. I think he can do kind of the same thing maybe for like 4 months this year. So I think $11, considering where he'd go if he was healthy, feels about right. I'm
gonna say that I don't know if we've mentioned, but Demko is defending back-to-back, only ever repeating Cupful champ and back-to-back defending champ Ryan's first pick of the draft. So I think, and Mike, I'm very much with you that I think $11 is like, and also you get a roster spot to play with early on in the season, which is not a terrible thing, right? To reserve that roster spot for an early move and have a little more flexibility. Sure, maybe you'd want to have someone locked in who is going to help you all season. And Demko, even when he is back, we're waiting to see, right, how well he can play, if there's going to be an adjustment period. But I think $11 is, $10 more than just $10 more than the minimum bid. And I think that's a reasonable price to pay to just sort of hold on to Demko and see what transpires. And man, if he can perform, even like when he returns, even as like a tier 4 or 5 goalie for that price, I think you're in good shape. So there is some latitude there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just get nervous also about like how good will he be, like if he's like also dealing with an injury. But I guess time will tell. While we were talking about Demko, Austin Matthews, the third big top 3 guy, is now off the board. And looks to me like potentially a discount, $81. And a reminder that MacKinnon was 87 and McDavid was 86. Matthews, 69 goals last season. If he could come close to that, that's huge value. Michael, do you think that this is like it makes sense that he's like a decent number of dollars lower than the top 2, or do you think like you would have been happy? Because I remember when we were coming up with the draft orders, I just really wanted top 3. I would have been totally stoked to get Matthews.
Yeah, I think it makes sense that he's a little bit cheaper. In the drafts that I've done, that's kind of been what's been going on is like McDavid or McKinnon. Typically, one of them goes 1 or 2, and then Matthews goes 3. So, a little bit of a savings there, I think, makes sense. I did a best ball, best puck draft and show about 10 days ago. And Matt Moody from the Morning Skate Pod was on, and he was talking about how he had McKinnon or Matthews first this year. He thinks that with Marner healthy, being able to play full season, that it's going to make a big difference, and that, and I think Matthew Nyes is going to take a step forward this year. And we know how much they had to rotate the left wingers last year because Tyler Bertuzzi really didn't work out on the Matthews line. So if Nyes takes a step forward, it can be a consistent player. If Marner has that bounce back season, has 30 goals, 110 points or whatever, Matthews can be the number 1 player in fantasy this year.
I mean, it's definitely possible. I think it was just a couple seasons ago that he was the highest fantasy points per game in our format. He's done it before. So I think from that top 3 can go either way. I understand why Matthews goes 3rd, but could end up being huge value. We've got our top defenseman off the board. I'd imagine based on our couple ADPs, Cale Makar went for $57. So that's setting a bit of a benchmark there. A reminder that Quinn Hughes went for 28. So it was you had to pay double the price.
Half the price.
Yeah, but you get the highest end defenseman. Do you think we're in a situation, Michael? Brian and I ended up having Cale Makar alone in our charcuterie D where we were tiering defensemen. We were considering having Roman Josi in the same tier, and I think I might have made the argument that Brian agreed to, that we should just have Makar alone as the clear top D. Do you feel the same way, or do you think there's other defensemen that you would put as similar to a Matthews and McKinnon situation?
Yeah, I would have
McDavid McKinnon.
I would have Makar in his own tier, but it's not a massive gap. He'd be about by my numbers, and take that with a giant grain of salt, 5 to 6% more valuable on a per game basis than any other defenseman. So he would be in his own tier in that sense. But you could also you could easily see Rasmus Dahlin overtaking him. Cale Makar. We talked about Jack Hughes a little bit earlier, and some of the health struggles that he's had at times. Cale Makar is just 1 season removed from missing over a quarter of the season, right? So hopefully you can get the 75 plus games out of him, but if it's 60, then it's a big difference. But yeah, I think Cale Makar is in his own tier, but it's not a massive gap. It's not 2 years ago when Connor McDavid was 10% above everybody else or whatever. I think it's a little bit closer than that, but I would have Makar first easily, yes.
All right, so we'll see now how the other guys compare to the $57 Makar. Brian, we've got some goalies off the board now. We said already Hellebuck and Shesterkin and Demko. Now you see Saros went for 31. What do you think about this idea? I kind of have an idea this year, and we talked about it on Schmore Goalies board, about how there's not that many sure starting goalies this season compared to maybe other years, especially now that Sorokin and Demko are concerning. Swayman isn't signed. That number of sure thing goalies just keeps going down. Saros for 31, Hellebuck for 26, and Shesterkin for 30. Do you think of these as great discounts compared to how much the high-end skaters are going, or is this kind of what you would have expected?
I think this is about what I expected. In KKUPFL snake drafts, goalies are being faded pretty hard. And, I think it was maybe the 5th round that I could have drafted Igor Shesterkin if he had fallen one more spot and I was considering it. So, I think this speaks to just the general overall lower investment in goalies that people are willing to make. But also, $30 for Shesterkin is not that low an investment, and 31 for Saros also not that low an investment. And I feel maybe we're seeing that Hellebuck in the same tier for us went a little less. So that might be the bargain goalie of the draft. Yeah. So these guys are rare, right? It's rarefied air for where these goalies are at. And I'm more curious to see what happens to the rest of the pack, because there's just so much unknown, and there's we've noticed a reluctance to invest in our KKUPFL snakes. So we'll see if tier 1 demonstrates that same reluctance. I wouldn't mind tossing some dollars at a big name high tier goalie. I don't know though. Like even in my own draft, I was hesitant when it came to drafting Saros. Just you're an injury away from being out, which is true for any player. I don't know. It just feels more catastrophic when it's a goalie.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Like it definitely like a goalie could just have a bad week. Like it's more, I guess, likely to happen. I think the way I think of it is like in a playoff week, a must-win week, your goalie might have a couple bad games. Even Shesterkin has bad games. I feel like McDavid and McKinnon aren't gonna like go quiet. Like they'll at least like take like 8 shots. Like obviously there's exceptions, but I think like those skaters end up being more reliable when you really need them. But yeah, let's take a look at what's been going on. Some more big names still. Mikko Rantanen went for $65. So just to place him, Jack Hughes was 63, right? Kaprizov was 59. Draisaitl was 66. So Rantanen right in there. I really need to get over this. Like I still always think of Rantanen as like I wouldn't want to use like my top pick on a Rantanen just because like how good is he like without McKinnon? But like that's an old fashioned take at this point. Like I'm curious, Michael. Like let's say McKinnon was announced to be out for the season. Like what do you think Rantanen would do? Would he still be like a 100+ point player?
I don't know if he'd be 100+, but I would still peg him at like 40 goals, 90 points. The big reason why is just ice time, right? Those guys play so much every single night that there's just such a high floor, especially when you have the defenseman behind them that can move the puck, like Makar, like Taves, even like Josh Manson's good at it. When you have the defenseman that can move the puck and you still have wingers that you can play with, then yes, I would still, kind of peg him as like a 40-ish goal, 90-ish point player, just because he'll play 23 minutes a game. It'll be interesting to see what the lines look like if and when everybody is healthy, but those are just a bunch of question marks. But yeah, I have Rantanen like he's in that upper tier of wingers alongside like the Forsbergs and Tkachuks and all that. So it'll be interesting to see how it breaks out this year, because I think you can make a case for putting like 7 wingers basically in the top tier that are all pretty similar together. Now I have my personal preferences, but I think they're all kind of similar.
Yeah, I mean, and that's bared out in these auction drafts, right? Like Draisaitl, Rantanen, Jack Hughes, Kaprizov, all kind of Pasternak, all kind of similar. Kucherov just went for 71, right in between the big three, and then Pasternak at 62. So yeah, or Rantanen at 65. So I guess Kucherov and Brian, you're obviously happy you have him in your couple team. So glad to see that Ian agrees with you that Kucherov is worth a big investment. Another guy who's gone big, by the way, Ian's got Kucherov and Cale Makar. Not a bad start to a team. I always think of it from a snake draft perspective. You just got 2 first-round picks. That means you're going to end up probably with like 2 firsts, and then like no second or third to account for that. But it could end up working out really well for you. Next, okay, there's a lot of interesting guys. I want to throw quickly to Michael to get your take on a guy that Brian and I have been talking about quite a bit, and Jason Robertson, who just went for $42, which is like less than this like super high end tier we've talked about, but still like a decent chunk of change here. Chris Kreider, for example, went for 25, so almost like half as much as Jason Robertson. Robertson, obviously, last year just wasn't like 2 seasons ago. Jason Robertson was like insane, like almost 4 shots per game, had 109 points. Last year, he fell to less than point per game. I'm curious to get a take from you, because Brian and I have talked about it to death, and at the end of the day, I feel like I'm still not like fully sure what to expect from Jason Robertson this year. Which was the more realistic representation of what to expect from this guy?
I think 110 points might be a little bit high. The reason being is, unlike Mikko Rantanen, Jason Robertson just doesn't play a lot, right? Like that's just the way Dallas runs their team. Is Jason Robertson played 18-19 per game last year, right? Like that's not a lot for your top line number one winger. When you have Rantanen over 22 minutes, Kaprizov over 21 minutes, like you have to be hyper efficient to put up a 110 point season when you're only playing 18 to 18 and a half minutes a game. One reason why I would have a lot of hope for this year, one, I'm not worried about that foot thing. I know they said he had a foot surgery to remove a cyst or whatever. It wasn't a structural problem, right? It's not like they're repairing tendons. It's not like he broke his foot or something like that. They're just removing a cyst. They basically just got to wait for the wound to heal. So like, I'm not worried about that. The other thing is Wyatt Johnston joining the line. If that's what they decide to do, is go Robertson, Hintz, and Johnston for most of the season, I think the improvement from 2024-25 Johnston compared to 23-24 Joe Pavelski is massive. And I think that's the thing that could get Robertson close to 100 points again. is maybe they give him a bit more ice time, because they do give, Wyatt Johnston, they gave him close to 19 minutes towards the end of the season last year. If they're close to 19 minutes, Johnston makes a big impact in their goal scoring on a per minute basis. I think Robertson can get back close to the 100-point mark. I just think 110 is asking a lot unless we see him get to like 19 and a half, 20 minutes a game.
Yeah, I hear you. It'll be interesting to see definitely this season. I think we'll learn a lot about Jason Robertson this year, especially now that now Wyatt Johnston is established. We'll see how everyone kind of fits together, because this is going to be the core now for a while, you would think. Brian, Matthew Tkachuk just went for 65. Again, right with that crew, but higher than Kaprizov, who went for 59, higher than Pasternak. I think that Matthew Tkachuk in our snake drafts was generally going a little bit later than these guys. Do you think this is just an effect of the auction draft, and just he was maybe one of the last top first round picks out there, so people just want RC Rollers is the one who ended up with Matthew Tkachuk? That's his first pick. I wonder if, and I guess we can ask him, but I'd imagine that, I know it's happened to me before in the auction, that's why I find it sometimes really frustrating, is yeah, I would have rather had Kaprizov for 59, but at this point I didn't have that option anymore.
Yeah, I think you're right. My read on this is that it's definitely an effect of the snake, and guys sort of falling
of
away. Of the auction, with first round players starting to disappear. And I think that's why Kucherov went for 71, right? Versus the other guys you mentioned, and Kaprizov at 59. Sometimes you have to wait a little to figure out who was great value. And Kaprizov at 59 feels amazing, right? I think I mentioned this on the show last week, where in my allied chat for our snake at 4th overall, there were arguments being made for Kaprizov, and they were good arguments, right? He was on fire towards the end. We already talked about how, maybe he was working through an issue, and then he was fine on the back end of the season, and that's when he was able to really start tearing it up. And if he continues at that clip, then he might be worth that 4th overall pick. So at 59 auction dollars compared to 71 for Kucherov, or whatever you said it was for 65 for Tkachuk, I think that's great. It might not seem like a big difference now, but it will when you just have a couple bucks, deciding who's going to be able to get who towards the end of the draft. So Tkachuk, but all that said, I think Tkachuk at 65 is still within the realm of reasonable, but I think there's probably a slight end of top first round talent tax that's tacked on to that price.
Yeah, it's wild that Matthew Tkachuk last year had 88 points, and it was really disappointing. But of course, he was not as exciting at the start of the season, and really turned it on in the second half. Yeah,
I was also going to say, remember, I just talked about how Kaprizov turned it on towards the end of the season. Matthew Tkachuk turned it on too towards the end of the season. He was really, really slow to start. I'm just checking out his splits in a couple points per game. He was rough until January. And in January, this is crazy. Tkachuk averaged 9.5 couple points per game over 13 games in January, which is wild, because top end is 7.5 points. So he was doing consistently above that for a whole month. And then he kept up high in production more or less the rest of the season. So he could be like Kaprizov, where he comes in and he is off and running right from the start, and you get amazing production from him throughout, and whatever value you might have saved on him because he had a rough quarter or half a season is gone, assuming that doesn't assuming that was enough of an aberration that it's just not going to happen again.
Yeah, so I want to now talk about Artemi Panarin, who just went for 47, which is a significant drop from that high-end group, but still a guy that was getting taken at the end of the first round in the majority of our snake drafts. Panarin is one of these guys who's been awesome forever, of course, but last year took that huge step forward, 120 points, 49 goals. This guy's never even scored 40 before, and then this season he dropped 49. His highest before was 32 goals. So, Michael, obviously Panarin went at a discount. If he was guaranteed to do the exact same as he did last year again, he would be right up there with Matthew Tkachuk and Kaprizov. But I'd imagine that our tier 1 drafters obviously didn't believe in him that much. Prestige Worldwide ended up getting him, like I said, for 47 to join his Chris Kreider. Oh, he's got the stack on the Rangers there, even though they're on separate lines. What's your thoughts on Panarin at this point, Michael, in terms of, is he going to be able to, is there anything different about him to make you think that what he did last season is actually potentially for real?
Not really. I think a big part of it, twofold. One, his highest ice time with the Rangers, I believe, was last season, or I'm just looking now, second highest compared to his first year with New York. So ice time matters. Alexis Lafreniere taking the step forward also mattered a lot. Them being able to have a guy playing as a top line winger opposite Panarin makes a big, big difference. I do, he is in the tier down from the elite guys. So I think the price paid for him is fair. I would be reticent about expecting that season again. Like when you have career high shot rates, career high shooting percentage, and all that at the age of 32, like it's just worrisome that he's going to be able to repeat that. Like I still have him as a 100-point player. I just think getting back to 120 points is kind of a tall task. Maybe they give him some extra ice time in case that Zibanejad line doesn't really come together, and that kind of helps balance it out. But I think what the price paid for him is fair, considering I don't think he's going to repeat what he did last year.
Right. So it ends up being like not an overpay, not a steal.
It just seems like a fair price to pay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so on two opposite ends of the spectrum, we have Roman Josi went for $48, which is the second highest defenseman, obviously after Makar, who went for $57. So this is people agreeing with our tiers, and Quinn Hughes went for $28. So once again, it seems like the tier one, the smartest hockey players in the world, kind of agree with our defense tiering, just saying. But then Jake Wallman just went for $8. Who? The guy who Detroit had to give a second round pick in order to get a team to take him. I guess obviously Sam Squatch is thinking that Jake Wallman is going to be the top power play quarterback on San Jose. We've gotten a lot of training camp lines, but I don't think we've gotten like a sure answer on if that's the case. Brian, what are you thinking about this Wallman? Here, there was a power play on September 24th, so 4 days ago, that had Wallman with Smith, Toffoli, Wenberg, and Zetterlund. So like Wenberg doesn't necessarily fit in there, so it's hard to know like who was there yet. We'll probably find out in a few days. But yeah, like there's, I guess, upside here. But even if Wallman is the top power play defenseman on San Jose, like would that, like I'm just curious to get your thoughts on this one.
Yeah. So what does it mean to be on the top power play in San Jose is one of the questions, right? And so just going back, there was a brief moment in time where Jake Wallman was playing on the top power play in Detroit, and it seemed to be going like all right. Although if I remember right, most of his points were actually coming at even strength in a way that wasn't sustainable, but the peripherals were there, and they continued to be there for a little while longer before he petered out, and that was kind of the end of his fantasy relevance until now. I don't think $8. Like we'll have to see where other D of his ilk go, but I've seen a lot of people having him sort of in that Darnell Nurse, Brady Shea kind of territory, where like a Jacob Trouba, where it's someone who we feel like, look at the San Jose decor, right? You've got I'm just reading off their Group A lines from camp today. They have Wallman, Ceci, Mario Ferraro, Jan Ruta, and 4 other guys whose first names I don't know. So like Wallman's going to get big minutes. I think that's the assumption. And in those minutes, he's probably going to have to block a lot of shots. He's probably going to have to throw his body. Yeah, the Sharks might not have the puck a whole lot. And then if he does happen to get on a top power play unit with, say, Celebrini, Toffoli, Zetterlund, I don't know, throw in one more guy. Depends on like Eklund, Will Smith. Granlund. I don't know. Yeah,
Granlund. He's the one I drafted.
Yeah, so we'll see who ends up on the top unit. It's not a terrible place to be. So Wallman with big opportunities for peripherals at 5-on-5, and if he does get to QB the top unit, that would be interesting. And $8 seems like a reasonable shot to take. Although I'm also going to grant that it could just be $8 burned. But that's it, right? You're taking a shot on someone. Mike, what do you think?
Yeah, I really do like the buying of Wallman for $8. I think there's a case to be made. He's a top 30 defenseman in this kind of format.
Oh, nice.
Like Brian said, there's going to be an ice time rise. He's not going to be a 19.5-minute defenseman. He's going to probably be like a 22-minute guy. And he's already at or well over 2 blocks per game, right? And blocks are worth just as much shots in this format. And he's a guy that if he gets up to 21 minutes, he's probably going to be 2 shots per game as well. Over the last 3 years playing, I think it's like averaging 18 minutes a game over the last 3 seasons. He's put up double-digit goals every 82 games. So even if he's not on the power play, 10 goals, 10 assists, 160 shots, 175 blocks. Like, that's still pretty valuable in this kind of format. And then if he is on the power play, it just goes up from there. Like I said, I think there's a case to be made for Wallman to be a top 30 defenseman in this kind of format. And I think what's notable about the power play lines they've been running in training camp is Henry Thrun's never taken a spin on the top unit. They've had a couple different guys on the top power play in practice. It's never been Henry Thrun. So if it's not going to be Henry Thrun, who else is it going to be besides Jake Wallman? And as long as he's given the opportunity, I'll take the chance on that opportunity. If he loses it, he still puts up a ton of peripherals and could score goals. So
right,
I like
the floor.
On I'll just toss in there, as of, we have a PP1 line tweet from Curtis Pichelka over at GameDayTweets.com, and I think it's Luca Cagnoni was working the top power play unit, although I don't know that Wallman was at that practice, so I'm not sure.
Cagnoni will make the team even. So yeah, it's still some question marks. It would be easier to do this draft in a week, but here we are. The season already starts in a few days because of those European games on a Friday, Saturday. All right, so let's keep the D talk going. Luke Hughes went for $3 to Sideshow Perry, who also has Adam Fox and Roman Josi. So he started the draft with 3 defensemen and now just landed Brady Tkachuk at 58. I like Brady Tkachuk. I love the shot. You know me. I'm like a sucker for a guy who takes a lot of shots. But maybe at first I wanted to get, Michael, your take on Luke Hughes here, who last season took over the top power play. Still wasn't incredible in our format just because of a lack of peripherals and shots. So he was a rookie. I would have expected the shots to maybe go up. But now he's injured for a while. Do you think this is the kind of thing where now Dougie Hamilton will be like reasserting himself as the top power play guy and hold it rest a year? Or like, how would you be considering how, and Hamilton hasn't gone yet. Sorry for the table talk, people. I'm trying to keep that to a minimum. But yeah, Luke Hughes versus Hamilton. How do you think that shakes out? And like, do you think that's a really smart bid for $3 for Luke Hughes? Or do you think it's like, if he's off top power play, he was barely worthwhile even on top power play last year?
I mean, for $3, I think that's a risk worth taking, right? Because he could be back sometime in October. Maybe he only misses 2 to 4 weeks at the most, and he's back on the top power play unit. Like, they really did try to make that work with him on the top power play last year. Notable that it's a new coach though, right? It's not the same guys that were running the bench last year, so maybe they have a different view of Luke Hughes. For me, the news, his injury news, I think in my eyes helped Dougie Hamilton more than it hurt Luke Hughes. Just because, as you mentioned with the peripherals, Luke Hughes was never a guy that really popped big for me. It was mostly just point production. It was like East Coast 3 years ago, Quinn Hughes type of deal. So I think it was more important for Dougie than it was for Luke. But for $3, I think that's really a risk we're taking because, if he has that job back by the middle of November, that's going to pay off handsomely.
Yeah, and speaking of these defensemen that we're just taking shots on, we talked about Wallman, now Luke Hughes. Adam Boqvist from the Panthers just went for $5. I got him in round 17, so I'm pretty stoked. I hope that Nimmer knows what he's talking about here, throwing 5 on Boqvist. That's Nimmer's first pick, by the way, of the draft, throwing 5 on Boqvist. We've been seeing the power plays in Florida, and Boqvist has been right up there with the big guns. And so if he holds it, like we saw what happened with Montour a couple years ago, he was kind of a nobody, and next thing you knew, he was a 70-point guy. Is that what you think is going to happen, Michael? Or do you think that's like wishful thinking to think Boqvist can approach what Montour did a couple years back?
Listen, I've been touting Adam Boqvist since he got signed, in Florida as the power play one guy. And even like 70 points, I think that's a bit much just because I think he's going to be stuck on the third pair. You're going to have Forsling and Ekblad. You're going to have Mikla and Kulikov likely as the second pair. And then Boqvist down on the third pair. Like, that's just kind of the problem is like, even if he gets 3.5 minutes a game of power play time, 3 to 3.5 minutes, you might only get like 14 minutes a game, 13 minutes a game of even strength time. I think that's what's kind of going to limit him. But for $5 for the Florida Panthers top power play guy, and his peripherals are fine. Like, if he only plays like 18 minutes, he can still put up like 1.5 shots and a block per game. So like, not terrible. And honestly, it's kind of funny. Still better than Quinn Hughes, even though Hughes would play 6 more minutes a game. But for $5, like, I would absolutely pay that for the Florida top power play defenseman. It's just, I don't think it's a question of whether it'll work. I think it's a question that's plagued Boqvist's entire NHL career is, can he stay healthy?
Yeah,
right.
There's
and,
that.
Actually, I'm going to tag on. Like, the questions I think for Boqvist is, can he stay healthy and can he do anything? Like it has
Right.
also been the question. Like, because he has
Can he hold
had
the
like
job?
in Chicago, he had like a brief window to take the job. He couldn't. In Columbus, he had a brief window to take the job. He couldn't. So now he's in Florida, and he might have a brief window to take the job. Part of me wonders if, like, yeah, it's kind of obvious, like that's what he's there for. But at the same time, I want, like, he could be like the Ekman Larson, right? This year, like Ekman Larson, got some time there, and Ekblad and Montour were injured though, so it was different. Yeah, I just don't know. I think it's interesting that this year, and by the way, I just want to preface all this by saying I like the chance. I like the chance taken Elon the 17th round in your draft or $5 in the auction. There's a lot of guys this year, like Mike, you mentioned, like third pair top power play. I feel like there's a handful of guys who have that profile this year. Like Shane Gostisbehere might be another. Maybe one of the guys in Philly or Anaheim will have a similar situation. I'm also thinking now of like Brant Clark. Maybe like Jim Hiller keeps saying, "Oh, he's gonna have to work for it." I don't know if this is like a ruse or something just to motivate him.
We saw King's power play lines, and Brent Clark was top power play with out. So.
Yeah, but he's good. But he's gonna have to earn his 5-on-5 minutes though. That's the whole. He's at 16 minutes. Let's see if he can handle 18. Like there's all this. So I even I don't know what pairing Lane Hudson is on if he ever if he gets the chance to take top power play. So I feel like there's a lot of guys in this, more guys in this third pair top power play situation than we've generally seen. And I think it'll be interesting to watch the first quarter of the season and see, are they offering value even as late swings in the draft? Or is it just not enough to like subsist for fantasy relevance in our scoring format? Let me be very clear, in the Cupful scoring format.
Yeah. All right, so let's get back up to speed here with this draft. Mitch Marner just went for $52. Marner is interesting because last year he had a couple points per game, and he goes for 52. Panarin, by comparison, had 7.3. But obviously, we're saying that Panarin will go down. Marner, obviously, in Toronto, a lot of people wanting him to get traded because he wasn't there in the playoffs or whatever. But regular season, he's still solid. Now in a contract year, Michael, are you one of these people that expects like contract year? This is where Marner's going to take the next step. Like, do you think this is a potential breakout year, or just like probably more of the same, which is really good, but not like that high end level, compared to like the Matthew Tkachuks and whatever Kaprizov, like that level?
Yeah, I think he definitely has the ability to finish as like a top 4 or 5 scoring winger on a fantasy point per game basis. And when we talked about Austin Matthews earlier, I said one of the reasons why you can be very optimistic about Matthews is that Marner's finally healthy. Like, I'm not convinced that that Marner was healthy basically at any point past October last year. I think that Marner has a big bounce back season. If you want to say it's because of a contract year, like, I'm like, go ahead. That doesn't bother me. I think he's just going to bounce back because he's finally healthy, and he's going to be on what I think is going to be arguably one of the best lines in the league alongside Matthews and Matthew Nyes. And like a guy that plays 21 minutes a game, even if he doesn't put up huge shot volume, like he still blocks some shots. He'll lay a few hits. If he can get to 30 goals, like he can definitely push that 70 assist mark. Like, I think this is lining up to be a career year for Marner. And I really like him as kind of that higher end of that second tier of wingers below the, that Kaprizov plus Tkachuks plus Pasternak, Kucherov and all that.
I really I'm with you, Mike. Like, Marner, I think, is a great grab at 52. I think the value could be up there with Kaprizov at 59. And this gives me the opportunity to just draw attention to one interesting thing, which is last year. I don't know, Mike and Elon, if you agree with me here, but last year right wing seemed like the challenging roster spot to fill. And this year, I don't know how it happened, but this year left wing seems like the challenging roster spot to fill. So like, I look at Marner, I'm like, oh yeah, he's right wing also. That's amazing. And I don't know. It seems like every year, like it flips back and forth, and I don't know if that's a problem with perception, because is that even possible? I don't even know why I'm really talking about this, but just something I thought does this make sense? Is left wing, is anyone else finding that left wing is scarcer than right wing? And if you want to stock up on one first.
I found, I guess, because I started with like Draisaitl and Gensel to start my draft, and I felt like to me I was like chasing right wing the whole time. So it might just be like your experience of who you ended up with at the start. But okay, we've got a lot of exciting bids going on. So many players to choose from. I feel like I'm at a buffet here, and like I want to eat everything, but I can't, so I have to choose. I guess we got to talk Slavkovsky, right? And like I'll just throw out really quickly, like okay, let's do Tage Thompson and Slavkovsky. Okay, Nolan got Tage, and I believe that might have been Nolan's first player. Yeah, so Nolan finally gets someone $46 for Tage Thompson, who 2 seasons ago would have gone for like a lot more. I don't know if Brian, if you have that data still. I know it's not perfectly comparable, but I'd imagine Tage was going for like closer to a first round guy. Do we think that, and Nolan, by the way, came really close to winning the cupful last season. Like it was like down
painfully
to like the last
close.
minute. Yeah,
it was like a shot. I don't remember, but it was, we watched Sunday as the lead that he had all week, commanding lead, just slowly slipped away. It was painful. Last year Tage went for $46, by the way.
Well, another thing that was painful last year was having Tage Thompson, but Nolan has decided to give it a shot. Are we willing, Michael, to just be like, hey, he was hurt, like just like disregard, like this season he's going to be back to the Tage from a couple years ago? I guess it's kind of similar to my question with Jason Robertson, like which is the real version of Tage Thompson here?
Yeah, I think we're going to get closer to 2 years ago. I wrote about this a lot at Dobber Hockey during the season, during the 23-24 season, and during the off season. Is Don Granato had them playing a lot slower pace, more focused on the defensive side of the puck last season. And I think that's basically why you saw just about everybody's numbers down. Like, I honestly think if Don Granato doesn't change up his coaching strategy, like maybe he's there, maybe he's not. Like Jeff Skinner's probably still there. I think it just really hurt everybody. And Lindy Ruff coming in is going to get them to play at faster pace. And if you have those guys playing at faster pace, and you have the top wingers look great. Like, we talked about Zach Benson earlier. I really like Zach Benson. I think he's probably the steal of his draft year. Jack Quinn, JJ Peterka, Alex Huck. Like, there's a lot of guys to play with, and I think when you're playing, you're gonna see them playing more up tempo. He's gonna have a natural bounce back to a little bit of a positive regression anyway. I think there are a lot of reasons to think Tage Thompson finishes a top 10 center this year in fantasy points per game.
I mean, that's huge.
That
could be huge value for Nolan.
I agree. Like, it could be a big bounce back. And, like, it feels a bit risky, especially, like, I find it very interesting that Thompson went for the same amount this year and last. So, like, because in Snakes, he slipped, but in auction, he's holding value. I'm not sure if we thought it was a deal at the time last year, though. So, we'll have to go back and check the tape on that. It's really interesting, Elon. Like, we're starting to see the picture take shape for like several teams. So like, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna, like, PJ has 3 forwards. He's one of there's 3 non-center forwards. I should have just said 3 wingers. PJ has the most wingers of anyone. He's got Benson at $4, Slavkovsky at 23, and Sam Reinhart at 39. So he's got his winger core getting real set there. We've got Sideshow Perry has his D core set with Adam Fox for 32, Roman Josi for 48, and Luke Hughes for $3, which I think it's a nice shot to take. Again, he could be somebody who's on a top power play but isn't able to be like consistently relevant with it. So like maybe a good stream like once every so often. And then he's got Brady Tkachuk at center or left wing. I assume center will be the preference. And Vasilevsky, no, that's good. Those are so a couple different team building strategies there. I don't know, Mike. Do you or I'll throw it to anyone. Mike, I want to throw it to you. I don't know if you feel ready to. You always seem ready to answer any question. What do you think about going? Building D first versus winger first? Doesn't matter. It's an auction.
Yeah, I don't have any set preference. I think you have to kind of just go with what the draft gives you, right? Like, if you miss out on the big centers, maybe you do want to focus on wing and defenseman. If the top defensemen are being priced out of your range that you have for them, maybe you go and focus on the forwards instead. Then I think, these are obviously all very, very accomplished and very smart auction drafters. So they know what they're doing. But I think what you're probably seeing is people adjusting to the draft as it happens, and not necessarily saying, I have to build my team this way, I have to get these guys like that. It's fine to go into a draft with a strategy of, I want to build from the net and from the wings, and then I'll fill in my center and defenseman with some value or something like that. And if you can do that, great. But if it doesn't happen, then you have to be able to adapt. And so I'm not somebody that's like, if I have 6 overall in a snake draft, I'll be like, oh, I got to take this guy. Like, I've done a bunch of drafts this year. I've taken David Pastrnak 4th overall. I've also taken Leon Draisaitl 4th overall. Like every draft is different for me. And I think just being able to adapt and have a plan, but then have a second plan and a third plan and a fourth plan, because that's usually what's necessary when you're going up against so many great drafters like this.
Yeah, I feel like Ryan kind of said it best. He was on our recent KK Leagues Report episode. He was like, he's trying to draft for value. I think you're just trying to, you don't go in with a set plan exactly. It's like, as you see the value available. That's how I tried to do it. I fell out of tier 1. I did win one time. So we'll see how this plays out. Speaking of Ryan, he's got now Elias Pettersson and Evan Bouchard. So he's starting to fill up. At first, he just had Thatcher Demko for a little while. Evan Bouchard went for $44. So below Makar again, who went for $57. Roman Josi went for $48. So yeah, we had sort of like Josi, Makar as the top 2. And then we had Bouchard and someone else who hasn't been taken yet. So it'll be fun to see how those guys compare. I guess everyone's listened to Charcuterie D. So Bouchard and Dahlin is who we had in the same tier. The player I want to ask you about, Mike, is actually Jack Eichel, who just went somewhat recently for $46. So that's right around like a Panarin, like right around, I'm trying to see some people went, Reinhardt went for $39. So Jack Eichel is someone who just on short shifts, and by the way, great job, Lewis and Shams, for the short shifts episode a couple days ago. They were sharing some concern about Eichel, not only the typical Eichel concerns, which are injury, but also like his line mates this year. Like it's been Eichel with Barbashev and Victor Olofsson, which is obviously, there's no Mark Stone, there's no Marchessault playing with him. Like, would you be worried about drafting Eichel just due to the fact that he may be playing with these kind of like subpar line mates?
In general, yes. I mean, that plus the injuries factor in. But the thing is like you're getting the discount, right? As you mentioned, he didn't go for as much as, like, I have Eichel in that second tier of centers below the McKinnon, McDavid, Matthews tier. Like on a fantasy point per game basis, that's where I have him. The question is, do you get enough games out of him, and do the line mates affect him more than we think it will? I still think like he puts up such immense shot volume that there's such a high floor with him on a week-to-week basis that I'm still all like really all in on Eichel. Is Victor Olofsson still going to be on the top line on November 1st? Like, I really don't think so. I think you'll see some things move around. I'm not super concerned about his line mates. For me, it's more the health thing, but you're seeing the discounts, especially in snake drafts. Like, he's going 2 to 3 rounds later than where I have him priced or valued. So I think that all the concerns are being factored in. And so I think he's basically going at a fair ADP/price. I have a couple teams with Eichel on them, and I don't feel bad about it whatsoever. He still has immense upside.
Yeah. Like, at the end of the day, like, a lot of these guys, like, I love the shots. Hopefully he stays healthy, like kind of like Jack Hughes, I guess a lesser Jack Hughes. Like, when he's healthy, he could be so valuable. There was a big bidding war for Stuart Skinner, who just went for $26, which is the same as what Hellebuck and Vasilevsky have gone for. The higher goalies have been Shesterkin at 30 and Ottinger at 27. That's kind of like putting Skinner a tier above where we had him in Schmore Goalies board, but maybe I ended up drafting him in my Cupful division, and then afterwards I right away started convincing myself that actually he should be higher. I don't know if that's like a bit of a cognitive dissonance there. I was like, we should have ranked him higher because now I have him. But Skinner like is the clear starter on a team that's going to get a ton of wins. Like, how do you think Skinner's going to do? Because I guess the downside with him is he's shown like some real bad stretches, like at the start of last season, even a couple times in the playoffs. Like, how reliable do you think Stuart Skinner is at this point for fantasy?
He's reliable because he's basically all they have. You know what I mean? Like, I guess he can turn to Calvin Pickard or something, but like, if Stuart Skinner doesn't work out, there's going to be a lot of problems in Edmonton that are going to be beyond Stuart Skinner. I think there should be some concerns, especially about the defense group in front of him. But the thing is like, as long as things don't completely fall apart, this is still a playoff team, and he's still the unquestioned number one starter. So yes, I don't quite have him up in that elite tier, like with a Shesterkin or something like that. But like, I don't see any reason why he probably shouldn't be in a tier like just below them. I think I don't remember the last time Edmonton didn't have goalie questions. Like it's been like 20 years. I don't know. Something like that.
Dwayne Rolison. That was the last time.
18 years.
Yeah.
So I guess it's just the same. I'm not worried about Skinner any more than I am any of those secondary goalies outside of like that Shesterkin tier. Like he has the same amount of issues that basically everybody else does. The difference being, as long as he doesn't completely fall apart, he's going to get a lot of starts.
Skinner, by the way, went for $5 last year in the auction,
Well.
and he played worse than that for the first month or two. Like, I'm not sure if the manager who drafted Skinner ended up with like the good Skinner, or was just like, oh, it's easy to bail on the, like, call this a sunk cost and move
Correct me
on.
if I'm wrong. Wasn't it like Jack Campbell? People were still thinking he might have a chance to
Yeah.
reclaim his spot.
Yeah.
It
Oh,
was
let me
forever ago.
let me see how much Campbell went.
Check what
by.
Campbell went for. In the meantime, Wyatt Johnston just went for $33. This is like this is the type of fascinating player for me because he's probably not worth $33. Like he had a good year last year, but at the end of the day, like Wyatt Johnston had 65 points. Like this is clearly like an upside bet that he's going to be like more like I think the person who drafted him, which I guess I can say who it was, but like the person who drafted Wyatt Johnston here is hoping that he's like more than 65. Otherwise, they'll think that they may be like paid too much. But like obviously everyone's expecting after what we saw in the playoffs, like it just looks like he could be like a star in this league. So I'm curious, Michael, like are we at a point now where Wyatt Johnston is like going to be a point per game? Like how much higher are we expecting a guy like this to go after a breakout when he was 20 and now he's 21?
I think there's still a long way to go. And I think he's going to put up more than the 65 points he had last year. The issue with him is like the issue with the rest of the Dallas team is like exactly how many minutes will he get? But the thing is like I think the last 2 months plus playoffs, he led their forwards in ice time per game. And this was still with everybody basically healthy. That's another thing about Dallas last year. The entire team was healthy basically the entire season. So if he's an 18.5-minute guy, top line, floating between the first and second power play, like he could probably add 15 points from his total from last year. I just think he kind of runs into the same issue that we talked about with Jason Robertson is like, if you're not playing 20 minutes a game or whatever, it's hard to rack up 3.5 shots. It's hard to rack up 100+ points, like those types of things. You just need the ice time to do it. But he is a massive difference maker. I would be, if he stays healthy, I'd be pretty surprised if there's any sort of downswing from last year.
Yeah, the sky seems like the limit for Johnston, and I guess we're just trying to figure out how far he can get this year, like, to whatever his true upside might be. If he can get all the way this year, if it's going to be a couple more, baby to toddler, to preteen steps. I don't know. I was trying to really go deep into that. All right. So I think we're almost coming up on a break. I did look it up. Jack Campbell went for $1 to the same manager who drafted Skinner for $5 last year. Oh. So I guess
and they probably
already had an inkling that they weren't going to work out. It's so funny. It was just a year ago, but like I can't offhand remember how we all positioned those guys. But speaking more of goalies, a few more have gone off the board, and I think I'm going to go back to $11 Thatcher Demko to contextualize this. So Jeremy Swayman went for $18. Surely would have gone for a few more, I think, if it weren't for the contract situation. So there's a bit of risk built in there, but I don't think as much as Demko, so I think it's reasonable. Ilya Sorokin went for $15, and I think that's a similar risk to Demko, although he might play sooner. So I can sort of see that contextually working out. But one that really caught my eye, and Mike, I'm interested in your take here, is Alexander Georgiev went to Steven and his Tenacious Tortoises for $14. I mean, we're talking like in like a couple wins, wins matter. Like 3 points, like a win gets you 3 points.
In
and that's
life, wins matter.
And life wins matter. Yeah. You and TK agree from Survivor. Georgiev, like having the goalie on one of the winningest teams in the league is a big deal. Georgiev has been inconsistent, but even like those wins can make up for some inconsistency. But I also have to say, like, I'm not sure I would have wanted to go a whole lot higher on Georgiev either. I think there was a comment at some point during camp that said, like, if Anunin shows that he can take starts from Georgiev, then he's going to take starts from Georgiev. Georgiev has never really locked down a starting position. He's sort of just been the best option available. Mike, what are the odds that Anunin can make a healthy dent into Georgiev's workload this year?
I mean, it's just about the same odds for like any backup goalie. Like he still has something to prove here. But I do believe Bednar when he said that they want to find a way to take starts away from Georgiev. Like if all goes well enough, I don't think Georgiev will start over 60 games again this year as he has each of the last 2 years, right? Like I think ideally they'd have him closer to like 55-ish. But at the same time, if he's still making 53 to 55 starts and he's winning 2/3 of his games, he's still going to win like 32, 33, 34 games. Like you're going to lose maybe 3 or 4 wins. So I still like Georgiev to make about 55 starts. So I think where he's being priced is very fair. And there's still the chance that Anunin doesn't really live up to any of the hype and they still have to give Georgiev 60 plus starts again. So
yeah, I feel like I'd be nervous to have Georgiev. Like another thing for me is like, just Colorado seemed like not as good when Nichushkin wasn't there. So I just wonder, I guess it's only a month and a half. I don't know. Like this team isn't like so super deep, but like they could be, right? If Landeskog and Nichushkin like are both back, that really changes a lot. We'll see how it goes to start the year. Brian, so we're on break right now. I told them 5 minutes. That was 2 minutes ago. Jeremy, if you're still here, you wanted to, you said you were good to jump on before. Let me just add you to the stage. I think I have access. Because I know John is changing. Yeah, all right, there he is. Jeremy, so way back when, a million years ago, an hour ago, you drafted Jack Hughes and Nathan McKinnon and Connor Hellebuck to get things started. You haven't done anything since. How are you feeling so far? And I don't know, share as much of your strategy as you want, I guess.
My strategy going in was to buy players early, especially bumping up to a 16-team auction. It's too easy to let all of the first-round players go for fair value and be waiting for the deals to show up, and then they just never show. Getting Hellebuck for 26 was not part of my plan, but I had the top goalies in the low 30s, which it seems like everyone else was a bit lower, given I think Shesterkin is the top goalie off the board at 30.
Still a pretty good discount there, $4 off.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy to have a goalie I can rely on for the season. I had to resist the urge to buy a second goalie. Saros actually was Saros was the goalie I liked best going into it, but auctions have this weird thing where the first player off the board at a position often goes for less. Notice Pasternak probably is the best deal of the auction so far, I think. He was the first player off the board.
Yeah, that's crazy to hear you say. Like, and I don't disagree either. But at the time, right, it was like, oh, that's more expensive than he's ever been. But now you get to see the relative values.
For the same amount. Tkachuk went for the same amount.
Yeah.
Tkachuk went for $3 more.
Yeah. Tkachuk went for a couple dollars more. Brady and Kaprizov were closer, and that's kind of a 4th or 5th overall pick versus a mid to late first round pick for
Rantanen
only a couple dollars.
Pasternak, I would definitely take Pasternak. So yeah, sometimes you can be smart. Luda knows what he's doing. Actually, right before the break, also Luda took Forsberg for $49, which Forsberg's like a Panarin. Like last year, he exploded, but I think general vibe I've got is that Forsberg is more likely to continue what he did versus Panarin. So we'll see how that works out. I guess that can be the first question we throw to Mike as he's settling back in. I guess it's almost time for me to restart the draft. Jeremy, any final thoughts before you get back into this? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. No, I'm liking the pace of this. One of my things is I like to, instead of going 1, 2, 3, 4 for all of the expensive players, I'll just jump it straight to $40 for a first round player. I don't want to waste time clicking the button.
Yeah. All right.
Good
Well,
luck
thanks for
for
coming
the rest
on.
of tier 1.
All right.
Thanks,
All
Jeremy.
right. So I'm going to press play here. We're going to get, it's 2:13. Here we go. Get ready, tier 1. You're doing, everyone has a pick so far. So that's fun. No one is there anyone here with only one? No, it looks like everyone's got even. Oh, it's Nolan still only with Tage Thompson. So it'll be fun to see over this next hour before the next break how Nolan starts filling out his team. But okay, I've unpaused. So we're back on Luda to nominate. And yeah, Michael, let me ask you about Philip Forsberg here, who I was just saying, like Panarin, is coming off a career year at an old age of 30, which for hockey, it's kind of rare for someone to have their best season when they turn 30. But yeah, 94 points. He finally stayed healthy. Do you and then he goes in this draft for $49, which again is like he was just as good as like Kaprizov and Matthew Tkachuk like overall last year in terms of our fantasy points per game. He had 7.1 fantasy points per game. Matthew Tkachuk was, let me get his number. I don't know why I'm like necessarily picking on Matthew Tkachuk, but he was like 6.2. So actually like Forsberg blew him out of the water. But of course, this is like Forsberg's first time doing this. How realistic do you think this past season was for Philip Forsberg? And also, like, how does the inclusion of Stamkos and Marchessault all of a sudden, like, how does that change anything?
Yeah, to put it into DFS parlance, I'm a big Philip Forsberg slappy. Like he's a guy.
That's a good thing, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It is a good thing. It's one of those like.
I was wondering also, is that good or bad?
No, it is a good thing. If you guys remember the movie Tin Cup, where Kevin Costner just keeps hammering the same shot over and over and keeps putting it into the water, like it's one of those things where you keep going back to the well, even where it doesn't work. Because I knew that Philip Forsberg had this kind of season in him all along. In fact, in 21-22, he had higher goals and assists per game than he did last year. So it's not like it's completely out of the realm of possibility that he can repeat that season. I think Andrew Brunette made a huge difference in Nashville, just getting that team to play faster, focus more on getting the puck up the ice, getting, creating turnovers and odd man chances and those kinds of things. I think Philip Forsberg, like maybe 11th, 12th overall, like if we're getting into that range in a snake draft, that seems to be about where he's going. That might be a little bit high, but it's not something that I would necessarily argue with. Like, I think he's fully capable of repeating like a 40-goal, 90-point season, 3 to 3.5 shots per game, close to 2 hits per game. Like, he can do all those things. With Marchessault and Stamkos there, I'm not that concerned about it. I don't think he really loses any ice time. And if anything, I think it just helps make the power play better, which will only help Forsberg and his upside. So I'm not concerned about the new additions that they brought in. Maybe there is some pullback, or, he has 38 goals instead of, 46 or whatever it was. So maybe that happens, but I don't expect him to go back to being like a 29 goal, 31 assist guy. Like, that's just not who he is, especially not with the coach that they have.
Yeah. I guess at the end of the day, it's like injury is still a little bit of a concern. Brian, you wanted to chime in?
Yeah.
No, sorry.
Oh no, I saw you lean in. Okay, in that case, let me just say Nolan has got. I remember I was saying we're going to be watching what Nolan does here with only Tage Thompson. He's added his second player and he's got a gem here, Connor Bedard, for $36. For context, Wyatt Johnston went for 33, and Timo Meier went for 41. I feel like Bedard is like one of these guys that could like explode ahead of a lot of people, but at the same time, it's so hard to predict. It's like it's his second year. Word is he's as good as McDavid. Like, we'll find out one day. I guess maybe soon. McDavid, I believe, led the league in points in his second season. I don't know if that's going to happen for Bedard because McDavid is still around and a lot of great guys. But yeah, Brian, like, do you see this as like great value or something? You drafted Bedard. So does this make you nervous that the tier 1 people weren't like, I would have expected Bedard to go in the 40s. I'm not going to
lie. Yeah, I think this is around where I see him. Like, I think there's still, like, obviously Chicago has filled out their roster much more than they had last year, right? Like, if you're looking for the guys with exposure to Bedard, you're looking at Taylor Hall, Tyler Bertuzzi, Teuvo Teravainen, just to name a few. Ryan Donato's still in the mix too. There's more possibility this year. And even honestly, like Kevin Korchinski being a year older, like it's not just the forward group. But Connor Murphy, I think, is healthy again, and I don't think he was last season. And like, he's not a big name or anything, but everyone, TJ Brody's there. They have movement from the back end, I think, that's improved, and players on the front end to be supported by that movement. So I think all of this is like, Connor Bedard didn't need any help last year, which is crazy, right? As like a teenage rookie with no one around him, he was just fine. Now he has help, and I think that makes him more dangerous. I think teams might have to expend a little more resources trying to stop him and other lines on Chicago. Not a ton. Like, they're still not the most threatening team in the league, but there's some help there. And it's crazy to be talking about like a generational superstar and being like, well, look at the guys around him. But I think this is a factor that's going to help him achieve closer to what his upside will be. I don't think, when McDavid led the league in points in his second year, if that's accurate. McDavid.
I heard it on a podcast. I heard that on just today. I was listening to the Athletic podcast.
Oh, okay.
I assume they know what they're talking about.
We'll trust their sources. I don't know that McDavid had a McDavid to compete with, right? So Bedard's got that. So I don't know if he can go all the way in lead, but I think it's great value. Like, if you compare
I think so too.
Like if we think that Bedard can play up to the quality of, like, Jack Eichel went for 46. Pettersson went for 50. Sam Reinhart, like, I'm just picking out other centers, 39. Barkov went for 37. So maybe there's some more value there with those Panthers too. Than we like a similar value to Bedard. I think Bedard definitely has potential to play as like a $50 plus player this season.
What do you think, Michael? What's your point projection for Bedard this season?
Yeah, I was just double checking that while you guys were talking. For me, it's 36 goals, 50 assists. I have him having a really big season. In fact,
how many shots? Do you have is that part of your projection, or
265 shots in 82 games?
Yeah. So
that price that he just went for, I think, is one of the best buys of this draft. Honestly, I have him on a per game basis, fantasy point per game basis in this kind of format. I have him closer to that Elias Pettersson, Tage Thompson tier than I do the tier below, which is where Wyatt Johnston is. And I think the help that they got up front, like this, he didn't have anybody to play with last year. I think it's pretty notable that Phil Kurashev was instantly, just not even a consideration for the top line. It was Bertuzzi and Teravainen right away. And the fact that he is going to play a lot of minutes too. He's going to be between 20 and 21 minutes, if not more. I do think Bedard is one of the best buys of this draft so far.
All right, so switching over to people on the other side of their career, we talked about a couple 30-year-olds that had career years, and Panarin, who you said is going to go down, and Forsberg, who you said is a slapper. Another guy, a slappy guy. Yeah. You're slap happy to have Philip Forsberg. But yeah, JT Miller just went for a pretty healthy $48, $1 less than what Philip Forsberg went for. Sideshow Perry got Miller to add to his team, which is pretty filled out at this point. Brady Tkachuk, Jesper Bratt, Adam Fox, Roman Josi, Luke Hughes, and now JT Miller. So I guess I could just be I'm going to recycle, right? I'm going to use what works. I think it's a good question, even if I ask it 10 times on the same show. But Michael, JT Miller just had a career year, 103 points. The first time he broke the 100-point mark, but this is as a 31-year-old. I guess the question is this what, because JT Miller also with all the shot, he's the hits, maybe not as much in Cupful and some other formats, he's among the top 5 in terms of how he covers all those categories. Do we think that Miller is going to be able to be just as valuable next season? Because the year before that he was just 82 points in 81 games. It was quite a huge jump. I don't know, it's hard for me to imagine he's going to be able to maintain being 20 points better than he was the year before.
Yeah, I think Miller, he's definitely one of those players where the scoring system of this specific league matters. Because if this was just a straight roto format where you're just trying to accumulate as many blocks as you can, as many hits as you can to try to finish at the top of the category, I think those types of formats are where JT Miller is a little bit more valuable, right? The hits is something that is just really, really important to his profile. He's had over 200 2 years ago, 217 last year. When you have a guy that can be over a point, even just over a point per game with 200 plus hits, that is massive. And I think in some formats he could be like a second round, late second round, certainly a third round pick. I do think I have concerns about the Vancouver Canucks just in general. We can probably get into that later once more of their players are drafted. One thing I will say is I talked about how I have Connor Bedard closer to like that Tage Thompson tier, Elias Pettersson tier than I do the one below him. Like JT Miller's in that tier. So like I have Connor Bedard closer to JT Miller than I would have Connor Bedard to Wyatt Johnston. Like I think it's just the scoring system that matters a lot. Like JT Miller's roto value is incredibly high because of the hits and even the blocks that he can bring. And the other thing about that is I wrote about this at Dauber Hockey over the summer. Hits are down quite a bit in the league. So if you have a guy that can put up the points that he can and the 200 hits, he's just way more valuable even this year than he was just 2 years ago. I just wish that he kind of shot the puck more. Like that's just kind of it. But I think for the price that he went, and I think considering the centers that are left on the board as well, like there really aren't a ton of the high end guys left. I think it's fine, but I'm just still kind of thinking of that Connor Bedard buy. Honestly, that was just that was a great one, I think.
And I don't know if we mentioned, but that was Nolan. So Nolan, who like is like basically one.
Nolan
tier.
did what? Sorry.
Nolan is the one who got Connor Bedard.
Yeah, I did say that. Yeah,
as his second player, and now has added Guentzel for $45. Like as much as we talk about Ryan, I think Nolan like got as close to winning as you can get without winning.
We said that also.
Yeah. Okay. So I just
important to reassert.
Smart buy from smart manager. Ryan, by the way, I think we should just keep an eye on Ryan's team too. So he's got Pettersson and Point. Pettersson for 50, Point for 38, Evan Bouchard for 44. Which I think looks pretty like so. Bouchard and Dahlin went for 44 and 43. Josi for 48. Makar for 57. I'm just trying to like put all that together. I think that makes sense. Like I think they're in a different
sense based on our tiers. But
yeah.
I will say, and I'm curious to get because Brian, we've been discussing. I have this hunch that Bouchard is like has higher, like based on, maybe I'm letting the playoffs affect me too much. Obviously you watch a lot more hockey in the playoffs maybe than regular season, or I do. And especially like with the teams that go far, like I just feel like Bouchard could this year be like the Makar. Like I could see him hitting like 100 points. I know Brian wasn't like exactly with me. I mean, obviously if I say could, then it's like makes it very vague, but like I would have been willing to swing for like Bouchard this season if I had the option in the auction draft. Like I took, in my snake draft, I took Draisaitl 6th overall, then Bouchard was gone but before I had a chance to get him with my next pick. But yeah, Michael, what do you think about Bouchard? Like in terms of regular season production, last season was his best. He had 82 points in 81 games. Like he had a point per game. The year before that, he had only 40 points because he only took over top power play midway through. Do you think this is like the ceiling, or do you think we still have another big step that we can be seeing coming from Bouchard?
Yeah, I think there's another gear to go in the fantasy game in particular. And I think it's tied to the composition of that Edmonton blue line. Let's face it, half that blue line is bad. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mind Troy Stetcher. He's fine, I guess. He's definitely not a guy that will play 19, 20 minutes. Like, he can't replace – I won't say he can't replace Cody Ceci. He won't replace Cody Ceci's minutes. Let's put it that way. Josh Brown, I don't like. I'm shocked that Edmonton signed him, but that's Edmonton.
Me too. I actually didn't like. I don't know that I fully realized they had. There's some players who, like, despite not being quite NHL quality, seem to find jobs generally with Canadian teams in the NHL, and he's on that list for me.
Listen, I tweeted about this yesterday. Arizona, now Utah, got rid of their 5 most used power or penalty kill defensemen from last year, and Arizona had like a bottom 6 penalty kill, and 2 of them went to Edmonton. So like, I'm not expecting a whole lot from the Edmonton blue line, and for that reason, I think Bouchard could be one of those guys this season. He plays 24 and a half, 25 minutes, not necessarily because they want him to, because they're going to have to, because I don't think I like Ty Emberson. I don't think he can play 21 minutes a game for an elite cup contending team. I think you're going to see this team probably add to the blue line once the trade deadline rolls around. But up until then, I think Bouchard's he's going to see a career high in ice time. and that's going to help his peripherals, which were already, good to great to start with.
All right, so we'll just jump around from like old to young. So we just talked about a young Evan Bouchard, who still we're saying might have another step to take, especially with all those minutes. How about Patrick Kane going for $16? One of our cheaper, most of the people, aside from like those couple fun, like Zach Benson for $4. What was another one? Luke Hughes for $3. Like generally, we're still in like the high end part where it's all the big names going. So Patrick Kane for 16 at this point. It's so hard to tell though. Is this good value or is it not? Like last season, 47 points in 50 games. Like he came back and he was a near point per game guy. Is anyone believing he can do that now for a full season and stay healthy? Like this is a guy who like had these like serious injuries. He's 35 years old, but also he's Patrick freaking Kane. I didn't really want any part of him in my draft, but I also didn't want any part of him in free agency last year. And then I feel like I missed out on a big name. So I don't know. Brian, do you want to jump in here? Do you think, is this like, I have no idea. Is this like the best value pick, or is this like someone is just like is risking a lot of money here?
Tell me how much you went for again?
16.
I mean, like that's not a massive risk. I think there's worse ways to spend $16. But yeah, like I also was famously not bought in on Patrick Kane last season, and then he went and put up the highest 5-on-5 shooting percentage of his career, which I think helped. He shot over 15% when in the prior 3 years he'd shot under 10% 3 of 4 seasons. So I expect there to be some regression in his own 5-on-5 shooting percentage. I think he was probably participating a little like too often in goals scored while he was on the ice. His IPP was at it wasn't ridiculous, but it was at the higher end of what we would expect from him. So I think the one thing that could offset any 5-on-5 regression is, I don't know, do we have an indication yet of how the Red Wings are going to run their power plays?
Let me give you the info, the latest I have here. Kane's been, by the way, today, at least in the practice, playing with DeBrincat and Larkin on the top line. Obviously, there might be different players like in and out of the lineup. That would obviously be great. And then, there was Patrick Kane on the top power play with Eric Gustafsson, by the way.
Oh, there's another third pair top power play type possibility. Yeah. I'm looking for all of those this year. So it looks like from the latest power play formations at practice that maybe the Wings are going to actually run a legit top power play unit, which would help offset some of the regression I expect Patrick Kane to see at 5-on-5. But honestly, no, I don't feel like investing in like a heavily used, how old is he? 35.
Here's a question.
Yeah.
Let's see. So Patrick Kane, 35-year-old, went for 16, like I said. Brad Marchand, also, I believe, 35, similar age, similar like brittleness. Like I think Marchand is like coming off a couple surgeries this summer. So he just went for, do I have that info? Actually, I don't have it, but I know he just went recently. I'd imagine for a little bit more. Oh, for 19.
I would prefer. I'll just like they're both entering their age 36 season, and I'll pay another $5 to get Marchand over Kane.
What do you think, Michael?
Yeah, I do have Kane in that 70-point range. It's basically because there's just no depth to that team, right? Like they're basically running back the same roster from last year minus David Perron and Robbie Fabry. Like just look at the bottom 6 that they're going with. Like you have Joe Veleno and Jonathan Berggren, who's fine, but like there's just not a lot of depth there. Like they're gonna need to play that top 6 a lot. I worry about quality of line mates. I know he was with Larkin and DeBrincat today in practice, but I don't think Lucas Raymond was practicing. And Lucas Raymond has been on the top line pretty much all season. Or all preseason, sorry. But even if he's on the second line with Tarasenko, as long as he's on the top power play unit, then it should be fine. I'm not totally convinced that he's going to play like 75 games. And I also think he's the type of player, like when that regression hits in, it's going to hit like a truck and he's just going to fall off the cliff. And I think I would probably rather take Brad Marchand. Like I agree with Brian in that sense. Kane's not a guy that I'm particularly targeting, especially snake drafts. Like some snake drafts, he's going around like the 100th to 110th pick. I'd rather just go get a younger guy like a couple rounds later. I don't think the price is egregious. He's just not a player that I'm targeting.
Yeah, I guess in an auction draft, it'll be so fun when we get more of these guys going around $15 to $20, so then we can start comparing. Like, these seem like risky picks, but obviously also like super high end. Like they could pay off big time. Like no one's going to be surprised if Marchand and Patrick Kane are both close to a point per game again. One guy I definitely want to get your take on. I feel like this is a question we probably ask you every year. Is whenever Nikolaj Ehlers goes in the auction draft, then we go, is this the year he's going to get top power play? And then finally explode. And hey, we've got a new coach this year, and in training camp, Ehlers has been on the top power play. He went for $24. This is a guy who, like, I feel like the upside is there for him, that to be a really good value. Like he's been like in 2021-22, he averaged 5.7, a couple points per game when he had 55 points in 62 games. Last year, like much lower, 4.4, just barely above replacement. It's a contract year, so similar as Marner, and I feel like Ehlers has a lot more to prove than Marner, even at this point. Like a big year for him, I think, can make the difference of like, $5 million potentially, depending how it goes. So yeah, do you think this is the year where Ehlers is going to be a steal in fantasy, or are we just always saying that and it never comes true?
Yeah, I've been drafting him more and more as we've gotten later in the draft season. He wasn't a guy I was particularly drafting a lot, let's say 4 to 6 weeks ago. Because I was just worried about the power play time. But as soon as I saw him on the top power play in training camp, that's when I started drafting Ehlers. Like this, he does have point per game potential as long as he holds onto that role, right? Like he can put up 35 to 40 goals and roughly the same amount of assists. He's a guy that I've always really, really liked. He was hurt last year very clearly. I think that's why he saw such a big decline in ice time. That ice time is what concerns me because I know, like, I think he's playing with Nemesnikov and Cole Perfidi right now. I know that's technically considered the second line, but I think most nights they'll be given third line minutes and it'll be the Adam Lowry line that will play more than them. So if you have the top line at like 20 to 21 minutes and then you have the Lowry line at like, a couple of the guys are playing like 17 or something like that. Like it's hard for me to see Ehlers getting to that 18 and a half, 19 minute range. That's what's concerning to me. But that's also being factored into his ADP and into his auction price. Like he's not going as if he is a 35 goal, 80 point winger. And that's why I'm still drafting him, is because the price on him really hasn't climbed that much since training camp started. So yes, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid once again.
All right. So looking at the
I like
auction,
Elon's like skeptical. Like,
no, that was I was laughing. I wasn't skeptical.
Okay.
I'm with you.
Okay.
No.
All right.
I mean, I like it, yeah, but then when you tell me how his centerman is Nemesnikov, then I'm like, oh, right. Like, I guess that's a reason to maybe not be as excited. I'm looking at the draft overall here. It's always fun to also see, like, who has the most money left and, like, to see what they're going to do with it. Sam Squatch has $195 of his budget. Sam Squatch has Marchand for 19 and Wallman for 8, and then already a couple goalies. So he spent big on Saros at 31. But again, big on a goalie is very different than big on a forward. You got your top goalie and Saros for 31, and then Tristan Jarry at 7. So that's your chip leader right now. RC Rollers nearby, who only has a Matthew Tkachuk, and Bobrovsky. So it'll be fun to see, like, if these guys now are going to start, spreading the money around. Obviously, with 16 drafters instead of 14, it's interesting to see the dynamics there. But yeah, I know there was just a big bidding war for Steven Stamkos, and I saw that RC Rollers was in it, but in the end, he acquiesced, and Prestige Worldwide got Stamkos for $30. I mean, that's pretty good. Like, Boldy went for 35. Like Stamkos, I guess, but it's the new team situation where there's just, again, like maybe a little bit more uncertainty, but gotta like Stamkos for 30, I think. What do you think, Brian?
Yeah, I'm trying to find other examples. So like I'm just cruising through the list here. Like I see we didn't mention like a couple guys we didn't. Okay, so Ehlers for 24 and Stamkos for 30. Like yes, please. Like I'm good with that. Hyman went for 39. I think that makes sense. You already mentioned Boldy.
I wonder if I actually like Hyman as that's like a good discount. I really like Hyman.
I think that's great value for Zach Hyman, actually. Yeah, I like that a lot. Spending just $39 to get Hyman. I'm trying to find now. I'm looking for comps for him. Like Braden Point was 38. Wyatt Johnston was 33. So like I see Stamkos fitting in roughly here, but like I think he's someone with kind of like a volatile look this season. Svechnikov went for 31. Maybe that's a good comp. Like, but Stamkos feels like the range of possibilities is really wide, and like I've sort of made the choice in my own drafts that that's not a ride I want to take this year, even though like it could pay off big. It just feels like there's downside for Stamkos this year that wasn't there before because of like the stability and certainty of his situation in Tampa. We talked on the last show about it's not just Stamkos changing teams, it's Nashville is basically changing teams too, like with all the new sort of players in the mix. So that, listen, I don't hate it, but I don't, like, I wouldn't be the one. Like, I think he could definitely perform up to 30 and possibly more, but I don't think I would want to be the one to take the risks. Mike, are you like, am I foolish to be like hesitant?
Apprehensive, yeah.
Thank you. Apprehensive about Steven Stamkos.
Yeah, that's a good word. No, I think you're right. He's a guy that I'm not targeting either. The best ball drafts that I've been doing, he's been going fairly consistently around the top 30 picks. Like he's going ahead of Braden Point. He's going ahead of Connor Bedard. He's going ahead of, Matt Barzal. He's going ahead of Tage Thompson, Sidney Crosby. Like, I just think that there's too much risk for taking that high. But in this draft at $30, like when you talk about he went for $3 less than Wyatt Johnston, like paying 10% less than Wyatt Johnston, and I have them roughly at about the same value. Like I think $30 is a fine price in this specific draft. I think in general in fantasy drafts so far this preseason that I've done, he's being overvalued.
All right, I want to go to a guy next who I'm especially interested in because Brian and I I don't know if we told you, Michael, Brian and I started a dynasty league over the summer. We're co-managers, and one of our big pieces is Alexis Lafreniere, who's just gone for a measly $15, and that does make sense based on he only had 57 points last year, but this is another like first half, second half story. In the second half, we were seeing like most of the games he was getting a point. Like if you look at the splits for Alexis Lafreniere, 16 points in 14 games in March and then 5 and 8 in April. So he was right up there. Of course, the concern with him is he's not going to get top power play, but like, or is he? Like, what do you think is the upside here? And you're an insider somewhat. Like, is there anyone that Lafreniere couldn't bump to get PP1 and then hit that huge upside? Because like Slavkovsky went for 23, which is like, it makes sense. You pay more for Slavkovsky, who I see as like also like an incredible prospect, but like Slavkovsky, is guaranteed the deployment. Lafreniere, bad luck for you. You're a first overall pick and you went to a team that's pretty deep.
Yeah, they have tried different combinations in training camp, right? I think when the games start, they're going back to the old combination. Like I was talking about this with someone on Twitter maybe like a week ago. They've scored more power play goals per minute over the last 2 years than any team other than Edmonton and Tampa. So you have a top 3 power play. I'm really skeptical that they're going to tinker with it very much. Now, if they start like 1 for 31 in October, do I think they make changes? Then yeah, they probably will. And Lafreniere would be the first person to take a role. But even if he gets a game here and there on the top power play unit, does he get to like 10 power play points? Like, I think that might, unless you really think he's going to take over basically full time someone's role, like either Trocheck or Zibanejad, I think would make the most sense on the top power play. I don't see how you can really expect more than 10 power play points from him. And that's the problem. Like, I have him projected for 60 even strength points. And if he over 82 games, and if he does that, he'd be like one of the top 20 even strength point producers among forwards in the league. It's like 20 to 25, but still finishing with less than 70 points because there's just no power play role. If people want to buy into that, they're going to make some changes at some point. I think there's definitely value to be had. I just don't see why they would unless things completely fall apart. We haven't really seen signs of that yet. Like, maybe they struggle at times, but every power play struggles at times. Even the Edmonton Oilers power play struggles at times. Just look at the playoffs. I'm just not buying into Lafreniere having any sort of meaningful power play role. And until that happens, like, I think expecting even 70 points is probably a bit high.
Yeah, like I'm with you. I'm personally trying to wish it into existence just because like this is going to happen at some point, and like I'm tired of it's been like such a pain like waiting on Lafreniere, like as he's slowly come along, and now that he's there, like let's get him all the way there. Like I don't care about Trocheck, really. We can move on from him. Like, we know
Well, you're not a Rangers fan. You're just playing fantasy.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yes, I have my own interests here, and my interest is in seeing what the peak Lafreniere is. But Mike, I agree with you. Like, it's certainly not a given. It could be a big hit if it does happen at some point through the year, but that's a big if. And in the meantime, yeah, optimistic I think is 70, more likely is 60 to 65.
Yeah, but I like the upside. Like, I think, like, take a guy who has floor of 65 and then, like, upside for something crazy if he gets top power play. It was a pretty cheap price, so I guess it's okay. It'll be fun to see, like, how, like, Slavkovsky, Wyatt Johnston, Lafreniere. Like, I feel like there's a lot of these fun players who, like, we're just excited to see, like, what type of step they're going to take this season. I want to ask about another player that Brian and I took in our Dynasty League, and that's Tim Stützle, who our friend Jordan was in my Allied chat last year. He's been in Tier 1 forever. He always makes the playoffs, always gets knocked out. Maybe this is Jordan's year. We'll find out. Jordan so far drafted Rantanen as his top guy for 65. He also got Shesterkin for 30. So he's got a first round caliber forward, and he's got like a top tier goalie. And then Kempe, who a lot of people in the chat were saying that was really good value for 33. And now Tim Stützle for 36. Such a down year for Stützle, right? He went from 90 points to 70 in 75 games, but still a big dip. This is a guy kind of like Jason Robertson. I'm just going to have every question just be like, Michael, so my Robertson question, now put it for Stützle. Which is the more realistic one here? Stützle's still so young. He's been in the league already a while, but he's only 22 years old. This is going to be his 5th season. Do you think that he can hit that 90 points again?
Yeah, I really do think so. In fact, I have him getting back to 88 points. That's my projection. I have him at 33 goals, 55 assists. So yes, I think 90 points is well within reach. I think injuries was just a big factor last year, right? He talked about, what was it, like the first week or two of the season, he suffered a wrist injury and basically played through it for the entire season. I think players do that a lot more often than we'd like them to, is try to play through injury to get their team to the playoffs. And I think that's just a big factor of it. Like, a lot of his micro stats are just so good, like scoring chance creation and, controlling the puck through the neutral zone, controlled zone entries, like those types of things. They're super elite. Playing with Giroux and Tkachuk is probably the best spot for him to be. Don't forget last year, they mixed up their power plays a lot. There are times he was even, moved to, quote, the second power play unit. If he's back to 21 minutes a night, top line, top power play with Tkachuk and Giroux, I think 90 points is definitely repeatable. Unless he's injured again, I don't think we're going to see another 70-point season from him for quite some time.
I mean, yeah, I hope you're right. Brian and I got him in our dynasty, so we're not really contending this year, so he can take a couple years if he really wants to. But I want to feel good about my pick.
Yeah, I think Stützle is I'm with. I think $36 honestly could be Bedard went for the exact same. I could see similar value from both those guys, and Stützle has the extra left wing eligibility in Yahoo. So I love. So that's and as Elon mentioned, that's Jordan, stalwart tier 1. Jordan might have the longest tier 1 reign going at the moment.
It seems likely. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that I'm going to go with that until someone corrects me.
Yeah.
Another exciting.
Oh no! Go ahead.
Please.
Go ahead.
I'll never know now what you were going to say.
Well, I was just gonna say he's one of those managers that I follow in the Cupful to see what he's up to, and just to give the picture of what he's done so far. He's gotten Stützle for 36, Kempe for 33. I like that too. Rantanen for 65 and Shesterkin for 30.
All right. So next up, let's talk about Dylan Guenther, who just went for 17. So it's fun because we just talked about Lafreniere for 15. Now we're trying to fill out that $15 to $20 range. And Guenther is another one of these guys who it's first half of last year, he did nothing. Then all of a sudden he really heated up at the end. Obviously it helped that he got the top power play. Now we're going to see what he can do with a full season. And, if you look at the lines, he's been lining up with Logan Cooley at even strength. They talked about on short shifts, maybe a little concerning. He's not with Clayton Keller, but he's been looking like he's going to get that 4th spot on the top power play, 4th forward spot. Is Guenther someone? I know, Michael, you always have a call. I think I said at the start, a guy who now I won't name him again because he hasn't been drafted yet, but a guy who you were super high on. We'll mention when we go, but like Dylan Guenther, to me, I kind of okay. I'll just say I said at the start about Peterka. I see Guenther as like someone similar to Peterka. Like seems like he could be like he's a super high pedigree guy. Seems like this is the year he's going to be put in the position to just produce right from the start. Do you think this was a good deal to get Guenther for $17 compared to some of these other guys we've been talking about for a lot more?
I do, for this reason. One is he doesn't have that age factor, right? Like we talked about Marchand and Kane earlier, like $19, $16, somewhere in that range. These guys are all 15 years older than him or whatever. So he's got youth on his side. Him and Cooley were really good together last year. One thing Andre Tourigny said and has said pretty consistently, basically since like March of last year, is he likes how good they are defensively. And that's one of those things that's going to give him a secure role in the lineup, right? Like sometimes you'll get a young guy coming in and maybe he has 30, 35 goal upside, but he's just not good enough defensively for the coach to rely on him late in games, tied in the third period, those types of things. Maybe a young player will ride the bench. Dylan Guenther won't. And yes, he's been lining up with Cooley, but when Nick Schmaltz missed a few practices, the guy that jumped to the top line was Dylan Guenther. Like they clearly see him as a huge part of this team. I think he adds at least a minute per game of ice time. My projection for him is to reach exactly 30 goals in 82 games, 30 goals, 33 assists. I think depending how you view Nick Schmaltz as a center or winger, he's probably going to be the third most used winger in the lineup, which means 17 to 18 minutes. I'm a big Dylan Guenther guy. He's been going higher and higher in drafts that I've done recently compared to like July and early to mid-August. I think people are really starting to catch on. I think that this is probably the last time, in snake drafts that he's going to be going outside the top 100 picks for quite a few years.
Yeah, and he goes to Nolan, who Brian was pointing out, of course, came very close to winning last year, and Nolan actually also has Connor Bedard, so it's a kind of a fun team here of young to go along with his Gensel Verhaeghe for $31, by the way. I think I'm one of the culprits. I'm one of these people that doesn't fully believe enough in Verhaeghe. Like he's been scoring so many goals for a while now. I always still get nervous. I wonder if if he's fall down the lineup, if he gets knocked off the Barkov line, maybe that's not even likely, but it seems like pretty good value. Also $31 for Verhaeghe. Compare that to Sidney Crosby, who just went for $39, which I think that might be Crosby was one of the last good centers there. So Crosby goes pretty higher than Braden Point. I don't have a question here. Just commentating. Brian, actually, there's an interesting one right now that I'm sure you're curious to see how it'll go. John Tavares, who you lamented on our last show. You were worried you took him a little bit late. So we'll see how that goes. There's currently a bidding war going. It's up to 19-20. Yeah, a few people are in on it. Michael, can you help Brian feel better? Because Brian took Tavares thinking looking at his stats and the projections, everything looked like he should continue to be a pretty high end in our format. Then all of a sudden news came out that Nylander is going to play on the center, which pushed Tavares to potentially be a third line center, which obviously isn't ideal. Does that kind of thing worry you when you're watching training camp and you see the Leafs playing around with things or do you think that Brian's going to be fine and he got a really good pick there with Johnny T? I call him Johnny T.
I think he can. Johnny Toronto. I think he's still fine. I know we might get hung up on the way lines are ordered. You could technically slot Tavares on the third line, but these coaches still know who their best players are. So even if Tavares is, quote, the third line center, he's still going to be the fourth most used forward that they have. They're going to find a way to get him minutes. There'll be some shifts. Maybe he jumps up a line. There'll be some, maybe he double shifts with the fourth line. He's still going to get those top power play minutes. I do worry about the shooting percentage. We know that's one thing that can trail off, specifically for shooters as they get older. It's not necessarily their volume, it's their accuracy. That's something I do worry about, as well as quality of line mate. If he's not playing with Marner, if he's not playing with Matthews, if he's not playing with Nyes, if he's not playing with Nylander, it's not a whole lot left in that lineup to play with at 5-on-5. I think that would be the one concern, but I'm not worried about him falling off the map. I still think 30 goals is in play. 60 plus points is still in play. I don't think we're going to see the 40 to 45 goal point per game guy again. I think those are days gone by. But he's not being drafted as that type of player anymore either. So I think he'll still be fine. I think kind of repeat last year. I'm not super concerned about what they say his role is so far in training camp.
Brian, I'm
Oh,
not sure.
sorry. I'm receiving lunch.
Oh,
I'm
lucky
saying
you.
thank you
Okay.
for lunch.
That's why I saw the lips moving, and I'm jealous. I wish someone would bring me lunch. But okay, anyway, there was a pretty good steal, I think, potentially now that just happened for the goaltending. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen just went to Sideshow Perry, his first goalie, $8, and you can compare that to like Jacob Markstrom went for 20, Ullmark went for 15. I kind of have UPL in the same tier as those two guys, but obviously. I mean, I guess Markstrom and Ullmark are obviously a lot more established, and UPL just had the one good year. Do you think, Brian, are you looking at this as a steal, or do you think that's a fair price considering that UPL had just the one good year? I do like that it seems like Buffalo signed to the contract, and they seem to like him as potentially their somewhat volume player.
Yeah, the contract seems to indicate that Buffalo views him as a starter, even though Devin Levi's in the mix and maybe just not all the way there yet. And the fact that Buffalo signed James Reimer also suggests to me, between the contract for Ullmark, for Luukkonen, and adding Reimer, that sort of signals to me that Buffalo wants to develop Levi a little bit longer, that what they saw, they want to work with more before they toss him into the fire. So I think that just leaves the question, can Luukkonen keep up with what he did last season, which was great. Like we've talked on the show, he really, he had a really, really good year. I think $8 is a nice bet to take because it doesn't marry you to the guy, and it could also pay off big. I'm looking at it versus Ullmark for $15. And, I'll go back to what I said last week on the show about Buffalo. It's are we sure about any Buffalo guy ever? I think I might prefer Ullmark for 15 versus Luukkonen for 8. Just feel like there's a little more certainty.
Because we're so sure about Ottawa.
No, but there's a little more certainty that Ullmark is going to be the starter.
Yeah,
there's not much room for anyone else to step in, and Luukkonen is not on a totally different contract, but I think is probably a little more vulnerable to losing starts than Ullmark. So I get the difference. I'm you know what? I'm okay with both.
Yeah, I think that's a good deal for Ullmark. It's a good deal for Ullmark, but I think it's a great deal for UPL. I think that's a pretty good value there for 8. I guess with goalies, though, who knows? I got to throw now to Mike about my guy, Mackenzie Weegar, who I drafted maybe too high in a couple, depending if you agree with me or Brian. I like to think of it I think I mentioned on the show I had Mackenzie Weegar last year, and it felt like a warm hug. It was just every time Calgary played, it was let's go, baby. Give me the shots, give me the blocks. Oh, he just got a power play assist. I'll take. Oh, he scored a goal. It was so amazing. And he goes now for $28. So definitely not a discount here. That's $1 more than Moritz Seider. And actually, I believe I was deciding between Weegar and Seider when I did pick him. So, and you've talked about how Seider could end up being a really great value, potentially better than Quinn Hughes in our format. So where are you at, Mike, with Weegar? Do you think he's holding that top power play considering how well it went at the end of last year? I know he had a high shooting percentage, but in our format, well, anyways, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but please tell me that he's great.
Yeah, no, I do like Weegar this year. I don't think anybody's expecting him to score 20 goals again. That's a little bit of an extreme season, but certainly getting back to double digits, I think, is in play. The defense core is just thinned out so much, right? They just don't have the guys that they can spread around the ice time to again. I think Weegar last season played just under 23 minutes a game. March and April, he was over 24. And I think about 24 minutes is where you can expect him. And for a guy that puts up massive, massive peripherals anyway, a guy that he's there's only a very small handful of defensemen in the NHL that are threats for 200 shots, 200 blocks, and 200 hits. And he's one of them. And that's one of those reasons why, even if he's only power play 1 for a third of the season, it's not that big of a deal. In this kind of situation, I'll always favor the guy that gets the first crack, which is why, we'll talk about Vegas a little bit later in their power play situation. But for now in Calgary, as long as Weegar is the expected top power play guy, I'm going to treat him as if he'll have the top power play role for at least half the season. That brings 10 goals, 30 assists, or 10 plus goals, 30 plus assists, and then 2.5 shots, 2.5 blocks, 2.5 hits per game. It brings all those things into play when you're playing 24 minutes a game. I think he's a fringe top 10 defenseman in this kind of format. So I think the price that he went for is perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, I mean, if they play Rasmus Anderson on the top power play again, it's going to give me big, like, TJ Brody vibes. Like, it's like, stop. Like, it didn't work. Just let it go. It worked okay, but it's not, you could do better. So that's what I'm hoping for. Victor Hedman is up right now. It'll be fun to see how he compares. He's already up to 24. Again, Uyghur went for 28. But as that plays out, Sebastian Aho just got taken. And Aho is someone who I feel also is coming off like his best season, but it's a question of like, can he repeat it? And even if he can't, like, so Ian got him for $32. Aho, 89 points last year. Before that, his top year was 83. So like in the neighborhood of what he's done before, but last year he did take a step forward. Carolina at this point, a little less deep than they've been in other years. I've actually been surprised looking at Carolina's lineup and being like, oh, like, they don't really have anybody. Like, it's like they have Aho and Jarvis, and they have Svechnikov, and they have Necas. And then after that, like, I'm looking at the lines they're rolling in warm-ups, and it's like Aho, Jarvis, and Jack Roslovic, and then Necas, Svechnikov, and Kotkaniemi. And there's really not anyone else that's exciting on the lineup. Like, is there any concern that maybe... And also the defense isn't even... Like, you know, you've got Shane Gostisbehere running the top power play and aging Brent Burns. Is that something to be concerned about with Aho and him being able to continue to rise up and be above point per game like he was last year?
I'm not specifically concerned about Aho. I think their blue line, they're pointing out their blue line is kind of notable here. Like I finished my defense projections this week. And when I was looking over the defenseman, I was like I was double and triple checking that I had the right roster pulled up. Like I was like, these are the defensemen that they have. I have some concerns about that, but I'm not concerned about Aho. And the reason is he played 1937 last season. That was a 5-year high. I think he gets even more ice time this year. And it's just a function of, yes, Barry Kotkaniemi, they're trying that again. Can he be the pseudo second line / third line center, you know, kind of splitting duties with Jordan Staal? Jordan Staal's 36 years old. So it's like you have a 36-year-old Jordan Staal. You have a Jesperi Kotkaniemi who's on like opportunity number 4 to be the second line center. Eventually, like, Stahl's just going to be old. Maybe Kotkaniemi doesn't work out. I think Aho could be in line for a career high in ice time this season. And they still have good wingers. Like, as long as either of Svechnikov or Necas is on the top line, then I'm not concerned about Aho's production. I'll get concerned when they have to move Svechnikov and Necas to the second line with Kotkaniemi just to make that a worthwhile line. And then, you know, all of a sudden you're skating with Jordan Martinook and William Carrier or something like that with Aho. Then I'll be concerned. But no, I have Aho over a point per game again this season. I'm not super concerned about him. I'm just waiting for him to finally take that next step. I know, like, I'm not going to speak for you guys. I think a lot of people think he has that 90 to 100 point season in him. I'm waiting for that to happen. Whether that's this year, I guess we'll find out. I have my doubts, but I still think he's a point per game center.
Yeah, I think like Aho, I'm trying to figure out if he reminds me. I don't know if Philip Forsberg is like the right comp in terms of like, we know he has more in him and there's going to be a big season somewhere. It's just a matter of the when and how of it working out. He's been he's averaging 40th in our ADPs, and I think like in our couple snakes, and I think he's like the most boring top 40 or 50 player that's out there because he seems pretty predictable, and that's like the point per game region he seems to stick pretty closely to. But that said, he has the potential to break out, which is why I think he's drafted as soon as he is. The one that interests me, Elon, is who was taken right after Vincent Trocheck for $26 compared to Aho at $32. I feel like Trocheck is, because like we were talking about Lafreniere and the power play, and everyone's like, well, Trocheck is like the least sexy name on that top unit, so maybe he gets bumped. And I don't think it's actually like a guarantee at all for it to happen. So I'm wondering if Trocheck is actually like a really great bargain. It's $6 less than Aho, and he's going 67th in our snakes too, which I think also is pretty good value for Trocheck. I don't know, like he's not ever someone who we want to like get really deeply invested in because he's let us down before, but he seems to be in a pretty strong, stable situation that of course can change any minute. And that's why there's a bit of a fade on Trocheck. But I think at some point it's a fade worth taking.
Of course. I guess the thing is we just talked about how Panarin maybe won't be able to keep up what he did last year. So if Panarin goes down, I'd imagine Trocheck goes down as well. The question is just by how much, of course. By the way, I should mention Ian, who got Sebastian Aho, he's got the least amount of budget left of everyone. And like by a lot, it looks like only $17 left. So Ian's definitely spent big on his roster. He's got Kucherov, Nylander, Makar, Sebastian Aho, and then Sorokin and Ullmark in net. And yeah, it's going to be fun to see how he fills out another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 roster spots with $17. So definitely it's going to be some budget guys. We have someone who wants to come on, actually. John, if you're there, I saw Devin is ready to come on the show. Devin, just to recap Devin's team, he has Eichel, Matthews, Lafreniere, Dahlin, and Ottinger. So also someone who's spent a lot, only $48 left. There's other people, just for context, that have over 100 still. Steven is now at 152. It changes quickly, like who's the highest one. We said before Sam Squatch was among the highest, but I guess he spent on Uyghur and Hedman, both like 28 and 29, and that obviously takes it down. But yeah, all of a sudden, Devin, I guess you're kind of right in the middle there. How are you feeling about your draft so far with Eichel, Matthews, Laff, Dahlin, and Ottinger? It's still a lot of spots to fill. Oh, I can't hear you though. You're muted, I think. Well, we will work on that, I guess. But in the meantime, let me know. Maybe Jay Brew can work with you and figure that out. Actually, here's a player I want to ask about. Alex Ovechkin, Michael. You know, every year it's like he's going for lower and lower. This is the lowest I've ever seen him go since we've had you on the show now for the 5th time. $29 for Alex Ovechkin. So that's cheaper than Carter Verhaeghe, who maybe a lot of people will be like, yeah, Elon, stop ragging on Carter Verhaeghe. But like, do we, like, in the second half of last season, Ovechkin kind of bounced back, right? Like, he stunk for a while. All the tweets were saying how he was slow, and we even had a bunch of 0-shot games, which you used to never see from him. But if you look at the game log, by the end, Ovi he had an 8-shot game. I guess it was actually, no. You look at the game log for the shots, it's a little bit low, but he was scoring some goals. He still did get his 31 goals by the end. Do you think there's a bounce back coming? Like, you know, he ended with 65 points, 31 goals, or is like we'll be lucky to get another 31 goals, 65 points out of him at the age of 39?
I do have him reaching 30 goals again. I just checked, it was 30 goals, 31 goals, 29 assists. I think a big part of it is who he's going to be playing with. So far, it's Dylan Strome and Andrew Mangiapane. So far in training camp. I'm a huge Dylan Strome supporter. I think he's honestly one of the more underrated players in the league, and he would probably be more properly rated if he wasn't constantly trying to elevate guys that clearly just can't keep up with them, as has been going on in Washington. And I think Andrew Mangiapane is going to have a big bounce back season. He's typically a pretty good guy that can drive some offense, get the puck through the neutral zone, find his teammates for shots. But Alex Ovechkin's 39 years old. Like I'm 38 years old, and I know how I feel on a daily basis. I can't imagine having to play 82 games in the NHL. And
you look great.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. I just don't think we should. I wouldn't be buying him expecting like a bounce back, being like, oh, this is the guy, he's going to score 45 goals and get 80 points again. Like, I would be pretty surprised if that ever happened again. I think if you expect a 30-30 season from him and anything you get on top of that is gravy, then that's kind of how I would approach it. I just wouldn't expect him to, you know, turn back the clock and give us a vintage Alex Ovechkin performance again. I just think it's just far too late in his career at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it would be cool to see. I had a choice of him and Barzal in the draft, and I ended up not going with Ovi. And I guess we can talk about Barzal when he goes, and we can discuss if that was the right choice or not. But in the meantime, Brian, what happened did Sam Squatch pay $2 for Martin Pospisil?
Yeah, I was just like, I was trying to think.
Maybe it's good. Maybe he knows. This is someone in tier 1, and I'm in tier 3. So that scoff is me, like just an interested scoff.
It's a very interested scoff. I would love to
Let me
know
check the
more.
Lions, the Calgary Lions. Is there some news that came out recently? Is he playing with
He was with
Kadri or something?
He was with Jonathan Huberdeau for most of the camp that I saw.
Yeah, and there was like there's a little buzz around him last year. Like there were moments where, he and Connor Zary, like in that tier, like, okay, can we find a flame who's going to do something? I'm super interested.
He gets a lot of hits. You're going to get a floor of like one couple point per game just from the hits.
Yeah,
So
which
that
isn't
starts
like
you
a
off.
great floor, but I'm curious. It looks like he went for $2. I assume he was nominated for one, so that means two people were like that. It's a name I wasn't expecting to see pop. I didn't mean to, but pop up in our auction draft. I'm looking at like he averaged over a couple points per game in nine April contests. So yeah, okay. And I also know HockeyViz like has a new model for it's called SG or like an updated model, and Pospisil looks good under it. Like he was like I was watching some people talk about it, and he was someone who like kind of popped out. So I don't know if Sam was seeing that too along with me. It's a really interesting, like it's fun. Why not? Like Pospisil and Benson, I think both stand out as guys who I might have expected to have to wait for the snake. But also, I guess if you want if you have low cost depth guys that you really want to get, this is the only way to get them.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting situation here, which we've never really experimented with before. The fact that we're doing this auction and then it's going to be followed by a snake draft. It's like Jonathan Drouin just went for $6, and he's someone who went, I think, in the final 4 or 5 rounds of my couple draft, which would make me think he would be like a dollar guy or like just fall to the snake draft that's going to follow. But I guess if you like him, like the thing with Jonathan Drouin is right now he's got incredible deployment, right? He's playing with like McKinnon and Rantanen in training camp, and he's playing on the top power play. I guess the question for a Drouin is just like what happens when Nichushkin and Landeskog are back. But, Michael, like Drouin had 56 points last year in 79 games, and it took him a little while to a lot of that came in the second half of the season. Do you think there's still some juice here, like for him to be like a full season hold? Like I feel like if you're spending $6 on a guy in the tier 1 auction draft, you're hoping he's a full season hold. Do you think that's a likelihood?
It's tough to say likelihood just because there's so many moving parts with the Colorado Wingers. What I will say is that on game 1 of the regular season, he's going to be on the top line and top power play unit with Nathan McKinnon and Mikko Rantanen. You have Gabriel Landeskog, who's missed 2 seasons and isn't going to start the year on time. You have Valeri Nichushkin, who, when he comes back, he will get top 6, top power play minutes. So there is that. But then Arturi Lekkonen's not starting the season on time either. So you have 2 aging wingers not starting the season on time due to injury, and a third that's going to miss the first 6 weeks of the season or whatever it is. Spending $6 for a guy that has priority over all of them to start the season, I think is a smart buy, right? Like maybe by March or April, it doesn't work out. But for $6, if you get a half season of top line production from Jonathan Drouin, that's worth it. Maybe you have to go find a replacement. Maybe you have to go hit the waiver wire or something like that at some points, maybe. But I'll always take the guy. Not always. I shouldn't say that. I'll often take the guy that has the opportunity as opposed to somebody that's supposed to come back 2 weeks into the season, 4, 6, 8 weeks into the season. Like there's still no timeline on Landeskog, official timeline anyway. So like I'll take the guy that is healthy and getting all the top minutes right now, as opposed to wishing that some guy will, by the middle of December.
I think that's a good policy, honestly. Like, just focus on the now. Let your future self worry about the situation when it comes, because especially in like a super competitive league, you kind of got to be winning matchups right away. And it is true. Like, there's always these exciting guys in free agency. So if you have to drop someone, sometimes that's like a blessing. Like, oh, thank you for finally being droppable, so I can open up a roster spot and have something to do with it. We're going to take a break now, not from the show, but from, I guess at some point we've inserted We've inserted ad breaks
We
probably all
inserted
throughout.
ads.
The listeners will have been like, "Oh, you already took breaks." Well, but we've been going straight this whole time. But yeah, the drafters are going to take another 5-minute breaks. What are we? 3:12, so 3:17. We'll get back on here. In the meantime, if anyone wants to come on, that can be something fun. But also, I guess let's go. And Michael's going, so I guess I'll be throwing to Brian right now. Zach Werenski just got taken for $29, which is the same price as Victor Hedman, $1 more than Mackenzie Weegar. I think that is consistent with how things went in my slow draft. But
Yeah,
I don't know.
same.
I'd be nervous about Werenski. And by the way, Nate took him from Apples and Ginos, and we could look at Nate's team overall here. Kaprizov, Boldy, Meyer, Patrick Kane. Then he's got 3D, Quinn Hughes, Werenski, and then Drew Doughty, who he got for $5. I'm assuming that was a discount due to Doughty now being injured for a while. So I guess Nate's confident in himself that he'll make do until Doughty comes back. What do you think about spending $29 on Werenski at this point in the draft?
I'm okay with it. I think Werenski has a couple flags that he brings with him. The first is that he's on Columbus, and I've been watching the Columbus lines through training camp, and there's just not a whole lot of oh yeah, that's going to be a great place to be or collect points. So that's one red flag, and the other is Werenski's injury history, which I always have played down. Because it's a freak injury here, a freak injury there, no big deal. It's not something nagging or repeated, but it still just seems to happen every year. So at some point we have to start being a little worried. Curiously, Werenski went for $17 last year, $27 the year before, $18 the year before. So it's I'm curious what brought his stock up between.
I think it was the Dom and Shayna projections.
Yeah,
is my guess.
But we had him in that D tier too, right? We think that Werenski belongs with Hedman, Morrissey, and Heiskanen. Can somehow get to 60, maybe get moved towards 70 points, get a lot of shots, be the guy at 5-on-5 and on the power play. So there's a lot to like there. I think and you know what? If he went for 29 and that's what he cost, then that's what he costs. That's perfectly reasonable. I think I'm not surprised that Nate got him for 29. I'm surprised that everyone else was willing to bid up, or at least one other person was willing to bid up that far.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got PJ who's ready to come on. He's wearing his cool KKUPFL jersey, or Keeping Karlsson jersey. I have that same one from playing Chell back in the day. I was terrible. PJ, okay,
From
first question
Chell,
to you.
You showed up once.
I showed
and
up once. I
struggled,
sucked.
and then
I
you
got
left.
too many penalties. All right, the first question I have to throw to PJ. I'll just tell the lineup quickly. So far you've got Slavkovsky for 23, Reinhardt for 39. Then you've loaded up on D, Shea Theodore, Moritz Seider, Josh Morrissey. You've got two solid goalies in Skinner. I know you're a Oilers fan. Skinner and Markstrom. And then you've got Zach Benson. You were the $4 Zach Benson. So curious, maybe we can start there. Were you what were you thinking? Are you stoked about Zach Benson? Was it more for just this early schedule to start the season?
Partially that, and also might have forgot about the snake draft ending. So just a little foggy brain earlier in the morning here in BC. But I really like Benson. Somebody I'm excited about, and I have no stocks on him anywhere else. So I don't know. $4.
How many leagues are you in now, PJ? I think every time anyone talks to me about their leagues, they're like, PJ's in my league.
Yeah, I've reduced down. I think I'm in 8 now, but I was in 16 at one point. So that was a lot. A little too much, but yeah. So I like Benson, but again,
how do you feel about the rest of your draft so far?
I think I've done okay for what my strategy was looking at. I was getting a little nervous with D, and I feel like I shored up that spot now on the last couple picks recently. So feeling pretty good about that.
Nice, and you've got the set goaltending, and I guess you've got some fun forward spots to fill. You have $75, which puts you, among the top half for sure of budgets. So you'll be able to throw. There's some people who are going to be able to really throw some money around, but you can definitely still get a couple high-end guys. Obviously you don't have to tell us who, and we'll find out when you get them. Do you have anyone in particular right now on your mind that I really am hoping to land this player?
I think I have probably two guys that I'm hoping for. We'll see when they pop up, but
maybe let us know in the chat.
Yeah, well, I'll let you know if I get them or if I
Yeah.
lose them. But I got to give a shout out to Dusty for drafting my team last year. But we got hit with the injury bug pretty hard, pretty quick, and I think we ended up ranking the top 3 worst dollar value picks of the draft last year, and still made it to playoffs. So that was pretty good. And 2 of my areas that I struggled with last year was goaltending and D. So I felt like I wanted to shore that up a little bit this time.
Yeah, I mean, you would think Markstrom and Skinner are going to be like super reliable goalies that you won't have to think about goalies for the rest of the season, but of course they are goalies. So
Yeah.
I wish you luck. Brian, I know, has Markstrom and I have Skinner, so we're both rooting for you. We're
and as you were saying before, I like volume goalies, and I like to just run with 2 and not have to worry about trying to find that backup that's streaming in here and there. So that's kind of my strategy mid-season.
Cool. All right. Well, good luck, PJ. We'll be curious to see if you get those 2 guys you want. I guess let's restart the draft now. Jay Brew has done it. Look at we got to produce. This is so exciting. Thanks again to John. He's also been playing around with the screen. If you're watching live on the YouTube, or if you haven't yet and you're thinking of it, go check out all the cool visuals that John's been putting up here. But yeah, we're back on. Mika Zibanejad is coming up for bid. Another one, I feel like the Rangers now, I saw Zibanejad and Trocheck both falling in drafts. We've already talked Trocheck, but I feel like the reason was just for me, and it was not necessarily wanting to pull the trigger. Was like, is someone going to get bumped for Lafreniere at some point? So I'll be curious to see now what Zibanejad goes for as the high end centers are falling. I still see a couple pretty exciting ones here. I do see that PJ is not bidding on Zibanejad, so he's not one of their targets. But should I throw to Mike? Do you want to what do you think? Zibanejad was someone who a couple seasons ago we thought of him as one of the he was a crazy great option. He had 91. It feels like forever ago. Some of these things, like what we were talking about the Oilers goalies, right? Just 2 seasons ago, Zibanejad had 91 points in 82 games. Brian, I don't know if you could bring up what he went for in the auction last year, but whoever got him probably was super disappointed. Not that he was bad. 72 points, only 26 goals, coming down from 39. So yeah, I could just do my classic Mike, which is the more realistic version of Zibanejad? Is it just everything went through the Panarin line last year, so there just wasn't enough to go around for Mika?
I think the problem is since they got rid of Pavel Buchnevich, they haven't had a right winger to play on that line. It was supposed to be Kaapo Kakko. He hasn't really worked out the way that they hope. Thing is Kakko's really good defensively, and he actually helps make that line really good defensively. He just doesn't help them offensively, and so he actually hurts for fantasy. If you look at what they did last year when Blake Wheeler was healthy, they scored, it was 30% more goals when Blake Wheeler was healthy and on the top line than when anybody else was there. So if Riley Smith can come in and kind of give them what Blake Wheeler gave them, I think Zibanejad could be in for a fairly sizable bounce back season, getting back to that 80-point-ish mark. I think getting over 90 points might be asking a little bit much. For this reason is if Philip Hedl can stay healthy, and obviously we've already seen in training camp, he had that one scare already, and obviously he had lengthy injury history last season. If he can stay healthy, I think they'd like to give fewer minutes to the top 6, maybe 30 seconds to a minute less to the top line, maybe 30 seconds to a minute less to the second line, and give that to a third line with Hedl, Kakko, and looks like Will Cooley. Try to take some minutes away from the bigger guys, have them a little bit more rested heading into the playoffs to make that Stanley Cup run. That's the one thing that kind of concerns me, but I really like Riley Smith. I think he's one of those guys who he's not great at any one thing, but he's good at everything. You know what I mean? He's a good playmaker. He's a good shooter. He's a good player to have in transition. He can help them in all offensive areas. And if he can be to them what Blake Wheeler was for, those 20 games or whatever, 25 games that he was on the top line last year, if he can be that guy, I think that makes a big difference in Zibanejad's season. Now, yes, there's always the power play threat with Lafreniere looming around, but again, I'm not buying into that just yet. I think for at least one more season, Zibanejad has that, 35 to 40 goal, 40 to 45 assist potential.
Nice. And it's funny, PJ just said that he wasn't the guy, one of his two he was going for, but he got him anyway for $26. So I guess it was meant to be. We'll see what happens with Mika. Okay, Brian, Michael Matheson just went for $19. I recall when you were doing your snake draft and you were messaging me about some upcoming picks, and I was like really pumping up, saying like, I think you should maybe take like Lane Hudson here. He's looking so good in camp. And you ended up passing. And obviously the thing with Lane Hudson is that, you know, there's still Michael Matheson there who did a really great job on the top power play. And I feel like now Matheson's going for 19, which is definitely a bargain if you just look at last year's stats, because he was a couple points per game, which is great for a defenseman. And, you know, like he goes for less than $20, clearly because I'd imagine people are a little bit nervous about maybe his top power play job being, you know, not necessarily so secure. Like looking at yesterday's Habs practice lines, for what it's worth, they did have Matheson on the top power play with Slavkovsky, Caulfield, Suzuki, and Doc. So are you feeling, I don't know, good about your decision to not pounce on and I guess now I'm doing table talk, but not to pounce on Lane Hudson because I don't know, it seemed like the hype was there, but maybe at the end of the day, it is just going to be Matheson on the top power play still all season. And maybe he can just continue to do what he did last year.
That would be amazing, and that would be great value for Matheson, but I think that's what the price reflects, right? Like, you are looking at a player who may or may not be able to fulfill their potential because of his deployment. And so Matheson, you're like, I don't think $19 is cheap. It's $10 less than Werenski went for, and I think that's fair. I think like it would have been interesting to see, well, it will be interesting to see what Hudson goes for. And I'm curious to like I'm gonna think through when that happens. If you flip the scenarios, whether or not if you consider the possibility of Hudson going before being nominated first, if that would have impacted Matheson's value. But yeah, I think Matheson has dropped. I think he could be a huge help to anyone who ends up grabbing him, and he does end up on the top power play. I think even if he's not on the top power play, I think he's still going to see a lot of minutes. And he's pretty good at putting up peripheral value also. So I'm curious to see if even without power play 1, he can maintain being like a floor guy, like manage replacement value or better, even without that power play production. And then that would make him worth it, right? Because then it's like, okay, well, you're putting in a little extra for that upside, but you're not getting a total dud that you're going to just like have to toss away. So yeah, I think that's Matheson's a risky pick, and and I think whether or not you take him might depend on the amount of risk that you've already taken on. I'm just seeing who else.
I mean, to be fair, Matheson does have a good floor. He'll still play lots of minutes. Even if he does lose top power play, he could still have value. That's
what I said. Yeah. So and then it goes to Nate, who has Quinn Hughes, Drew Doughty, Zach Werenski. So Doughty's injured, but when he comes back, like if Matheson flames out, like that's going to be okay. Like Nate will be out the auction budget, but he won't be like scrambling to fill Matheson's spot. So I think at that place on your depth chart, it's not a bad chance to take it all.
Yeah, the Habs are going to be really fun this year. I'm curious to see how all these new players come in and how they do, like Line A also. Okay, Miro Heiskanen went, while you were talking, for $26, which seems to me like I'm a little surprised because Werenski went for 29, Hedman 29, Uyghur went for 28. Back when I took Uyghur in my couple draft, Heiskanen was off the board. I think I would have taken him. And I know he had a bit of a down year last year, down to 4.5 couple points per game. He was over 5 the year before. And yeah, I guess it's reflected in his point totals. He was near point per game 2 seasons ago. Mike, what happened to Miro Heiskanen last year? Like, I assume he still has the upside of being a point per game guy, right? Or close to it?
I think what happened to Miro Heiskanen last year is something that we've talked a lot about as far as the Dallas players go. And the issue is just kind of ice time. And it's not that he lost a ton of ice time. Heiskanen was still 24 and a half minutes per game last year, but he lost a minute per game compared to the year before. For a guy that doesn't put up massive peripherals anyway, like that kind of matters, right? Like a guy that doesn't give you 3 shots per game, a guy that doesn't give you, 2 blocks and 2 hits or whatever per game, like those kind of little edges do matter a lot for him. As far as the power play goes, like a lot of it, I remember you calling Brian the IPP MVP. Part of it was IPP last season. It was a 3-year low on the power play. That was something that I just checked now. they do split their power play units a little bit, and I think Thomas Harley is going to cut into a little bit. So I feel like where he's being priced right now, which is like a little bit behind Zach Werenski, I think is fair, just because I think Heiskanen has the raw higher point upside just because of the team he plays on, but Werenski's a lot better with peripherals. So assuming Werenski can stay healthy, I think he'd be viewed as a little bit of a safer play on a per game basis. I honestly, the one thing I do worry about with Heiskanen is him losing ice time and the fact that Thomas Harley is sitting right there. Like we just talked about Mike Matheson and Hudson. Thomas Harley's already proven that he can play at an extremely high offensive level in the NHL. So maybe it's a matter of when and not necessarily if that he takes over the top power play. I don't think it's going to be this year. I still think Heiskanen holds on to it, but I do think that's kind of looming. I love Heiskanen. I think Heiskanen fits into the bin of guys that's more valuable in real life than in fantasy, though. I think that's just kind of the way that goes.
Yeah, definitely. Also, the shots and the peripherals aren't so amazing, like compared to some of the other guys at his level. So yeah, I see it. Well, it could end up being really good value. But also, I guess definitely some risk there. And it's interesting about the two power plays because they do have like a team that has like Tyler Seguin and Matt Duchene and like all these guys on the second power play. That's a pretty sweet situation. Stankoven now this year. So okay, I guess our guy Erik Karlsson is up. I don't even really. It's like Erik Karlsson, and he's injured. Like I'm very nervous because already he had that 100-point season. It was very exciting for us last year. Obviously, did not meet the excitement that people were expecting, like going to Pittsburgh. Thought it was like a slam dunk. Now this year, he's like still day to day. Maybe he'll come back before the season starts, but I'd be definitely nervous about picking him, especially like 56 points last year, a year older. The Gensel's gone, and now we're back to the old-fashioned Erik Karlsson injury concerns. So I don't know, Michael. Like, what do you have as your projection for Karlsson? Are you still a believer that he can? Let's not say 100 points again, but like I don't know, 70.
Yeah, my projection for him is just a big old question mark right now. I'm not somebody that buys wholly into like injury narratives. Like for me, I think when a player has an injury narrative, the way I look at it is that they're usually just a good value at the fantasy draft table. Karlsson is a guy that I do worry about. The thing is, going into a season injured at his age is something that I just really have a lot of concerns about, right? It's the same thing with Gabriel Landeskog. Like going into the season injured and having to kind of get up to speed at his age with the injury history that he does have, it is concerning. Now, if Karlsson were healthy, I would have him at around 60 points. The reason is I think the power play does improve a little bit this year. And the other reason is they don't have a lot of guys on the blue line. Like if the way that Pittsburgh ran their blue line, basically the final 3 months of last season was like they had two defense pairs, right? And somehow, some way, two guys ended up on the bench and would skate like 10 minutes a game as the third pair. But it was basically just a top four, basically a top three with Letang and Pettersson. So he'll get a ton of ice time as long as he's healthy. I just think that there are legitimate health concerns. On top of that, if the power play doesn't turn around, he's kind of sunk. So Karlsson is just not a guy that I'm particularly targeting this year. Like in snake drafts, he's going right around top 15 to top 20 defenseman. And there are just other guys in that range that I prefer taking.
Yeah. Disappointing, but here we are at this point. Wasn't going to last forever. We had that one magical year a couple years ago.
Yeah. Like he's someone who I've wanted in my drafts and I haven't gotten. And I was initially disappointed, and now seeing like this vagueness about his injury and like them long playing this return situation, being very ambiguous, and like, is he gonna play? Well, he's not ready. We're following the plan. We're being like I've seen that too many times now, like this year, let alone over the course of his career. But I'm with Mike that like I think the upside is still like tremendous. It's just a matter of him being healthy. And even when he is healthy, if he can be like 80% or higher, I think he's still going to be fantastic. But if he's not at 80%, then I think we're in for some trouble and like re-injury. So he went for 22. I see Sergachev went for 25, $3 more.
I'll take Sergachev.
Me too. Yeah, and Sergachev went for $1 less than Heiskanen, and they're in separate tiers. Like we have Heiskanen a tier above Sergachev in our charcuterie D, but I think I'd even still prefer. Like I'm not sure we got that right. Like I think maybe Heiskanen should be a tier lower.
Okay, something to reconsider at some point. By the way, okay, I want to ask you this question, Brian. Quinton Byfield just went for $9, and if you recall, Lafreniere went for $15. These are, surprising that Byfield in training camp. I thought he was like a lock to be on the top power play, but so far training camp lines have had, now Brandt Clark taking over for Doughty, but then Kopitar, Fiala, Kempe, and Alex Laferriere on the top power play. I don't know how long that's going to last, but who do you think is more likely to get back? I guess it's the easy question, right? Is Byfield for sure more likely to get on the top power play before long than Lafreniere? And if yes, is this like kind of a discount here? $9 versus $15?
Huh. Yeah. Like I think there's a discount. I don't know. Like the Kings seem pretty committed to Laferriere, and like I'm seeing like some positive words about what he's doing on the top power play. So
I thought this was the year that Byfield's supposed to go off.
Me
like
too.
Crazy.
Me too. And so maybe he'll do that. Well, no, this is the year that Byfield is like legit going to play center and going to be responsible for his own line at 5-on-5, which I think like we'll see. Like there might be some a hiccup here or there as he tries to do that. But yeah, I am surprised that he didn't end up on the top power play. I don't
Maybe
know.
He still will soon.
Yeah, well, I guess the question is what's going to have to happen for him to end up on the top power play, and that's for the Kings power play to struggle, and Laferriere to be one of the reasons it struggles. And like, I'm not saying it won't happen, but I'm saying like we saw Stefan Nissen on the top power play for most of the year in Carolina, and I think Laferriere might be better than Nissen. So we'll see how the Kings wanna play this. It definitely gives him a hit in value for this year.
Yeah. No, I'm curious. Like, Mike, what's your Byfield projection? Because I know that a lot of people are super stoked about what he's going to be bringing soon. Is it high? And like, have you started reconsidering it now with some of this training camp news?
Yeah, I did. When I finished it, I assumed he was going to be used as one of their top two forwards at even strength, plus the top power play unit. I had him well over 18 minutes a game. With the lines that we're seeing at even strength, with the lines that we're seeing on the power play, I knocked basically like 2 minutes per game off his projection, and it took him from like 70, I think it was 71 points to 62 points. It's disheartening. Like, this is the way I look at it, is if they leave him as the third line, second power play center, just look at last season. Anze Kopitar played 19.5 minutes a game. Philip Deneau played 18 minutes a game. If those two guys are getting all that ice time, how much ice time is actually left for Byfield? Like, can he play a lot more than 16.5 minutes if he's stuck behind Deneau and Kopitar at even strength? The answer is no, right? Like, I think you can't project him for more than 17 minutes a game right now. And last season, there was not a single player in hockey that reached 70 points playing 17 minutes a game. So there's kind of your cap on him. There's no more disheartening news other than injuries. There's no more disheartening news that I've seen from training camps than what they're considering, how they're going to use Byfield, because I'm not convinced that he's not their best center right now, and maybe their best forward overall, depending how you view Kempe and Fiala. And they're treating him like he's just another middle six guy, and it's I do not understand it.
They gave him the big contract, and now they we could do whatever we want with you. I don't know. I guess we'll see how it goes early on. By the way, speaking of the Kings, Darcy Kemper just went for $9. He's someone who I'm kind of thinking is a good sleeper for this year. Didn't even really go for sleeper money, he's kind of going for the same amount as Binnington, who also went for $9. We talked about UPL. He went for $8. So actually, I guess I don't know. Did I accidentally pump up Kemper too much? I'm not that excited about it, but I think he could be good. I don't know. It's always tough predicting goalies, but I feel like LA's goalie usually does pretty well, and he seems like the starter, unless we want to talk Riddick.
For me, it's another one of those situations. Whoever's getting first crack is the guy that I want, and in this case, is Kemper. But it's not necessarily a situation that I'm targeting. I do like the Kings as a team. I just don't think they're in the upper echelon with your Colorado and your Dallas and maybe even Edmonton out west. Even though I think Edmonton's defense core got a little bit worse over the summer, but either way, I think he's perfectly fine. Like we just saw who was drafting Cam Talbot as, a top 12 fantasy goalie last year? Like nobody was. Kemper has that upside just because of the team in front of him. I think the Doughty injury news kind of hurts him a little bit, but I think he's definitely a guy worth taking a flyer on. But if he's going in the same price range as like Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, like I think it's kind of close. Like the Kings might be a better team. I think UPL definitely has the better hold on a starting job is kind of the issue here. So I think the price is kind of fair. It's just not something that I would necessarily like jump at. He's not necessarily a goalie that I'm targeting.
If I could like take a zoom out look, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams have drafted 2 goalies. We have 4 teams who've drafted 1, and the teams with 1, Nolan took Kemper for 9. The other 3 teams with 1 goalie have Hellebuck, Ottinger, and Shesterkin. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 teams with no goalies, including, of course, Nate from Apples and Ginos. By the way, a little shout out, Nate is live streaming his own draft. And so you can check that out through the Apples and Ginos channels that are available to hear. I guess I don't know exactly what he's doing with it, but I assume there's going to be some kind of first person perspective there for what he's up to. Anyway, I just thought that's interesting, and we'll see if those
goalies fill out.
Yeah. We'll see how the goalies fill out. Like I guess the one that really stands out for me, there's 2, and I don't know why I'm so into goalies right now, but Montembeault for 5, with Georgiev for 14, and Joseph Woll for $10, paired with Bobrovsky for 21. Kochetkov for $3 also. Those 3 sort of stand out as not being the tier 1 or 2 or 3. I mean, forgetting Kemper also for a second. So I'm curious to see if anyone's interested in those even deeper cut goalies or if they're just going to be left out completely.
Yeah, maybe some goalies will just go in that snake draft at the end. Let's talk about Matt Barzal, because I drafted him, so obviously I'm selfish. I want to talk about my guys. But he's a guy who last year shot up in fantasy points per game, and here he goes for $27. I actually had the choice in my draft of Barzal or Ovechkin, and yeah, I chose Barzal, and Ovechkin went for 29 here, and Barzal for 27. So I guess the couple tier 1 managers disagree with me, which is fine, I see you. But Barzal, 5.4, a couple points per game last season. The highest, even remember how amazing Barzal was in his rookie year where everyone lost their mind about him? That season he was 4.8. So Barzal is and it's because he was taking more shots. It's as if a new coach said, hey, why don't you go shoot the puck a little bit? Maybe playing right wing is better than being center for him for his fantasy value. So I'm curious, Michael, was this just a one-off thing, or am I right in hoping and praying at this point that Barzal, this is just him now showing what he is, and maybe even has more to show? They'll have Mac Duclair on that top line also. We'll see how that clicks.
Yeah, I think he definitely does have more to show, but it's that inefficiency issue that we talked about with Nathan MacKinnon at the top of the draft. Nathan MacKinnon shoots 9, 10, 11% every year. So does Matt Barzal. In fact, I was writing about him this week at Dobber Hockey. I think he's never had a season of 13% shooting in his career. And there was a defenseman that shot higher than that last season. I forget who it was, but there was a defenseman who shot 13.2% last year. And that would be a career high for Matt Barzal. That's the issue with him, is he's never been able to finish at a high clip. And, he will have if he keeps up 3 shots per game and he's skating top line with Bo Horvat, 20 minutes a game, top power play, all that, he'll still have, 25 goal, 50 to 55 assist season. He can definitely do all that all over again with 3 shots per game. The question is whether he can stop being a 9, 10% shooter and be a 13, 14% shooter so that he can turn those 20 to 25 goals into 30 to 35 goals, if not more. I'm not sold he can do it yet. I'm always of the belief I need to see it before I believe it. And if Barzal was going cheaper in drafts, he's in snake drafts, he's going top 50 pretty consistently. It's not like there's a discount on him. I would be taking it. I would be, much, much higher on him, but just, taking him 45th overall in a snake draft and hoping that he can, start shooting 13 or 14%. Like, it just feels like a lot to ask for me. I'd rather either just wait on a different center, or create some sort of stack with, Bo Horvat later in the draft, grabbing Noah Dobson and trying to stack the Islanders in that sense, because they are all going to play together on the power play.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely fun to watch this team. And like, if Barzal really is, because to me, it's like the shots also. It's just like he went up so much in shots. I want to see if he can now keep that up, because then he doesn't even need to be as efficient and he could still score a lot of goals. So our returning champ Ryan just recently picked up Jordan Kyrou for the same price as Barzal, $27. And they're like flipped. Like last year, Kyrou was only 4.8 fantasy points per game compared to Barzal's 5.5. But the year before, Kyrou was 5.5. So obviously Ryan is expecting and hoping that Kyrou still has more to show. Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise, right? Like, for 2 straight seasons, Kyrou was right around a point per game. And then last year, he played the full season, only 67 points. I'm not seeing that it was like a lower shooting percentage or anything. Was it just, do you think this was just some sort of aberration for Jordan Kyrou, or like, is there a reason for concern? I guess St. Louis isn't the deepest team.
I'm not concerned about Jordan Kyrou, the player. I am concerned about St. Louis Blues, the team. You know what I mean? I
feel that. That's exactly where, because I've been looking at, like, and maybe you have more concerns about Buchnevich, but that's how I felt looking at St. Louis Blues in my draft. So I appreciate and I didn't mean to interrupt you, so continue, but yes.
No, that's just kind of how I feel. Is like, I really do like Jordan Kyrou. I think he's one of the best dual threat wingers in the league, like probably amongst the top 15. One problem, not a ton of ice time, 18-20. That is a high rate, but it's not an elite rate. Like, he's not anywhere as close to that, Marner, Kaprizov tier or anything like that. The other is the power play. The power play started really slow last year. It wasn't until, I want to say, early December that they finally moved Jake Neighbors to the top power play consistently, and then the power play turned around. So I think he absolutely has like 40 goal point per game upside. And I think he can even do that on this roster. I worry about the defensemen. They added Broberg, Perunovic is healthy, but Torrey Krug is gone. They still don't have a lot of great puck moving defensemen. But I think he should see a little bit of a bigger role. I think he's going to see a marginal bounce back across the board. Like, I have him being a 30-30 guy again, easily. And I think he has a 40-40 season in him. Whether it happens with this St. Louis roster, I think, is a fair question, but I really like him as a player. I just wish he was in kind of a better situation.
Can we talk next about Nick Suzuki? Ian is saying in the chat here that he thinks that Suzuki for $20 was a steal. And Suzuki is someone who had his career year last year, 77 points. I don't even know. It was kind of quiet. I feel like we didn't even talk too much about Suzuki. I think we were like losing our minds about Slavkovsky in the second half. We kind of forgot that Suzuki was right there along with him. But yeah, like, Suzuki's been like a, above replacement, but just like around 4.5-ish, a couple points per game the past 3 seasons. Then last year shot up to 5.1. And if we're excited about, everyone's excited about Slavkovsky taking a step forward. Everyone thinks Cole Caulfield's going to score a bunch of goals. Should we be like, Brian, do you think that Suzuki is going to be above point per game next year? He was close to it this year. As the team around him is better, shouldn't that just mean that he gets a little bit better himself? All he needs is 5 more points.
Yeah, I mean, like, Montreal's been thin for a little while, right? And even on those thin teams, Suzuki's been hovering around 4.5 points. Last year, Suzuki averaged 5 cupful. And sorry, I'm talking cupful points. Last year, Suzuki 77 points, over 5 cupful points per game. The interesting part with Suzuki is that the last 2 seasons, his shooting percentage has jumped like 5%. Not each. Like, he was shooting like 10 or 11% in all situations to start his career, and now he's shot 16 and 18% in all situations over the last 2 seasons. So I guess one part of the question is that sustainable? A lot of that has come at 5-on-5, and it has come without a significant jump in expected goals rates. So he hasn't necessarily increased his shot quality, but more have been going in. So I think that's the question mark with Suzuki is we've seen 3 years of a lower shooting percentage, 2 years of a higher one. which one is the one that we should expect to continue seeing. But on the other hand, like regardless of if there's some regression there, I think the team around him is taking shape and form. It's going to be better. Like we talked about Lane Hudson already, but that's just one more puck mover on the back end, right? To support Suzuki in his line getting offensive chances. On ice, Suzuki's line actually took a bit of a step back. Oh no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong number. I was looking at against, and they did better. They're winning more battles in terms of expected goals while they're on the ice, which is great. And they took a step forward, and I think that's probably due to Slavkovsky, and that's why they're in Caulfield, of course, coming like really in the stages of fully emerging. All this to say, yeah, I like Nick Suzuki. I think $20 is great value. And, I'll go back to Stamkos, although Stamkos has a wing eligibility. I'll take $20 Suzuki over $30 Stamkos.
I could see that. Okay, there's a couple interesting defensemen I want to get Michael's take on. A would you rather here. We have Brandon Montour went for $9 to Frank de Gronk. It's Peter. Okay. And then for the same price, Jake Sanderson went for $9 to Nimmer. So Sanderson and Montour very similar in terms of I feel like both of them are in a situation where their teams, it's not perfectly clear who's going to be on the top power play. Seattle had recent power play units that they showed in a practice where they had Montour, it looked like with kind of the second power play caliber guys. But of course, there's the caliber players and there's how much ice time, of course. And yeah, there's obviously Sanderson versus Shabbat over in Ottawa. If you had your choice of one, since these guys both went for the same price, who would you have taken, Michael, between Sanderson and Montour?
I have Montour slightly higher on a fantasy point per game basis. But I'll be honest, I think if you ask me who has the highest upside for the season, it would be Sanderson. And this is the way I'm looking at it. I was hoping that Dan Bylsma would change up the approach that the Seattle Kraken have towards their even strength lines, towards their power play, towards all that. It looks like it's going to be kind of the same, like split power play units, relatively even ice time amongst the forwards. Even, the Matty Beniers and those guys will get a little bit more ice time. Chandler Stevenson maybe, then will Shane Wright or Ty Cartier or something like that, but it won't be a massive gap. I don't think we're going to see 21-minute forwards for Seattle. So, where the defenseman kind of did the same, maybe Montour plays 22 to 23 minutes. He's not going to be a huge minute guy. I think Sanderson has the 24 to 25 minute season possibility, especially if Ottawa is anywhere as close to a playoff spot, because that defense core is not deep whatsoever. You have Shabbat, you have Sanderson, you have Artem Zub, and not a whole lot else after that. I think Sanderson running the top power play for Ottawa, as long as they keep the power play together, has higher upside this season than Montour, but I feel a little bit more secure in Montour's average season coming up. Let's kind of put it that way. Honestly, just ask me which guy do I want to take this year. I would honestly take Sanderson and just kind of swing for the fences, because I still don't I was trying to find some faith in the Seattle coaching staff and the approach that they're going to take to their team, and abandon all hope, all who enter here, because I just have no hope for this team again offensively.
It's really interesting. I didn't realize until just now the team that took Montour, Frank de Gronk, who now I know how to pronounce, this is the person who took McDavid for 86. Then he also got Draisaitl. He's stacking McDavid, Draisaitl, which is imagine in fantasy having McDavid and Draisaitl. It's impossible unless you're only in auction drafts. I know that the auction lovers now are see, that's why auction drafts are better. You can get McDavid and Draisaitl if you want. And then you got to figure out the rest of your roster, because Frank de Gronk still has a lot of his roster to fill. He also has a really high-end D in Dobson to go along with Montour, and then he also has a really high-end goalie in Vasilevsky, and that's left Frank de Gronk with $19 left to fill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 spots. So he's going to definitely be spending just $1 and $2 for the remainder of his roster. It's going to be a real studs and duds situation. It'll be really fun to see. I feel like every year I want to see like how the McDavid drafter does in tier 1. I know Ryan's been winning and he hasn't been having McDavid. So it'll be fun to see how this roster fills out. And then also, yeah, like just how it works out that way, because you have so much high-end offense there. Definitely Frank de Gronk Peter's going to be enjoying those Oilers games whenever they come on. He can get together with PJ and they can watch it. But okay, so let's get back to the draft. We've got a couple of Ducks. We haven't talked about any Anaheim Ducks yet. How rude of us. I wonder if there's any other teams we haven't talked about anybody from yet. But yeah, Troy Terry just went for $12. I got him in my couple drafts, and I believe, Brian, you also got Troy Terry, right? We're
you
Terry
bet.
friends. There we go. So, Mike, give it to us. Tell us how Troy Terry at $12 is the steal of the draft. In seriousness, is he, do you think, the top Duck this year for fantasy? Or is there, there's a lot of contenders, and I don't want to start just naming all these people. Zegras just went for $6. So, obviously, the tier 1 thinks Troy Terry is twice as good as Trevor Zegras. Do you agree with that assessment?
I don't know about twice as good. I do have Troy Terry leading them in points. So there is that. I have him getting back to the 25 goal mark. I have him in the high 60s for points. I actually just finished the Anaheim projections. I wrote about it earlier this week. The problem remains with the power play. Now, maybe things get a lot better with Zellweger there. Cutter Gauthier there, a full season from Leo Carlsson, all those guys growing together. But they didn't draw very many power plays last year. It was like the 6th fewest in the league or something like that on a per game basis. And then their goal scoring per minute wasn't very good either. So they need improvements in a lot of areas of the power play just to get close to average. And that's kind of keeping my projections on them relatively low. I honestly thought before I started doing my projections that I would have Troy Terry at over 70 points, that I would have Trevor Zegras over 70 points, and they just weren't. And the reason was, even with small improvements to the power play, there's just a long way to go. I could easily be wrong on this. Maybe, Leo Carlsson is a tremendous player, and I think people are going to really finally realize that this season. Maybe he takes a bigger step forward than I think he does. Maybe Trevor Zegras comes back and is even better than I'm expecting. Maybe Cutter Gauthier really does contend for Rookie of the Year, so on and so forth. It's just a lot of ifs all have to come together for this whole team to really take a step forward offensively. And I think it's just a little too much to ask for 1 year.
But that off day schedule.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what you always say on Anaheim.
That's true. And it's not even close either. The last that I looked at it, right? Like they have way more light days scheduled, especially in the second half of the season. I think it's like they're relatively around the league average basically until December, and then January, February, and March. They take they get a ton of light games once we get into 2025.
So that's interesting that the lighter games are coming later. Like I was looking at their week to week schedule, and it kind of offsets their light days because they don't have a whole lot of heavy weeks over in Anaheim this season. So they better be playing on the off days to stay relevant. So Troy Terry went for 12, Zegras went for 6, half as much, which I think to me that seems reasonable. I was really big on Zegras last year. It didn't happen. I hear he's back this year with a mullet and looking very confident as always. I don't know how that impacts his fantasy value. But I'll be honest, between Terry, Zegras, McTavish, Leo Carlsson, Killorn, Gauthier, there's so many moving pieces and parts here. And even on the back end with Zellweger and Mintyukov, it's it either could be really wonderful or they could be a year or two away, which is what we've been saying about Anaheim for a little while. A team that has looked a year or two away for a little while and might have actually arrived this year is the Utah Hockey Club, right? So we already talked about Guenther earlier on the episode, and we also sort of touched on Sergachev and how we like him. Clayton Keller just went for $30. Dual eligible winger Clayton Keller. That's a few bucks more than Jordan Kyrou. Both probably have similar deployment assignments, but Keller has the benefit, or I'm going to say a possible benefit, and I'm going to throw to you, of being on Utah. I don't know Mike, I look at Utah this season, and I just feel like things are gonna go right for them this year. Like I see value. Like Guenther, I'm sad I missed out on him in a couple leagues already. I don't know. I'm getting good vibes, but I don't know if am I jumping the gun? And specifically Clayton Keller, what do you think we can expect?
Yeah, I was talking about this on Twitter over the summer. Like, it really sucks that this is the offseason that the Coyotes got moved out of Arizona, because it felt like this was the season when Arizona, now Utah, was going to take that step forward. And if not necessarily get into the playoffs, then certainly play important games in March and early April. I really like they completely overhauled the blue line, which is something they needed to do. I mentioned it earlier in the show. They got rid of the 5 defensemen that they used most on a per game basis on the penalty kill. Got rid of all 5. So like, there are significant overhauls on the blue line. You know, Sergachev, Marino. We'll see if Marino's healthy. You know, there are changes back there. All the guys up front, like Cooley's a year older with a full season. Guenther's a year older. He played 49 games or 48 games or whatever it was. You know, Clayton Keller's kind of in the meat of his prime. Nick Schmaltz, I just saw on Twitter, back practicing today after missing a few days off, so he's healthy. Matthias Michelli, like one of the best playmakers in the league. Lawson Krause, 20 goals with a ton of hits. Like, they have a lot of players all over the lineup that can help. As for Keller specifically, I think the big thing for Keller is Barrett Hayton staying healthy. It seemed like Hayton wasn't really healthy at any point last year, even when he was in the lineup. It really hurt their even strength scoring. And it's kind of funny because, you know, for a few years there, it was the even strength scoring that was floating the fantasy values of Schmaltz, of Keller. And it was the power play that was hurting them. And then last year, the power play is actually pretty good and they produce well on the power play, and then their even strength play falls off. So if they can go back to producing like they did with Hayton a couple years ago and add in their power play improvements that they made last season, like, Keller has 90-point upside. He really, really does. I think fairly comfortably too. It's just a matter of it all coming together. I think a big part of it is the fact that they overhauled the blue line, and now they have some legitimate, like last season, there were times where Sean Durzi was the only guy that could really move the puck. Yeah. Now they have like 3-4 good puck movers back there, and I think that's going to make a big difference for all their forwards, especially Keller.
Yeah, I love to hear like the shared optimism, and I shared sympathy for for Arizona, and I hope they still can, like, they're not far, right? Like, you go show your, like, wear your Yotes jersey over in Utah. Could probably get to a whole lot of games that way. It might cost a little more, though. I guess that's the downside. All right, some of the names that we've seen go. You know, actually, I'm gonna pick 2. Mike, we've seen a couple wingers go. On the left side, we've seen Jeff Skinner go for 6 to PJ, which PJ, I want to know if that's a homer pick. PJ, noted Oilers fan.
He also took RNH.
Yeah.
So he's starting to load up here.
He's loading. That's very exciting to get to load up on players on your own team, except, like, you know, there is like the downside, the drawback of, like, if your fantasy team's doing badly, then your real life team is doing badly. And it hurts doubly. But when it works, it works. And then Sam grabbed Brock Besser a couple picks later for $12 in between Aaron Ekblad for $5 is also really interesting. I don't know if we're counting out Aaron Ekblad to you like, Elon, no interest in Aaron Ekblad even at $5 just to see if, like, he does end up on the top power play.
I mean, last year they could have given him a chance. You know, they OEL got more power play time. I feel like Forsling is taking over as the higher time on ice guy at even strength. I just wonder if it's like, and now they're doing Boqvist. I feel like if Boqvist doesn't get top power play, is it Forsling next? Maybe I'm wrong. I just don't know, like, what the upside is. Like, don't forget last year, a lot of people drafted and held Ekblad all throughout the season, waiting for him to do something, and then he, like, literally did nothing. If you look at his fantasy points per game, he was down to 3.1, like, well below replacement. So this would be just like he had 18 points in 51 games, right? So this would be like, I'll take him for $1. Maybe not. Like, I don't know. I mean, again, it's easy for me to sit here eating my chickpeas and be like, what are these people doing? But and these are like smarter fantasy players than me. But I'll be surprised if Nimmer holds Ekblad. I think that's like a shot to take, but I'll bet you he'll be in free agency. That's a hunch. Like, what do you think, Mike?
I think if I'm going to take a defenseman on the Florida blue line that's not Adam Boqvist in hopes of top power play time, it would be Ekblad. Like, I don't think they go to Forsling. I think they like using him as much as they can elsewhere. My issue with Ekblad is that if he doesn't take the top power play role, he just doesn't do enough elsewhere, right? Like with the ice time drop last year, we saw his shots per game drop to about 2 per game. He's never been a big guy to put up, a guy to put up big block and hit totals. So like, if he's not on power play 1, it's kind of like, what exactly would you say that you do here? So like I said, I think if there's a guy to take a shot on besides Boqvist, it is Ekblad, but I'm not super high on Ekblad kind of regardless. And I don't think they wouldn't have brought in Boqvist if they thought Ekblad could run the top power play. That's kind of how I look at it.
On the flip side, I do like Nimmer's pick of Hurdle for $8. That could be like a really nice hit, right? Like $8 for a guy who last year was averaging. He's always been around 4.5 couple points per game. I feel like that's decent value. I mean, Brian's laughing at me because I'm talking with a mouthful.
Yeah, like you just couldn't wait. We're just so excited by that.
Well, I said
value.
something negative. I wanted to just throw in a positive
to balance the scales. Yeah. I want to go back to those wingers though, because Besser at 12 and Skinner at 6 both interest me. I think Besser, like honestly, I have to say I'm surprised at how cool to him most managers have been. I'm just looking up his Cupful Snake ADP.
I was thinking the same thing.
He's going 98th overall, and so he's going behind like the other wingers situated like near that. Above him are Jared McCann, Brandon Hagel, Nugent Hopkins, Rust, and Lucas Raymond, Marchessault, Slavkovsky. The ones just below Besser are Marchand, Patrick Kane, Buchnevich, Lafreniere, Batherson. I don't know. Like, I'm trying to formulate the question here. Like, Besser was like such an asset, right? To anyone who grabbed him. Like, he wasn't like widely rostered last season heading out of drafts. And then if you grabbed him early on, he was fantastic for you, right? 40 goals last season, over 200 shots. That said, he shot 20%. And so I guess we're between Besser being like a $6 Jeff Skinner or like a $20 Nick Suzuki or somewhere in that range, right? Or $21 Seth Jarvis might be the better comp. So Mike, maybe I'll put it to you this way: where do you think Besser is next year at this time? Like which way do you think he trends based on his performance this season?
Yeah, I think it's going to be down. I don't think he replicates a 40-goal season. That's why, I think $12 is fair just because of his role. Like, he's going to stay in the top 6 with one of Pettersson or Miller. He's going to stay on the top power play as long as he's healthy. He's going to get all that time, all those minutes. But he's not a big peripheral guy, right? Like, you talk about his 200 shots. That's 2.5 shots per game. That's fine. He doesn't hit much. He's never had 60 hits before in a season. Obviously, he's not a big shot blocker either. So, like, if he's not scoring goals, he just doesn't do a whole lot, right? And the goals are going to come down. Like, he's not going to repeat 20% shooting. So, that's what worries me about Besser, is that you need him to score 40+ goals to kind of pay that off, because he doesn't bring shots, blocks, and hits. So, like, I'm not super high on him this season. I don't think, like, I've done 11 drafts. I don't think I've drafted him yet. So that's just kind of like, I'm just kind of down on Vancouver entirely, basically, other than JT Miller. So I think $12, like, in this auction draft, I think it's like a fine price to pay. It's nothing objectionable or anything like that. He's just not a guy that I'm targeting in particular, and I'm not sure I'd pay a whole lot more than that in other drafts.
I think
Okay.
that's reasonable. Yeah, good value, but not necessarily good value, but like not a bad pick. But there's reasons to be concerned that he can't repeat, and I guess that's priced in, right? Because it is a pretty cheap price for someone who just scored almost 40 goals.
Yeah, I guess we have, like, I'm curious to know what his how his ADP compares in other leagues, because he's the sort of guy who, also because he was supposed to be a 40 goal scorer or somewhere along the lines of it when he came into the league, and he just hasn't been able to be consistent, get there consistently enough. I wonder, he's the sort of guy who you'd expect whose draft stock would skyrocket based on last year. It's up a bunch compared to the year prior, but not as much as I might have guessed for a 40 goal player. Yeah.
No, I was just real quick. I'm looking at the underdog ADPs, and it's a format that's the scoring system is similar to this, and he's 75.3, right around Alex Tuch, Kevin Fiala, Alex DeBrincat.
Yeah. So that's there you go. All right. So the patron hive mind is fading Besser, and we'll see if
I'll trust us. I'll trust
honestly,
our group.
I will trust our group too. Speaking of Fiala and Tuch, they went for $24 and $25 respectively. We had Ian in the chat who's drafting. Is he the one who got Tuch? Yeah. Oh no, Nimmer got Tuch for 25, but Ian is asking, while drafting, about someone. What about Alex Tuch at $25? Zibanejad was $25. So Mike, let's do a quick game of who'd you rather between Tuch and Zibanejad at the same price.
I'll take Alex Tuch, just because I have faith in that Buffalo top line being much better than the Zibanejad top line. That's just kind of it. And I think Tuch is going to end up putting up roughly similar shots. I have Tuch right now at 79 points. I think he's going to have a great season.
Wow.
I do think a lot. I think Buffalo's in for a big turnaround. So I really, Tuch is a guy that I've been drafting a lot specifically. It's not to say the price on Zibanejad is bad or anything, because I have them kind of right around each other. It's just the way that I've typically drafted. I'm not drafting a lot of centers in that, let's say, 60th to 100th ADP range. Normally that's where I go and grab maybe a second goalie and, fill up my wingers and stuff like that. That's not necessarily where I'm getting my centers. I have them rated fairly similarly. I'm just personally, the way I'm approaching my snake drafts, I'm just grabbing Tuch a lot more. I think he's going to have a really, really good season this year.
So it's funny. Remember we brought on Jeremy before to talk about his team when he had 3 expensive guys. Jeremy just wrote in the Tier 1 Sweden chat that he's basically done. He's set a queue and he's going for lunch because he's spent all of his money. He still has 7 spots to fill, but he only has $7. So now it's just a matter of waiting to see who falls to him. Jeremy sells. It's just fun to look at his roster here. He ends up with not ends up with, because he still is going to get his dollar guys, but McKinnon, Jack Hughes, Svechnikov, Nick Ehlers, then Letang and Vince Dunn for $10 and $12 respectively, and then Hellebuyck. So yeah, another just similar to the team I talked about before, Frank de Gronk. Yeah, the studs and duds definitely, where we'll see if his studs will carry him. And I know Jeremy's a big streamer, so I'd imagine he's going to be having a lot of fun with those, I guess, 7 plus 4 more so 11 roster spots that are going to be all dollar guys or the final 4-round snake draft. So yeah, we're going to see some churning from Jeremy, and we'll hear all about it in short shifts this season. Okay, Owen Tippett just went for $16. He's someone who, it's I know Brian is always a little bit apprehensive just because the what's to love is the shots, and I'm a sucker for it. Almost over 3 shots per game. On the downside, though, he's never had more than 12 power play points in a season. It's Philly, the lines shift around. I'm very tempted by a potential line of Tippett, Michkov, and Frost, or maybe with Konechny. I don't know, but how confident would you be, Mike, that Tippett can meet the upside there of a guy who I'm so tempted by it. What if he can be a 60 point, 3.5 shots per game guy? Feels like that's really good value to get him for what did I say that Tippett went for here? $16 to a couple returning champ Ryan took him. So that means, good. Obviously, as you could tell, I drafted Tippett in my draft. So I'm happy to see that someone smart took him, but I guess these are all smart people. What do you think, Mike?
No, I like Tippett as well. Because of the peripherals, right? It's not just the shots, but it's the hits. He was it was 1.7 or 1.8 hits per game last year. in this kind of format, those extra, that extra half point per game really, really does help. We can talk about line combinations and power plays for Philly as much as we want. This is still John Tortorella, right? And it's not that I expect Tippett to be benched and play 14 minutes or anything like that. It's just, I think you're going to see a lot of different line combinations for the Flyers. So it's not like, I would expect them to play 80% of the season with Mitchkov or 60% of the season with Konechny. I just think there's going to be a lot of moving around. The big question in Philly, more than anything, is the power play, right? Their power play was last in the league last year, and it was last in the league 3 years ago. So this has generally been a terrible power play team for a few years now. And it's whether Mitchkov can do enough by himself to kind of drag them anywhere close to average, right? And it's whether how much time Tippett spends up there. I really do like Tippett. I have him as easily a top 100 skater this season, and that's without reaching 60 points. And it's because he puts up so many shots and so many hits. So I think he's one of those guys where you grab and you're like, if I can get 25 to 30 goals, 25 to 30 assists with 3.5 shots per game, then that's that, in 1.8 hits per game or whatever it is, then that's fine. And then anything above that is where the value comes from. And I think there is a lot of value here because Lord willing, that power play actually resembles an NHL power play at some point in the near future. Because if they do that, all these guys have a lot of upside, Tippett included.
Mm-hmm. So, hey, Brian, Alex DeBrincat just went for 17, which seems like a steal, right? DeBrincat is a guy who, 2 seasons ago, his last year with Chicago, he scored 41 goals. Then he's been a lot less. He's played full seasons the last couple and has dropped to 27. But I know you've talked about how maybe you think there's more. It's funny, whenever I think of DeBrincat, I think of my father-in-law is a huge Sens fan, makes Brian look like a total casual in comparison.
I think I am generally a casual when it comes to Sens fandom.
He hates DeBrincat, and he thinks that it's DeBrincat made it too obvious that he wanted a trade, and that's why the Sens couldn't get a good return for him. So now it's anytime I bring up DeBrincat ever, he's like, oh, that, I could just see the hatred in his eyes. So I don't know if you have the same, Brian, but do you think that it's with that context, is that good value for DeBrincat? $17 here in the auction seems like a potential 40-goal scorer. I guess we just talked about Brock Besser, who went for $12. You're paying a bit more, but I think DeBrincat probably most people would say is the more likely guy to get back to 40.
Yeah, I think he is. I'm looking I've always liked DeBrincat, and something interesting about DeBrincat is that the last couple seasons, who were we talking about? Suzuki. His shooting percentage went up after significantly up compared to the baseline he'd established in 3 seasons prior. Well, DeBrincat's has gone down, and like Suzuki, his expected goals rates haven't changed. So this is at 5-on-5. He's shot 10%, 7%, and 10% the last 3 years after opening his career with 13%, 15%, 5%. That was bad. And then 16%. So one, I think DeBrincat, I don't know if he had 4 out of 5 years where he had really great shooting luck, and now sorry, I'm combining some all situations numbers too, so it's not really matching up with the narrative I just set. But I don't know if the first half DeBrincat's career is the right shooting percentage or the back half. I'd like to think it's the first, but I can't be sure. But one thing that I feel pretty confident about that's going to bring DeBrincat back up above 70 points for the first time since 2021-22, his last season in Chicago, is that he's still taking 3 shots per game, and I think he's going to get more if the Red Wings run this top power play. Last year, DeBrincat only had 19 power play points and just a 54% share of the minutes. I think those two things are connected. The 2 seasons prior, with 65-70% share of the power play minutes, DeBrincat had 30 power play points. So just toss on another 5 or 10 power play points, and you've got DeBrincat as a low to mid 70s guy, and then actually getting closer to 80. So some shooting percentage regression. If he gets that, that's great. If not, still great, because I expect some more power play scoring from him this year. So I think that's fantastic value for DeBrincat.
Yeah, it seems like it probably is. Hey, so Celebrini just went. Our first rookie, I think. that's gone in the draft so far. So $6 to Ian. Mike, how do you go about projecting these rookies? You don't have any real data to go off of.
Yeah, I have most of my projections done. Rookies are the thing I do last because most of them just don't make it through training camp. So I don't personally have a Celebrini projection yet. But what I will do is give you Dauber's. I work at Dauber Hockey. He obviously has a fantasy guide. He did his own projections for Celebrini. He has him at 34 goals, 34 assists, 250 shots.
That's hot. That's spicy.
Literally,
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is on a per game fantasy point per game basis in this kind of format. We're talking Sebastian Aho, Vincent Trocheck territory.
Wow.
So that's a big okay, so who got him here for $6? Ian just got a steal.
Yeah,
$6. You got Sebastian Aho.
There are a couple of young centers that I'm drafting as much or as often as I can this year, and Celebrini is one of them. And I think it's two things. One, it's opportunity, right? There's basically only Michael Granlund that's a competition for center minutes. Like Celebrini could come out of the game, play 18 to 19 minutes right away. And the other is the power play wasn't that bad last year, right? Their power play was close to league average. And if you're, eating all the top minutes on a power play that's anywhere close to league average, that puts 20 power play points immediately in range. So, and this is a guy who has the profile of a shooter. So when it comes to projecting players like this, you look for historical comparables. The guy that I'm using personally is probably going to be Jack Eichel as a rookie. So what Jack Eichel did as a rookie is kind of what I would expect from Celebrini. Obviously, it's a different scoring environment right now, but Jack Eichel as a rookie had 24 goals, 32 assists, and about 3 shots per game. I think that's a reasonable projection for Celebrini, even if it's lower than Dauber's, and it would still be a steal for $6 in this auction draft. Like, I think, we talked about Bedard earlier. I think he was my favorite buy of the draft so far. I think looking at it now, Celebrini is like, I am really, really high on his fantasy season.
Well, here may be some competition. Oh, please.
Oh, sorry. Were you going to stay in San Jose?
No.
Okay. I was going to jump because Michkov went a while back for the same price. And I was just gonna ask Mike, or Michkov went for 8. Sorry, to Sideshow Perry, and Mike, do you have a feeling on which of these two might be most worth rostering? Like they seem to be, for sure. Like to me, the two buzziest forward rookies this year. I don't know if I'm forgetting someone. Celebrini, for what it's worth, is going 151st on average in our Cupful Snakes, and Michkov is going 132nd, so a little bit ahead, $2 more in the auction. Does that about track with where you're at with them, Mike?
Yeah. What I've been seeing in a lot of drafts is Michkov going right around the top 100. And then Celebrini and Cutter Gauthier going closer to top 150. I'm going to be honest. I think top 100 for Michkov is a little too steep for me, just because I don't think he plays more than like 17 and a half minutes. And there's a very real chance that Philly has the worst power play in the league. So like, how much upside could he really have? Like Philly's power play has a long way to go to even be close to what San Jose was last year, just to kind of put it into context. So that's why I'm kind of just passing on Michkov. Like if you told me, if you had a crystal ball in front of you and you said the Philadelphia Flyers will have a league average power play this year, I think Michkov is easily a top 100 pick. It's just, I don't think they're going to have close to a league average power play, and that's really going to hurt. And he's still a right winger, and there's still Travis Konechny in the lineup that's going to take minutes. And we know John Tortorella loves his guys like Scott Lawton, Ryan Poehling, Noah Cates, those types of grinders. He loves giving those guys minutes as well. So like, I don't think Michkov is going to play 18 and 19 minutes like Celebrini will. So just by saving 4 or 5 rounds in fantasy drafts and snake drafts, here's saving a couple bucks, which is about 25% of Michkov's price, I would probably just rather take Celebrini.
Yeah, and so you were saying that you thought Celebrini was maybe the biggest value pick of the draft so far at $6. I was wondering if maybe there's some competition now with your guy JJ Peterka going for 15. He's someone I really wanted, but then the round where I was planning to take him in the snake draft, he got taken a few picks before me, so I ended up having to settle for Nazem Kadri, who also just went for $12 to Jordan. But PJ got Paterka. PJ, who came on and said that he has two guys he's eyeing. He's told us in the chat here, JJ was one of the guys he was hoping to get, so we got him. Is that good value, or do you think that's just like kind of right where he belongs?
To me, that sounds like fair, because we were talking about Patrick Kane earlier, and I have and Patrick Kane I think went for 16, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 16. I'd rather Paterka, I think.
I would too. Don't get me wrong. It's just I have them projected relatively close for points per game so far this season, but I do have Paterka for a lot more shots. Also, I don't worry, and it's weird to say because Buffalo's power play wasn't very good last year, but I don't worry about Buffalo's power play as much as I do Detroit's, because you guys were talking about the breakout and talking about how they, messed around with their power plays a bit last year. I worry about Detroit doing that again. I don't really worry about JJ Paterka being taken off of Buffalo's power play, right? Like, I'm pretty sure he's going to be top line, top power play basically all season. The guy I would be worried about is Jack Quinn. So for that reason, I think Paterka's role is fairly secure. And like, I have Paterka 33 goals, 40 assists, 73-point season with over 3 shots per game. I think he's in for a big year. Like, $15 seems like a pretty good buy. I agree with you. I'd rather have him than Patrick Kane. I still think Celebrini's my favorite buy, but yeah, I'm a big Paterka guy this season. So $15 seems pretty good to me.
Yeah, well, congrats to PJ for getting your JJ. We've got Devin ready to come back on the call. How's it going, Devin?
Good. Thanks for having me on. Can you hear me this time?
Yeah.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Love the stash.
Oh, yeah.
So looking at your team so far, you had the big Matthews buy for 81, and then you got Eichel for 46, and then I see Dahlin 43, Heiskanen 26, Gostisbehere for $7. You got Lafreniere for 15, and then you've got your big goalie in Ottinger for 27. There's still quite a few spots to fill, 7 spots to fill, and you have $9. So I guess it's going to be mostly dollar guys. How are you feeling about how your draft went so far?
If I went through the whole draft and like picked out, $260 worth of players, I would not have the lineup that I have right now.
Well, of course, yeah.
So ideally you get the guys that you think are values, but I spent a lot of money early, so I had to skip on a lot of guys that I had my eye on later.
Are you having any regrets on Matthews at 81, or do you think that's
no?
That you're just happy?
Yeah, that being said, I don't think I regret any of it, because that'll be fun to watch. I mean, I went high on Eichel, which I am high on him. And I think his line mates don't I saw that he was playing with Barbashev and nobodies, and I was like, okay, great. Let him shoot even more. Like, he's a selfish player at the best of times.
Right.
So I don't think that'll hurt him too much. Yeah. Then Dahlin, I like to lock in a good player, at every position, as everybody does. But I at least wanted 2 kind of top end D and then a swing D. But I ended up with Gostisbehere for 7, which I think is probably my best pick right now. The one that I'm like, okay, that helps me pay a little bit more for the rest of the team, because I have some money saved on that pick.
Michael, are you pretty confident that Tony's got, or Devin? I saw the Talkie Hawk. I was thinking Tony Hawk, but okay, I got this. Are we confident that Devin's got himself a top power play full season guy in Gostisbehere? Or do you think that there's maybe going to be some competition throughout the season?
I don't think they bring him in unless the idea is to use him on the power play full time. I think, if I'm not mistaken, so far in training camp, they've tried Brent Burns as a net front guy on the power play at times. So if they're trying Brent Burns net front on the power play in practice, I really don't see him taking the top power play defense role anytime soon. So I finished my defense projections. I've Gostisbehere on the top power play for over 80% of the season. I don't really see a reason why he would be taken off unless there's a severe underperformance somehow. And, predicting that is kind of foolhardy, I think.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fair.
I like hearing that. I also, having listened to you, Michael, on the last few of these auction drafts, like you have a lot of takes, and when I'm listening, I'm like, I don't know, man. And but I like the take, but then this year you've agreed with a lot of mine, so I'm into it.
Oh yeah. So
All
now,
right, so Mike, you've got
You
we're
like
gonna get a
Matthews
5-star.
high and
We're gonna get a
Eichel.
5-star review this time.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, I hope you win now. go and take it down.
Yeah.
Now everyone's gonna come on and be like, Mike, I also agree with your thought. I guess there's been a couple people you've been down on, so those people might not like you so much. All right, so yeah, thanks, Devin. Any final words? You want to throw some trash talk at the rest of your league or something before you head off to finish the draft?
Oh wait, Sam just took somebody. I was just waiting.
Sam
It's
just
the last
spent.
interesting thing happening.
Sam
just spent $49 on Line A because it was his last pick, and he had saved a lot of money up. And so, hey,
Yeah.
you know what?
He's had one pick left and $49 for like half of the draft.
I guess he knew who he wanted.
Yeah, he wanted that guy.
Look, like that's what you gotta tell your kids. You know, it's like if you save money and you don't just spend on little candies and stuff, you can get a $49 Patrick Laine one day. Now we'll see if he gets on the top power play. So far, he's not on it, so we'll see.
I'm looking through so on one hand, like, way to go, Sam, way to get your guy. On the other, like, I'm curious to hear if Sam, like, is, a little...
Yeah, if you want to come on,
feel how Sam feels about having that much money at the end. I'm also seeing, like, the other guys that went between Sam's last bid and this one, which were, like, there weren't a whole lot of, like, high-end guys, but I'd say, like, Fiala is maybe someone to compare with Laine, and
that's a good point. Yeah,
maybe
Mike,
Marchessault.
Mike, who would you take between Fiala, Laine, and Marchessault for your last pick? Oh, could have had Paterka. Okay, throw him in there too.
I mean,
who should have Sam taken with his $49 for his last pick?
I mean, I would probably take Fiala, but I also think if all those players hit their upside for the season, Laine probably has the highest upside. So it's not like I don't hate it, and I'm a Montreal fan, so it's not like I don't like it. I just think I feel a little bit better about Fiala's role on the Kings and what he can bring season to season.
Yeah, Montreal, it's all of a sudden just getting crowded there on that top power play. We'll see if Kirby Dach holds the spot or if they find... That's one of those things... It always frustrates me. Like, I feel like as a fantasy player, I just want the coach to just put the 4 best players. I don't really... but they have to think about, like, who's going to stand where and who's going to have which job. I'm always like, just get the 4 guys. But I guess Laine and Caulfield play a similar role.
That's the problem, is that they're basically the same type of player on the power play. I also think it's worth noting, like the Montreal, I wrote about this at Dauber too. The Montreal power play, in the top power play without Sean Monahan, really wasn't very good. And I think it's because Sean Monahan did a lot of things down below the dots that other players in that lineup really couldn't do. And I also think Kirby Dach is the most natural replacement that they have for Sean Monahan in that role, like playing in tight spaces, bodying defensemen off the puck, stealing pucks, when, somebody fumbles it, going back and stealing pucks away. I think that's something Kirby Dach can do. I'm not sure that they have anybody else that can do that. So that's why it kind of makes sense to me that Dach is in that role.
All right, so let's continue on with the draft here.
Let me just thank Devin for coming on, because we started talking about Sam just at the tail end. So thanks, Devin, for coming on to share. And we're actually, I think there's about 50 picks left, or 50 to 60 picks left. A lot of teams are down in budget to like $1 or $2 guys. So we're really winding down here. Right now, Steven has 4 spots left to fill and has $16 with which to fill them. And that's Jordan also has $19 and 5 players. Devin has $15 and 7 players, but we already just talked about how they might be mostly dollar guys. So I'm curious to see, who, like at this point when you're holding the hammer, who you try and use it on.
Yeah, I'm seeing some chatter here that there might be some Fantrax issue where someone like has more money or like less money than the number of players they have left. I don't know if like John wants to check if we need to pause and like look into something, but as we watch that happen, we've got a couple goalies that just went. We're getting to the dollar guys here. Philip Gustafsson, Philip Gustafsson for $1. Like I'm like pretty concerned about him, but at the same time, until Wallstead comes in, like I'd imagine he's the starting goalie on Minnesota. So it seems like a pretty good pick there. Then you got Petr Mrazek going on Chicago, who at least while Brossois is injured. You'd imagine Mrazek is going to play a lot. Do you
was,
have any
like-
faith? Oh yeah, sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, I was just going to jump in on that and say, like,
Yeah.
he was rosterable last season.
For stretches, yeah.
For stretches. And especially when Soderblom wasn't around. I think, was there someone else in the mix at one point too? I can't fully remember. But, like, I found some moments where I was very happy to have Mrazek, even without wins. And this year I expect there might be a few more. So I like that $1 Mrazek from Nate. I like the $1 Gustafsson from Jeremy. Like, this is sort of the point where it's like, oh, I like all these cheap guys, right? Like, you need to have like your core team already built by now. But like Batherson for 8, Nelson for 7, Elias Lindholm for 6 if he ends up playing on the top line. All, like, I don't know. I like this part of the draft. It's fun. I also just want to point out one team. Ian, when we were talking about Celebrini at $6 being like Mike's buy of the draft, Ian's probably thrilled to hear that because he's like blown a lot of money and still has like 7 players left to fill, and $11 with which to fill it. I think he has the most empty spots of he and Devin both have the same number of empty roster spots remaining. But Ian spent 71 on Kucherov, 57 on Makar, 53 on Nylander, then 32 on Aho, and then 15 each on Sorokin and Allmark before adding $6 Celebrini. So I guess if you are going to go big on your big guys, then you've really got to hit on those smaller guys. And so I think that's a little interesting roster construction happening over there.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, good job to Ian. It'll be fun to see. Ian's had a lot of opinions here in the chat, so I feel like this is going to be an active guy and fun to follow throughout the season here. But I really like the squad. I mean, at the end of the day, if you could have Kucherov and Makar to start your team, like that's pretty sweet. And then I feel like, yeah, you just got to be now active on the waiver wire. But I guess let's get back to some player talk here. And Fantilli, I guess Fantilli's like still about to go. We paused the draft so that John could look into things. Oh, but I was going to talk about Gustafsson. I got interrupted somehow, but I believe I never asked somehow. I forget now. Okay. I'm also fading. This has been like a 4-hour podcast and we still got more to go. So my brain is starting to disappear a little bit. But yeah, I wanted to ask to Michael, like, what do you think about a Philip Gustafsson for $1? Do you think that there's a chance he holds the job, or is last year more like likely what he really is?
Oh, no, I think there is a chance that he holds onto the job. In fact, he was one of the goalies that when I started doing drafts, late July, that I was taking quite a bit as my second goalie because he was consistently going outside the top 20 goalies drafted. Once they announced that they were going to a 3 goalie rotation, I got a little bit nervous. Now, I still think that Gustafsson takes most of the starts, but does most of the starts mean like, he gets 35, Fleury gets 25, and
right.
Walker gets 20 or something like that. Like, that's the problem. Like, so for $1, I think it's very much worth finding out. I also think he's one of the goalies whose stock has dropped the most, I would say, over the last like 8 weeks. Because the way people viewed him 2 months ago was, borderline mid to late end number 2 starter in a 12-team fantasy league. Now he's going solidly as a borderline late number 2, early number 3. And it's all concerns that he starts 35 games rather than 50 plus.
Yeah, at the end of the day, yeah, it's for $1, it's just a swing you can take. And you could always just move on. Interestingly, Luda has taken 4 goalies, so he's just decided to go take swings on a bunch of guys. I'll bet you he's not going to hold all of them throughout the season. He has Frederik Andersen, Sam Ersson, Connor Ingram, and Aiden Hill. If you had to, like, let's say he had to drop a couple right now, who are the ones you would hold from Hill, Ingram, Ersson, and Anderson?
I'm definitely keeping Connor Ingram because I think he's the best goalie in Utah. And, we were talking about how we expect Utah to be an even improved team this season. So I would definitely keep Ingram. I would also probably keep Hill. Like, at least he's probably, as long as he stays healthy, right? He's probably going to get the starts. Freddie Anderson, like, I don't know, man. That's why, like, when I think I saw Kochetkov go for $3, I was like, I think that might be the best goalie buy of the draft. Like, for some people aren't buying into Kochetkov at least getting like 45 starts or something like that this season. I'm pretty sure he's going to be the 1A out of the 1A, 1B. So as long as Kochetkov gets like 45 to 50 starts, I think that $3 Kochetkov is going to be a much better buy. And I think there's a chance he'll start even more than that. I'm not completely sold on Freddie Anderson, being a 40-start goalie this season. So as a cheap price, I think it's fine. I think relying on him to be like your number 2 fantasy goalie, or maybe even a number 3, might be asking a little bit too much.
Yeah. Speaking of guys who like have been great in the past, but maybe it's time to move on a little bit. Taylor Hall is up for bid now. It'll be interesting to see what he goes for. Maybe I'll wait to talk about him once he actually. Oh, it's over. $2. Yes, I mean, I saw at first it was looking like he was going to potentially play with Bedard. The latest practice lines had him on the second line with like I don't know, other people. But who else is on Chicago? Okay, let me see. Oh well, there's Kurashev. I guess he's probably with Kurashev.
Frank Nazar, I think.
Oh, Nazar, that's kind of fun. But yeah, do you think Hall is someone who can bounce back at this point in his career, or is this kind of like a Pacioretty? Like it'll be a nice story if he can sort of do some stuff, but don't expect him to be like a valuable fantasy guy moving forward.
I think like the 70 points or whatever is kind of out of range. I just don't think Chicago's anywhere near good enough of a team, but I do think as long as he stays healthy, he can bounce back like 20 goals, 55 points, like that type of thing. I think that type of season is possible. I'm just not expecting, a turn back the clock situation here. Like even if he's fully healthy, getting second line top power play minutes, that team's still bad. You know what I mean? And there's a difference between playing with Connor Bedard and playing with like anybody else in that lineup.
So I guess while Brian is gone, it might be worthwhile to just throw this out because I don't want to hurt his feelings. But Jake DeBrusk just went for $8. I know Brian had the choice of DeBrusk or Peterka in his draft, and I was trying to convince him to take Peterka, but he took DeBrusk. So how do you think he did there?
I'm high on Peterka personally, so I probably would have taken him as well. But I also think Jake DeBrusk is in line for a career season. Seems like he is locked into the top 6, whether it's with playing with Pettersson or whether it's going to be with JT Miller. Like DeBrusk is going to play top on one of those top 2 lines with a very, very good center. And he's also going to be on the top power play unit. Like they just, maybe Connor Garland comes in and sneaks some time at some point. Or, if Lekkerimaki makes the team, maybe he gets some, like those types of things. But I think for the vast majority of the season, DeBrusk is also going to be on the top power play unit. So I think like 25 to 30 goals, a 60-point season is very much in line for DeBrusk. Personally, I have him at 28 goals, 35-6 for 63 points. So I believe that would be a career year for him. So I really do think DeBrusk is being in snake drafts. I think he's being kind of underrated a little bit. I think $8 is a solid buy for him. I like it.
Okay, looks like we're having some issues with the draft. I guess Fantrax is kind of having something, and someone just got skipped and it said their max bid was 0. So thankfully John is there looking into it. Hopefully we'll be able to finish up this draft. Would be a bummer to have to take this offline, but I guess in the meantime, still lots of fun players that we can talk about with Mike until he's like, can I leave, please? It's 4:38. Brock Nelson is always a guy who no one respects, right? He's just had 2 straight seasons of being a 70 to 75 point guy, over 5 fantasy points per game in our format because he shoots a decent amount, and he fell all the way to $7. So do you think this is just people not believing that he'll do it again, or is it just like, hey, I just don't want Brock Nelson. He's bored. Like, what is it? Why does no one respect Brock Nelson? Do you respect Brock Nelson, Mike?
Yes, I do. In fact, I think there was no player on the cover of my Stochastic DFS articles more last season than Brock Nelson. Just because, like you said, people weren't playing him a lot. Like in DFS, once Bo Horvat got there, it was basically like Bo Horvat would be like double or triple the ownership every single night of Brock Nelson, and Brock Nelson was performing just as well. I really do like him. I'm concerned about the power play. I'm wondering how everything's going to shake out. I know they moved Anthony Duclair up on the top unit. Whether Palmieri gets his role back or whatever, we'll see what happens. But I have no real concerns about Brock Nelson this season at all. So $7, I think, goodbye. Like I'm definitely down with that for sure. So yeah, I'm really good on Brock Nelson for that price. I agree with you. I think he's underappreciated.
All right. Maybe I'm just going to make an edit break here, even though I haven't actually
we have to
kept track of them.
to
So I don't
fix
know,
the
I'll do a
draft.
clap. Well, I don't know what's happening right now.
That wasn't a big
I
enough
think
clap, I don't think.
I'll just remember to come back at this point. So for the audio podcast, I'll just try to make a note to I'll make a note to myself right now. 3 minutes and 4. I'm going to send a message to myself. 3 minutes and 42 seconds. So Mike, how are you doing?
Get edited out, I'll talk.
Yes, please.
Sorry, I
How's
haven't
it going?
talked in so long. I was.
Well, hey, John, I'm like, who is that? Who's coming on? What are we looking at here?
Somehow somebody's gotten to $0 and
cool.
still has 2 players.
I see that. Oh, and I see. Is it the same for Prestige Worldwide? Has 4 players to get and $3.
Sorry, it's for some reason the max bid that he's allowed is at $0.
But is like the
Right.
money right? Like in terms of like how much actual cash he has left?
I don't even know.
It might be a situation where it's like, because you know how we put it to fill the bench, like we should have maybe just like made in hindsight, like the roster settings, just say it's a 14 team league, like 14 spot league. Cause maybe now it's like, we had that setting like to only fill up to the, not including the bench. So maybe now it's like, since people have put people on the bench, like you look at Luda, right? He has 2 goalies on his bench. So I wonder if that just like confused Fantrax because he drafted 4 goalies.
It says Sam needs 1 more player, but Sam is done. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
Because it won't count the 1 player that's sitting outside of
That's
the
on.
Yeah, it's
Okay, so
the
we
problem
need
is happening when
everyone-
people don't fill their spot. Okay, how about this? Ooh, I have an idea.
We need everyone to move their players into their active.
But they
but
can't.
they
Like, if
don't
you have
always
4
fit.
goalies.
Yeah.
Maybe, John, what if we change? Because you know how we can change positions on Fantrax? What if you just take all these guys and like, can we like give Line A like D eligibility and then move him to a D spot and move
that
like
seems
Frederick
like
Anderson?
more complicated.
What are you
What if we
thinking
just-
of doing?
Oh yeah.
I was just going to change it to include the reserve and see what happens.
Oh, and just tell people don't draft more than 14 people.
I was just going to end it manually.
Oh
Yeah,
we're
but like someone
we're
theoretically
running.
could buy more.
Hold
You know,
on.
like people will have to be smart enough then to not bid on a 15th person, like and spend all their money on their 14th.
Why do I have the clock running?
It says the draft is suspended.
Okay, on my screen it says the draft is already suspended. Okay.
Okay, we can roll back, I guess.
It
if we
no, it
need
just
to.
keeps going from it's
No,
counting
no,
down
you
from
have to
10
refresh.
to 0. And
It's probably just like a JavaScript thing. Hey, while we're here, Mike, how much time do you have left here before? Because we don't need to hold you hostage. Like if you need to go, like obviously at some point, like we can just say bye and then finish. Like
Yeah.
how you looking?
Well, I'd set aside 4 hours. Like,
Right.
I don't know if you guys have like how long this might take to get fixed is the only thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
I
All right.
see
Well, definitely like
yeah. Sorry.
well, let us know and we'll like say goodbye.
Yeah. Well, I'm good at least to the top of the hour. So
I guess
Okay. So if you're okay to bear with us while we try and fix this. Okay.
yeah, sure.
So what's the current status? Sorry. So John, you've changed the settings now to fill the full roster.
Yes, I included the reserve.
Okay. So how's it looking now? Let's see.
I
Not
see I see no one with a $0 max bid.
Sam has $0
Sam
and says
has-
-3. Oh, because now it says he has 4 people left. Right. No, but that's correct, right? Because he has
Right.
$0 left because he's finished
and
his
he's
draft.
out. But
So that's
Sideshow
good.
has 7 players and
And
$6 and 0 max bid.
But did Sideshow actually
and no one on the bench.
like so they let him bid more than they should have?
What if I'm gonna add up Sideshow's bids? Let's see what's going on.
Oh, come on.
Who is old left wings?
I don't see anyone named Old. Oh, here it is. Yeah. What do you mean who is it? It's the person before Nimmer.
Oh, that's Prestige. Well, somebody changed their name in the middle of the draft, so
No.
confused me.
Okay, yeah. So they have 6 to go and only $3. That doesn't seem right.
Okay, so Sideshow Perry's, it's accurate, has spent $254, but does not have 7 skaters left to pick.
Oh, so how many players has he picked? 1, 2,
3,
4,
5, 8, 11. Sideshow Perry
Out
has
of
3
14.
players left to pick, but Fantrax
Oh, it says 7
No.
because that's because he
Because
added
I
4
changed.
more.
I made that change.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Okay, let's see
So
what
that's
happens.
fine.
I think
change back?
it's going to do nothing. I'm going to change it back, and I think it's just going to show a different. It's just going to
Is
change. the
someone
number.
communicating with Sweden here? Okay.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
did. Okay, now what's it showing?
Okay. So Sam is good at 0. Oh no, old left wings is still
Well, 4 people left because it's not
3,
really 4. Like old left
6,
wings has
8,
1, 2,
10,
3,
12.
4,
Has
5,
2
6,
players
7.
left and $3, which is fair, but their max bid is 0.
I don't know why the max bid even goes. Like, I don't know what's controlling that, other than setting a max bid.
All right, I think the best solution is to not allow these players on the bench. Well, I don't want to say the best, but I think a solution could be to change the roster settings or I also wonder if it's just I think Fantrax is getting confused with like some players being in bench spots instead of just in their spots, you know?
What if we
So-
change every
I'm gonna
position?
change the roster then.
What's that?
I'm going to change the roster.
Yeah,
Like
the only thing is,
every-
what do we do with like 4 goalies? Like, what are we going to do? We'll just call them like...
I don't know if we can get goalie into like a generic slot, but if every other slot is skater, then that will solve some part of it.
Yeah, we could just say the whole thing is skaters.
Oh, okay. So J Brew, you added like 1 million slots for each.
Yeah.
And then so these goalies are still needing to get, like all the players in reserve still need to get moved up.
So do we need to ask the players themselves to now move their goalies and move their players into spots?
Yes, but it also we also should be able to do that from their
The admin portal.
roster pages using Commissioner.
So do you
Okay.
want to team up on that if we all do it together?
There's only
Okay.
a couple.
All right, I'll take Nimmer.
Okay. Once I figure out how to get
I'm on Luda.
Okay. I'll take. Sam doesn't matter. Sam, you matter, but not in that way. I'll do RC rollers.
Okay. I'll do Prestige Worldwide.
It's better work.
Probably won't. All right. Okay, how are we looking here?
Okay, who's left that needs it?
I just did Sam.
Okay, I'll do.
So we just need Sam.
Oh, you did
Sam.
Prestige, Elon.
Yeah. So
Okay,
we're done.
So that's it. Everyone's good now.
Okay, now Sam is showing that his draft is over, which is good.
Oh,
Okay, this
I
maybe
think
looks
this is
okay.
promising. It at a glance looks good.
Okay. Now is is the bid fixed? The max bid fixed for
Yeah.
Prestige?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. He can.
We did it.
Okay.
Woo!
Wow.
John, you're incredible. think
I
we
didn't
were
do
able to
it.
do this.
You guys helped too. Did somebody start it?
No.
I didn't.
Okay.
It's
But my
I
timer.
can't tell if it's.
Yeah, I have to refresh the draft room. Oh no, it's still just counting down from 10 to 0 repeatedly.
but it's still Gabe Velarde up for bids, so I think we're okay.
What happened with Fantilli? Did everything work for Fantilli?
That was a while
he
ago.
went
I
for
think
4.
he's fine.
I
$4.
definitely have to undo at least one pick. I feel like.
Oh yeah, I haven't been in the league chat. Who was mistake? Taylor Hall? Or
I don't know.
maybe. Well, let's ask in tier 1.
Let's
I guess.
ask
Does anyone
Sweden.
want? Let's just be like, does anyone want? Is everyone ready to go? Or does anyone have any concerns? So now this will fill. Okay, great. And then we'll like figure it out. We could always just, to make it easier, make a separate draft. I'm so nervous now for the snake draft after, but I guess we can just like touch base. We could do the remaining snake draft just in the chat. We can just tell people to like just make their picks in the chat and then do it manually even. But whatever, let's just get through this auction.
Okay.
Now
Strong says McDavid needs to be rewound. Everyone had a chance for a haul. Yeah. So everybody, we changed the roster setups to fix it. Don't worry about what you see.
Okay.
Okay, just Luda, don't take another goalie. Okay? Max 4 goalies.
Yeah, otherwise I'm gonna have to.
Luda, if you want another goalie, send us a DM.
Just you have 4 goalies. Save some for us.
Well,
We
maybe
don't have any more roster spots for
maybe
you.
maybe it's a scarcity move. Maybe Luda just
Well,
wants to.
that's no longer an option.
Okay, so we're good.
Right. So everyone, hopefully you're listening.
I'm going to give
Ignore
them a
the-
heads up that we're starting in 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Starting up again in 60 seconds.
I can't believe that. Well, I guess I don't
ready?
yet. I don't want to be like jinxing it now.
Don't
but-
jinx anything.
Okay. I'm
Whoa,
surprised
but-
that we actually got something working potentially.
Let me.
But yeah, the numbers look right.
I just want to see if I can undo the last nomination to restart that.
Oh,
part.
the Velarde? That should be easy to do.
But if it's too difficult, then
No, it should
no,
be
it's not.
under undo last nom/pick under draft setting. I could do it right now if you want. Oh, you did it. Okay.
I just wanted to
Cool.
make sure I wouldn't accidentally undo Taylor Hall.
Yeah.
I love that
Okay.
it grayed out Sam. Like, it looks like Sam died.
Okay.
Okay, so
Let's do
everyone
it.
seems like they're ready. I'm going to restart.
All the values look good. We're started, right? It's on? I see a
Yeah, it looks like
25.
it.
It is
Okay.
now.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to like podcasting and pretend like nothing happened for the edit.
All
Awesome.
right.
Okay, here we go.
We're
All right, well,
live.
let's see here. Jordan has just nominated, or I'll just start now. Okay. All right, so I see Jordan has just nominated Gabe Velarde. Velarde's an interesting guy, right? Like, he was sort of buried a little bit in LA. I know we talked about him a couple times having some upside. And then last year he came out to the scene in Winnipeg after the Dubois trade and really started strong. Unfortunately, had an injury, so we weren't able to finally see what he'll do. But once again, we're seeing Velarde on the top line with Scheifele and Connor. We're seeing him on the top power play. Like, Mike, what kind of upside should we expect to see from Gabe Velarde if he can play a full healthy season getting this deployment?
Yeah, this is a guy, he can do like the 30 goal, 40 assist thing.
Yeah, and by the way, he just went for $6, so potentially great value if that's true.
That's
yeah,
big value. Or that's a big spend at this point in the draft, too.
Yeah, it's just he is a very good player and he's being put in a position to succeed. Like, that's just kind of basically it.
Mhm.
How much ice time he gets, what kind of peripherals he puts up, I think that's very much in question. But they really do like having Velarde on that top line. They ran it a lot last year. They've done it so far in training camp. The question is just whether he can stay healthy, right? Like 47 games, 63 games, last 2 seasons. Like, that's not great. If he can play 75 games, like, he can put up a 70-point season. It's just a matter of getting to that point where he can stay healthy. So as long as he's healthy, I really like that buy.
Okay, cool. Well, another name I wanted to throw at you, because this is also like just like breaking news, you know, recently with the Drew Doughty injury. And now that I think we talked about it a little bit before, Brandt Clark getting on the top power play. He just went for $4. This is a guy who probably wouldn't have been picked at all. I am done my draft, and I guess I have to tip my hand here, but I'm done my draft, but we haven't opened up the league yet. Like, waivers is going to start on October 1st. And then the plan is, and then, you know, so waivers will clear a couple days after that. So it's all going to be a free for all with our fab budget. Should I be like going in all in now on Brandt Clark on the top power play in LA, or do you think that, you know, we should maybe pump the brakes about expecting too much?
I have concerns. Like, I really do like Brandt Clark, but Brian's been talking all through the draft about the third pair top power play guys, and that's what I'm worried is going to happen to Clark, is that he's going to skate he's going to get top power play minutes, but he's going to skate 13 minutes a game at even strength and end up somewhere between 16 and 17 minutes a game, which at that point, you know, basically all his upside is because of the power play role. And that makes him very volatile week to week, because, you know, if there's a week that goes by where the power play goes 1 for 13, well, sorry, he's not going to really bring a whole lot in fantasy. So that's my concern, is that they don't believe in him enough to play him 20 to 21 minutes a night. so that he can be a consistent fantasy producer, a guy that you can plug into your lineup every week and not worry about it. I think he has the potential to do it. But, we just went through this last year with Jordan Spence. Like, I think the world of Jordan Spence, and I think he's the guy that's actually going to gain the most ice time out of this. I said yesterday on Twitter, like, he could legitimately add about 4 to 5 minutes a game in even strength ice time alone. And Spence is now assured second power play status, which isn't a lot, but that's still, 90 seconds, 2 minutes a game of power play ice time. That's quite a bit. So I really like Spence as well. I think Clark at that price is perfectly fine, especially if you only get a half season of power play one time. And there's also that, that Wally Pips situation. Like, if that Los Angeles Kings top power play is very, very good, even when Doughty's back, Clark could hold on to it. So I think the buy is perfectly fine. I'm just not sold he's going to be a guy that's going to get 21 minutes a game, and every single week you just put him in the lineup and don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm with you, Mike. I think he's worth a shot at this moment, but even looking at Drew Doughty last year, like I rostered him and Sean Dursey, and they were both two examples of guys who, even though they were top power play, and they still were like borderline rosterable for several weeks, and it felt like a chore to hold on to them at times. And then when they went off, it was beautiful. But honestly, at the end of the season, it didn't feel like they had really, they didn't give me what I hoped to have from them, and I wasn't sure if it was the right move to hold on to them the whole way through. And so Brant Clark, even if he does, like, even hypothetically, like, best case is like top 4 and top power play. I don't know. It's just been a while since we've seen an LA defenseman do a whole lot. Like Drew Doughty had like that 1 year not that long ago, but that's been surrounded by a whole other bunch of years where it was just like, yeah, thanks. That's like just above replacement, and we'll take it, but it's not the best case situation.
Yeah. So, hey, Mark Stone just went for $6. Which is, like, on one hand, a great steal. Like, he doesn't play very much, but when he does play, he's been close to a point per game, like, for a while. Maybe closer, I should say, 70-point pace. Still, like, obviously really good. But, man, remember when I asked you, Mike, about Eichel and his line mates being Olofsson and Barbashev? I'm like, oh, that's not that great. Do you know who Stone's line mates have been in training camp?
William Karlsson and Dorofeyev, I think.
Well, Carlson's been injured recently, so I guess we could probably lock him in like once the season starts. There's a guy named Lasinski. I've never even heard of him. So, but yeah, I guess if William Karlsson is there and Dorofeyev, maybe it's not so bad. Like, I guess with Mark Stone now, it's not a matter of if but when. Like, he's gonna miss time, but sometimes I like to play fantasy and just think like, I'll deal with replacing the player out of free agency when they're injured. But if they can be in my lineup for like the fantasy playoffs for some key moments, maybe it can be worth it. Like, how are you of that mindset, or were you just like stay away from Mark Stone because who knows how much time he's gonna miss?
No, I at the outset of every season, I project every player for 82 games played. Because I said it a little bit earlier on the show, the thing with guys that have an injury narrative around them is that usually the discount at the draft table comes because of that injury narrative, right? And I think Mark Stone certainly fits into that category. Years gone by was Evgeny Malkin and Chris Letang, and then all of a sudden those guys are playing 80-plus games, and nobody's thinking about their injury history. They're just thinking about age-related decline. But I do like Stone kind of in a nutshell. The problem is like he's not a guy that brings out things else than goals and assists when he does produce, right? Like he's not a big volume shooter. He's not going to bring a lot of peripherals besides that. Like you're relying on production or nothing. And, Vegas's power play really hasn't been that great for a couple of years now. Maybe part of it is just Mark Stone not being healthy and on that power play. So we'll see what happens. But I do like Stone at that price. I wouldn't expect him to play 82 games, but let's just hope he can stay healthy and, align with him and Dorofeyev and Karlsson. Like as long as they're all healthy, like that looks like a pretty good line to me. So I kind of like that buy. I think it's one of those buys, like there is some good upside to it. And at this point of the draft, there's just not a lot of guys left like that.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, yeah, there's not really many players, like you say, that are like, 70-plus point upside. We'll see if any more come up. Let us know if you see someone. Okay, I guess you got to get going. Let me throw one more question at you here. fine. Let's go back to Anaheim. We went there only once so far this whole time. I don't know if anyone let us know if there's any other team we've completely avoided. So one of their defensemen finally went in Zellweger. I think just for like $1. So it was just $1 to Sideshow Perry for Zellweger. At this point, it seems like pretty much a coin flip as far as I'm concerned. Like who's gonna run the top power play? Like him, Mintyukov. I guess even Fowler is in the picture. Is there like a Anaheim D that you're especially excited about? Like maybe not in terms of like what we've seen so far in training camp lines, but just like a hunch that like this guy's just the best guy and he's going to take over?
I like Mintyukov personally the best, but I've also been a huge fan of Zellweger since even before he was drafted. Like I've long thought he's like future top power play material. I'm just going to be completely honest. I just did not expect Mintyukov to be as good as he was as early as he was. Like if you look a lot of the tracking microstats, zone exits, controlled zone exits, getting through the neutral zone with the puck, assisting on teammate scoring chances, those type of things. Like Mintyukov was great last season, not as a rookie, just as a defenseman in the NHL. So if he can keep up that profile, it's going to be hard to keep him down. Like I would have Zellweger ahead of Mintyukov right now because it seems like they really do like Zellweger and they want him to run the power play. I just think that they're, like I said, Mintyukov, not that he came out of nowhere. I just did not expect him to impress as much as he did, as quickly as he did. And if he's already, ascending that quickly, I just think that there is a ton of upside to drafting him, but like Zellweger for $1, like you're not going to get a better deal than that. So I like that a lot. Don't get me wrong. I just don't think it's clear cut that it's going to be one or the other taking those top power play minutes. And I also don't wonder if they don't just split the power play time like 55-45, honestly. So I'm not even sure it's that big of a deal or one to really get hung up about, let's say.
And then it's a similar situation in Philly. I feel like Cam York just went for a couple dollars. I also have no idea who's going to run the top power play there. I guess it's York. You've got Drysdale. Sanheim last year took a shot. Do you have a pick there?
Yeah, I think it's going to be Drysdale to at least get the first crack at it. Like they're going to give Drysdale a real chance to run that power play. Now that he's healthy, like maybe he can. And maybe him and Mitchkov being there for 80 games and healthy will make a difference. So I would take the chance on Drysdale, but honestly, I think Egor Zamula might be the next best option after him, which kind of says says something about the Flyers defense at this moment. I'm not super high on Sanheim. York is a guy that I've cooled on over the last couple seasons. I don't think he's the player that I thought he was going to be. Probably worse offensively and better defensively than I thought he was going to be. Let's just kind of put it that way. So I think it's going to be Drysdale, but again, this is a John Tortorella coach team. There are probably 4 or 5 names in the running for that top power play.
All right, well, we'll see. Drysdale, I almost feel like if he's running the top power play, I still don't know if I want him, similar to other guys we've talked about. All right, Mike. Well, the draft is winding down. We still have some people have some picks. Our defending champ Ryan he had 4 players to pick, and he just spent all the budget he was allowed to get Tyler Toffoli, which I think is a fun pick for $4. But now, a lot of people just have their, just filling out their spots with $1 each. So I guess as that happens, we might as well let you also go off into the sunset. We really appreciate 4 hours of your time with all these player breakdowns. Like we didn't prep in advance. Like you just anytime. I'm just oh, what do you think about Zellweger or Mintyukov? Then you're talking about zone exits and all this. Like, how do you know off the top of your head? I guess you clearly work in hockey.
Yeah, it's just this is what I do all day long, and eventually it just kind of sits there. It's pushing out a bunch of childhood memories, but. You want to ask me about Matt Barzal's, controlled zone entry rate? I could talk to you about that all day.
That sounds more important anyways.
Yeah, fair enough.
Though I could probably tell you what happened on a lot of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air episodes. I'll bet you Brian could ring off some Simpsons off the top of his head. So I guess that just means we haven't paid enough attention to hockey yet. We still have to shove more in there. But okay, yeah, thanks so much for coming. I guess looking forward to I guess we'll, checking in on some of the takes you gave in this show, but also to doing this all again for your year number 6. Always so amazing to get 4 hours with you every year.
Yeah, thanks a lot for having me, guys. Really appreciate doing this. And you can tell, really smart draft room too. Even if I was negative about some players, there was nothing like out of line that I really saw like all draft long. Those are just my personal opinions on some players. So thanks everybody for being such good sports. Thank you guys for having me, and good luck to all the drafters this season.
Anything you want to like ask people to check out or anything like that before you head out?
I would just say I have articles Tuesday, Thursday, and every other Friday over at Dobber Hockey. During the season, a lot of it is just like injury and game roundups and stuff like that. But I have a lot of off-season research articles. Also over at Elite Prospects Ringside, I have an article going up every Friday. So if you have an Elite Prospects membership, I have articles every Friday on them. These last couple of weeks been focusing more on training camps and rookies and stuff like that. But I usually do a player profile every Friday. So you can check those out over at epringside.com.
Sweet. Thanks so much again. Have a great night.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, fellas.
Thanks, Mike.
Take care, Brian.
We appreciate it.
Bye now.
All right, pal. Back to us. Ryan O'Reilly is up. I think he was the one I was actually thinking about. You know when Michael was like saying, he was talking about someone like, Mark Stone, like the last guy left that could hit like a 70-ish points. I feel like Ryan O'Reilly is kind of in that conversation, don't you think?
Yeah, I think he's getting forgotten, but I'm not sure why.
He had 69 points last year.
Yeah, he had a great season last year, and I'm just like trying to remember. Oh, I guess I can just click his name now that he's been drafted. Oh, Nate got him. I'm just trying to remember, like, he took
You sounded a little disappointed the way you said that.
Oh, no. It was just like, oh, yeah, that's a good move. His fantasy points. Oh, it's not loading. Fantastic.
By the way, while you're looking this up,
it says pending. Okay.
Nate's draft is over now. He ended up, by the way, he's stuck with his 0G. He has Petr Mrazek for $1 as his only goalie. So it'll be fun to see what he does with the final 4-round snake draft. But yeah, Nate's sticking to his guns, and yeah, he ended up with a lot of great forwards and a solid D-core, so makes sense. But yeah, and he ends with Ryan O'Reilly, which I think is a really nice final pick for sure. Wait, did Nate get him? I don't even see Ryan O'Reilly on Nate's team.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he did. Okay, my bad. All right, so what were you gonna say? You were looking some things up?
No.
All right.
Well, I was looking at Brian O'Reilly. He took over 2 shots per game. I like that. I like what he's doing. He had 14 power play goals, 14 power play assists. I don't know if all the power play goals will come back, but I mean, yeah, I like it. I'm looking like, relative to the other dollar, like the other guys going at the end. I think this is like an interesting part. Like this is where you might find your sleepers if you're just like if you're listening, not in your auction. I think we mentioned Taylor Hall, but who else catches my eye here? Dylan.
Well, how about the guy who's up for bid right now? I guess
Nichushkin. I'm surprised he slipped all the way down here. And we didn't mention Landeskog went for 9 earlier. And there was somebody, like Mark Stone for 6. And like I know Mark Stone is playing and Landeskog isn't. That situation could flip. But I think I think there's some benefit. The thing is the Cupful's tough, right? So in some leagues and formats, you can get by like waiting for guys to get healthy and then compete when they are. But the Cupful you can fall behind real quick. So it is a bit of a risky proposition. I see Nichushkin was
for $1.
For $1. I love that.
Incredible. Like, Jack Quinn just went for $2. This is the point of the draft where everyone's just screaming like, "What?" Brian and I both spent pretty decently high draft picks on Jack Quinn. I think RC Rollers, you just won the draft. I really hope so. Anyways, with that Jack Quinn pick,
we sure hope so. As Jack Quinn, managers Huberdeau, Tivoli, Bertuzzi, Joey Decord, Logan Cooley, Nick Schmaltz.
What are you saying now? What are you listing?
I'm just naming guys who have been taken over the last 10.
You were saying someone's roster. Okay, you're just saying guys have been taken.
As teams fill out their rosters, who they end up with. So it's
RC Rollers also has Troy Terry. So I think you and I are RC Roller fans here. We're Team Chris this year because if he does well, we'll do well.
Yeah.
Who else does he have? Anyone?
That's great. I don't know who our most in common teams are here. What else do you want? Like how I'm trying to see. We've got Ian and Ryan each have 3 players left. Jeremy has 5. Okay, there's a handful of managers left. Yeah, we're basically just rolling with $1.
Jeremy's not even here. Jeremy went for lunch and he set a queue.
Yeah, so how long was that queue? By the way, was it like 100 deep? He got Logan Cooley for a buck. So I guess that was in his queue.
Why is it still counting down for RC Rollers, even though his pick? Well, whatever. Fantrax is being funny. Okay, so it looks like Jeremy has nominated Sharon Govich.
And Frank bid $2.
By the way, Dave is asking, can we put Nichushkin in IR? If you look on Yahoo, Nichushkin currently has like IR-NR, something like that, as the status, and it does go in. Like, obviously, we can't predict what Yahoo will do because we're going to be transferring these leagues over to Yahoo, and maybe at some point Yahoo will be like, no, we're going to put suspended status on Nichushkin, and then you won't be able to put him in your IR, and it'll be really challenging. So that's another risk potentially with drafting Nichushkin. But as of now, you can on Yahoo put Nichushkin in an IR plus spot. So we'll see how that goes. Oh, Brian, Lucas Dostal is getting taken here. I don't think he would have been taken, but with Gibson having that surgery, he's going to be out a couple of weeks. Like, there's potentially a lot of big save games coming up for Dostal. So he's someone also I'm thinking of maybe looking at in free agency if I can get him when our leagues open up. But I think Dostal is going to take over. Like, oh, sorry.
Yeah, I know Wilson, you do. Yeah, for sure. Like, and he very well might. And actually, you know what? Like, poor John Gibson. We know so much about John Gibson's insides, I think, more than any other player in the league. But Dostal, I think, like, we want to know what he is. And now we're going to get, like, a good, sustained look. And, like, I'm happy for that. Because otherwise we'd sort of be watching them like trade games or play a couple at a time each and not really get a clear read. So I'm thankful one way or another we'll get a sense of who Dostal might be during this early season bit. Tom Wilson is getting faded like a lot. He's boring, but I think
agree
he's
with fading him.
Yeah, I think he's a boring player with a steady floor, which. Like, there's some value to, again, like, like the way I look at
Is
roster.
he, though? Like, does he have a steady floor at this point? He's not playing on the top line with Ovechkin in camp. He hasn't been on the top power play from what I can tell.
But he still hits a ton. He occasionally, the blocks aren't really a thing, but, like, he takes a couple shots a game, throws a few hits a game, and
he had 35 points last year in 74 games. How did that work out to for a couple points per game? Let me see. I just feel like
generally like 45 to 50. Like, I think he's about 45 points, but he's like the Darnell Nurse of forwards. Although I think maybe more like the Jacob Trouba of forwards. Okay.
Oh, Brian, your guy Sean Couturier just went last
year.
That was your value pick of the year.
That's what distracted me. Well, today I thought I saw a line with Couturier playing on the top line with Michkov and somebody else who was good. I'm going to go see if I can connect.
But I think Frost wasn't at that practice. So that's the problem with these practice lines is you have to kind of look at who else is there to make sure. So I think Frost is looking like he's going to be on the top line, but Couturier will probably be top 6 and still playing with a good player, either with Tippett or Michkov or Konechny or one of them. So I think it's definitely possible. And Couturier, I saw some tweets about how like last year he was dealing with injury and now he feels better. So that whole narrative, I'm not like closing the door on Couturier being a valuable guy Devin might end up holding him.
Yeah, or he might like play like his back is broken or like legit be injured and leave. So like but hey, for a buck and wait until like and watch for opening night lines, I'm down. And Frank got Matt Zuccarello just before that, which I also like. Is Zuccarello, I know at one point in Minnesota camp, he was lining up alongside. Yeah, he's still lining up with Kaprizov and Hartman. And honestly, if one of those guys gets swapped out from the Kaprizov line, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Hartman before Zuccarello. So Boldy was not in the mix here, but I'm pretty sure Boldy is going to be with Eriksson Ek on the second line to start the year is the way things are looking. So Zuccarello was really snake bitten last year. He's another year older, so we still have to take that into consideration. But I think 60 plus upside is a pretty good place at 207th overall.
Yeah. I'm going to say I like this pick from Steven to get Bowen Byram for $1. Not necessarily because I think Byram's going to be a season-long hold, but I like how Buffalo has those 2 games to start the year on the first 2 days. So this is just like you got to stream. And also Byram is just such a high pedigree guy that I'd like just to have those 2 games to scout and see, like if you need to fill in D anyways. When he got to Buffalo last year, he was half point per game, which is pretty solid. Like I think that gets you to being rosterable and cupful, maybe borderline. He had 9 points in 18 games. He was adjusting to a new team, of course. I was trying to get him. He ended up getting taken before I had the chance. I wanted him in like the last round. So yeah, I was being a little bit selfish and expecting too much. But yeah, I like the idea of being able to get a guy that you get a nice preview. No one else is playing, so it's not as if you could have had someone better. So you get Byram, you get 2 games, and you see. I guess same for Owen Power. I feel like it's not going to be forever that Owen Power and Bowen Byram are nobodies. So this could be the year that one of them, probably not both, probably not either, but there's always a chance that one of them could end up having a big year this year. So I like the idea that you can just get them for those first 2 games and then kind of go from there. Brian, what do you think about Anthony Duclair? I know he's been a player you've loved for a long time. He finished off someone's roster here, went for $4. It's looking like he's getting that. Oh, yeah, Devin. Oh, cool. Hey, Devin's still here in the chat. I see him, or in the call. Duclair getting that top line, top power play, like anything you could want. Like, it's the best possible situation. There's not even that many people that could bump him at this point. That could end up being a season-long hold. I think I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah, I feel like I could have grabbed Duclair at one point in my draft. I didn't. I'm a little bummed about it. Like, it seemed like an obvious choice. You know, sometimes when you see someone get
Who
taken,
did you take?
I don't have my team up in front of me. I didn't like the way my last couple rounds of my draft went. But Duclair was someone that, like, oh yeah, maybe I should have. Laferriere also taken late. Jeremy finally got a player after Logan Cooley. I guess I'll get a bunch in a row soon. He had Mason McTavish. Nolan got Pavel Dorofeyev, which I saw an Athletic article that had him listed as one breakout candidate this season, which is interesting because he wasn't really on my radar. He was on our radar a couple times last year. I don't really know what the upside could be for Dorofeyev, but I don't know. Seeing him mentioned in one article from Shayna is okay, all right, yeah. I'll take a look at him. Yeah.
All right, we're up for another one of Jeremy's picks. This will be fun. Let's see who. It's Korpisalo. I mean, I like that pick, to be honest. Until Swayman signs, why not have Korpisalo? Who's the backup? The thing is, Korpisalo was so bad last year that maybe the backup, like Bussy or someone, will end up playing just as many games. But you'd imagine that Boston will like to see what they have in Korpisalo while Swayman's not signed. So there could be a lot of value there. Again, kind of what Michael was saying earlier. You don't need to draft someone for the whole season, with Jonathan Drouin. He's top line, top power play now. You'll deal with it later when he's not. And the same, I guess, with Korpisalo. Though I guess there was some news that came out that now they're expecting to sign Swayman by the start of the season. But we'll wait till we see pen to paper. Mikhail Granlund is up for grabs. It's kind of, Brian, a little disconcerting to me when I'm seeing players that I drafted and was excited about, and now but I have to remind myself also that this is only 14 rounds auction draft, not 18. So I actually did take Granlund in 14th or 15th. So actually,
yeah, but
it's exactly perfect.
No, but it's the same number of players. It's 30 fewer players.
Right, it's 30 fewer. All right, well, I think Granlund's going to be good. It's people forget. Granlund had 60 points in 69 games last year. He was incredible, and now he has better players to play with. So unless people are worried he's going to get bumped from the top power play or something, I guess that could be a concern. Oh, Stankoven just went. I guess the quality of this content is going down a little bit as we're 4+ hours in, and now we're just naming the guys. We could have just also ended the show and not necessarily stay all the way to the end of the auction. But Brian, why don't we wrap up a little bit here? As it looks like there's 3 teams left to draft, so we're basically done. Any final thoughts you want to share with the listeners about this KKUPFL auction draft from Tier 1, or anything else on your mind about hockey, about your draft? You said you weren't happy with the end of your draft. I don't know. The floor is yours. I think we should start wrapping up.
Yeah, I don't even need the floor, really.
Oh.
I think I'm good. I'm good to wrap up as we see just more guys go.
Teravainen. I like Teravainen.
Yeah, me too.
He's been, now that Teravainen's playing on the top line with Bedard, it's there's really high ceiling. And I've liked Teravainen for a long time in Carolina, and you kept on having to always talk to me about, Elon, we've had this conversation.
I like him
before.
too with top power play, but
Yeah.
there's a pretty good chance he'll be on the top power play in Chicago.
So. Mm-hmm.
So I feel and there's Riley Smith, who I really wanted to mention but refrained from mentioning, although I think Mike did when we were talking about the Rangers. He's someone I considered with a late pick too, getting looks on one of the 2 top lines in New York. He might be he has proven his value before as a third piece. Benier's this is honestly, this is kind of my favorite part of the draft. Just seeing who's who's left and like being like, oh yeah, that guy. Like, how can we be 200 players deep and still be like, oh, like he might be. So it's a fun time to take a swing. All right, Elon, what do you say?
Yeah, thanks everyone for listening. Okay, let's start with the highest. Well, I do actually really thank the people for listening, so that's why we would even be doing this. But thanks so much to Michael for coming on the show. Tier 1 auction drafters, thanks for bearing with us. A 4+ hour draft. I'm glad we made this decision to cut it off. It is going to be a weird, interesting thing with the extra snake draft afterwards that I've never heard of this before, but I'm glad we did it because I would be, if we still had another, 4 times 16 players to go, I don't know if we could all handle it. But yeah, you're all incredible. Like making it through this draft looks like there's going to be a lot of really strong teams. I'm so excited to see how tier 1 shakes out. I'm sure we'll get a show where we can like kind of look through the teams properly, or Derek can get another KK Leagues report. But yeah, an incredible job, everyone. And we'll get, by the way, those snake drafts set up shortly. Well, not those things. The snake draft set up shortly. And that'll just be a slow draft, so you can go like take a break and make your pick when you want.
Oh, I'm also gonna say at some point in the next couple days we'll get the draft results on KKUPFL.com, KKUPFL.com, probably in the tools section, so /tools, and that's a way that you can go and see the full results of the tier 1 auction and then snake draft.
Yeah, it's all going to be there. And you can also check the show notes if you missed any of those links. But yeah, I guess a pretty easy link, kkupfl.com. Brian's favorite website for good reason. It's a great website. I used to do another podcast, and like we used to do this thing where we'd say, oh, check out realitycheck.com. And someone would say great website, and it was like a funny joke. But then it got to a point where we got negative reviews being like, stop making the joke of like anytime someone says it's a great website. This is a boring story. This is what you get 5 hours into a show.
It's not a real website anymore.
It's not Reality Check. Maybe it was realitycheck.org. I don't even know. It's been a while since I did that podcast. No, I think it was realitycheck.org. Maybe no, that's not a real website either. I don't know what it was, but it doesn't matter because I'm not on that podcast anymore. I'm full-time KKUPFL podcaster now. KKUPFL.com, the best website. But yeah, tier 1. Good luck to all of you. We'll get that slow draft started soon. Michael, you did incredible. I can't believe this guy. You could just throw him any player and he could just wax poetic for a few minutes without even having to look at his notes. Brian, a pleasure being. This is the longest we've been able to chat for a long time in a row. So that, even when you came to visit, we didn't have a 4-hour chat. Not even close with our kids here.
I wish.
But yeah, the listeners, we really hope you like this episode. Obviously, it's a bit of a crazy one. We were going to have some fun content coming. Well, there'll be more short shifts. Brian and I think we're going to do next weekend just an overall like recap of the preseason and any like final exciting players. Maybe we'll focus more on guys that maybe are like, potentially still available in people's free agency. Like, no more talking about like Jack Eichel or whatever, Brady Tkachuk. We'll talk about the guys now that maybe you want to sneak into your lineups right before the season starts. Though there will be a couple games before we record that because of those New Jersey Buffalo games in Europe. But yeah, so definitely make sure you're subscribed to Keeping Karlsson wherever you get your podcast, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and you will get every episode as we're going to have a big season ahead. But with that, Brian, I think I'm good to cue the outro music. And why don't you go ahead and read us the credits?
All right. This episode of the Keeping Karlsson Fantasy Hockey Podcast was presented by Dobber Hockey and powered by our patrons, including our super supporters, Richard, newest super supporter. Thanks, Richard. Paul, Top Cheese, Roman, Michael, Jordan, Brian, Patrick, Aaron, Philip, Sammy, Andrea, Zach, Tom, Ryan, David, Ricard, and Patty, who was here for like most of the 4 hours. So thanks to you all. Thank you to J-Brew for producing this episode. Producer credit for J-Brew on this one. And also for J-Brew's work with our KKUPFL coordinator, Kevin A. Bear. We have 51 KKUPFL divisions, 716 managers. This thing is crazy. Okay, and if you're not in, we're sorry. We're not opening any new divisions, but we will need replacement managers through the year. Like we're certain of it. So if you would like to sort of get a foot in the door in the KKUPFL, get a little taste, even if you didn't get in yet, you can still manage a team, take over a team that might already be winning or be a reclamation project. Join the wait list at kkupfl.com. GameDayTweets.com is where you should go for all your fantasy hockey news needs. Thanks to the Short Shifts crew. We just had an episode that was Shams and Lewis.
Yeah,
if I've got that right. Logo art by BrandonWeeb.com. Outro music by Pat Roach. This episode, and thanks to Michael Clifford at Slim Cliffy. This show was researched with help from Dobber Hockey, Frozen Tools, Dobber Prospects, Natural Stat Trick, Evolving Hockey, Puckpedia, The Athletic, HockeyGoalies.org, Hockey Reference, Hockey Viz, Hockey Database, Elite Prospects, and we couldn't have done it without Fantrax. And we also barely did it with Fantrax. But what a great service. Thank you, Fantrax.
For sure. Okay. I mean, one thing you can say about Fantrax is they have a lot of great commish tools to help us deal with any issues that come up. So that's really awesome. Thanks, everyone, for listening. We really are excited for the season. I hope you are. And until we start getting our brains right to record another episode of this podcast, Brian, any recommendations?
Yeah, it's still time to invite new people into fantasy hockey. Maybe the people who you're like, oh, I don't think they like hockey or know much about. That's great. Bring them in because fantasy hockey is for everyone.
All right. Brian, before we go, let's record ads. The most fun thing.
Sure.
But it would just knock it out.
Do we have
the
any?
Best part of the YouTube video.
Is there new copy?
No, looks like there's a new script for DraftKings, but only starting on the 30th. So I guess that means I'll still use the old script where I'll say TD and Tutty and all of that stuff.
Oh my God, Tutty.
Let me get my DraftKings odds up.
Tutty reminds me of
any
Cuddy
recos? For anyone who's sticking around for the ads, anyone have a reco of what I'm supposed to mention a line of some line. So if anyone has a line that they would recommend me mentioning, I've been doing different awards.
What about Calder?
I thought I was logged in.
You've done Calder.
Didn't I do Calder? I did it when I did the show with.
You probably did Calder.
I did it when I did the
Hudson
show with Victor.
Went for $2, by the way.
Something is wrong with my. Yeah, I mean, Lane Hudson's a really fun player. Okay, I can't even log in, so this is annoying. Oh wait, I'm going to. Okay, wait, I went to the wrong place.
Wrong place.
My brain is gone. DraftKings Sportsbook. Okay. Oh, I found it. Okay. All right. NHL. Let me see what I haven't done yet in an ad here. Okay. For futures, what about just who's going to win the Stanley Cup? Is that fun?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll do that. Okay.
Yeah, who's going to win Tier 1?
Yeah, who's going to win
Make
the
a
cup?
connection to that.
Yeah, exactly. It's beautiful. It writes itself. All right, downloads. Let me find my freaking script here. Okay. Let's do this. TD, Tutty, taking it to the house whenever. Oh. TD, Tutty, taking it to the house. Whatever you call a touchdown, they matter more at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Ready to place your first NFL bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score a touchdown. Or you're listening to a hockey podcast. Why not bet on a hockey thing? We've been talking in this episode, the Cupful Tier 1 auction draft, all about who we think is going to win Cupful Tier 1. You can bet on who you think is going to win NHL Tier 1, a.k.a. the Stanley Cup. Brian, you want to take a guess who the top odds team to win the Cup is right now?
Ryan.
Yeah, two-time champ Ryan is going to win the Stanley Cup next year. It is actually not the defending champ, the Panthers. They have the Oilers as the top pick. So that's what they think. Want to guess who's the worst odds to win the Cup?
San Jose.
Yeah, you got that right. Okay. Sorry, Macklin. It's going to take you a couple years. But yeah, ready to do a touchdown dance of your own? Score big with DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THPN. That's code THPN. It stands for the Hockey Podcast Network, by the way. For new customers to get $250 in bonus bets when you bet just $5 and get 1 month of NFL Plus Premium only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Okay, all you.
Ready for me?
Yeah. Sorry again to everyone watching the YouTube. You could just end it. It's just so much easier for me to keep it because then it's automatically recorded. So when I download it, I'll just have it. So whatever. Turn it off, please. We're not making money for you watching this ad on YouTube. That's for sure.
All right. Ready?
Yeah.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. What's something that you'd love to learn more about? Are you making time to learn about the things that you're curious about? Well, therapy can help you reconnect with that curiosity and sense of wonder because your back to school era can come at any age. Therapy is something that can free up your mind and time and capacity to explore new areas that of interest to you. You can learn positive coping skills, set boundaries. It empowers you to be the best version of yourself. And it's not just for like a major trauma. Everyone might be able to benefit from therapy. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Rediscover your curiosity with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/THPN today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/THPN.
All right.
Bam.
Woo! What a time we've had. Is John still here? If John's still here, you saved the day huge. Like, I can't believe it.
We couldn't have
I was so
probably
nervous.
solved this Fantrax thing without...
Like, I had an idea, it had something to do with the bench spots. I feel like Fantrax always has trouble with those bench spots. I always forget about it.
Those
Next time we
bench
do auction draft next year, no bench spots, and it'll be but we'll have to do what John ended up doing. So something to remember. But anyways, thanks everyone who stuck
Do
around.
the skaters.
Yeah, that was really good. But yeah, thanks, John. And it sounds like you've got the snake draft ready to go. So we'll just let Tier 1 know that that's ready, and let's all, I don't know, drink some beer. That's what I plan to do right now. But I can't. I have to go be with my family. But
Or
once my baby's asleep,
kombucha. Maybe a nice cup of tea.
All
not
right.
gonna do
Well,
it.
thank you for letting me be a part of this and
Oh, come
entertaining
on.
my whatever.
Thank you so much, John. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, John. You were a hero on the fly. So thanks.
So
All
I'll
right.
end this stream and talk to you all later. Talk to you in the Discord. We'll schedule a Patreon cast soon also.
I'm waving even though you can't see me.
I appreciate that. See ya.
Okay, bye, everybody.